Wait, it really doesn't take that long.
I know. It says live, so.
Oh, it's on. Okay.
We got a black screen. There we go.
It's just lighting. Yay!
All right. I'm starting to get the hang of this, you know? It's actually like getting to be pretty freaking easy, believe it or not, which you might not expect. All right. It's me, your fool, your court jester, David Wilcock, the inimitable. All right, so we haven't even really looked at my lights here. This is kind of, let's fix that a little bit. I've had a lot of work going on, you guys, to get this slideshow together. This is going to be really amazing. I'm very excited about it because, let me just get my little work area set up here and not get blinded by the lights. Jesus. This is some pretty cool stuff. Obviously, if you've been watching these videos, I am not thinking that this is the end of the world. We're going to go through some more of that stuff right now, including some very enigmatic posts from QAnon that just showed up. Oh, I just said it out loud. I guess that means we're shadow banned. Okay, well, let's just try to edit out that part. I said 17, right? The number 17 is the 17th letter of the alphabet. We know what that is. Anyway, you guys asked for more shirts. I think I actually stole this one from Emery Smith. I love this shirt, but I just kind of came into it, you know? It was like Emery was living with us for a while, for about 2 weeks. Oh, she wants me to comb my hair. Okay, we can do that. He was living with us for, I don't know, it was like a month or something, 2 months, something. It was a long time. Somehow I came in contact with this shirt, and now it's mine. So maybe we'll call it a rent payment. No, I love Emery, and we're all good. So, all right, I didn't start too late, huh? That was pretty cool. And we reset this based on where it was when my wife was doing it before. And I'm going to move that light a little bit closer to me. Because, you know, this is like, we are literally doing this, you know, most of the time I spend on slides. So anyway, there we go. That's probably going to look better. Yeah, a little bit closer. All right. Man, I'm too anal. I got to just stop this. Yeah, that's a real awkward way to begin a video. How about that, huh? We're like not exactly winning here. A lot of people have already clicked off and they're bored and they're, God, who is this Jagoff, right? This, this sputtering fool who can't push words out of his mouth because he's too busy doing all the stuff he's supposed to do before the video started. You know what? This is real life, man. This is us living at home and doing broadcasts from home, and we just so happen to have built this whole crazy get up here so I can turn from camera to camera, and it all looks good. We're in focus. These are Hollywood lenses, Sigma lenses, Blackmagic Design Ursa Mini Pro G2 cameras with the Blackmagic ATEM switcher. This is some high-end stuff, folks. This is like what you'd run a regular TV network on, and it's part of what I invested in last year from Ascension Mystery School. This year we're doing one called The Great Awakening. And we had it all on schedule for a year, and then all of a sudden in early March, out comes this crazy, crazy global situation, which has like radically redefined everything we thought we knew about life on Earth. And yes, I am going to do this too, because my wife moved this, and you know what? You guys can handle that, can't you? You can handle a little bit of technical fiddlery. Let's call it technical fiddlery. How you like that term? We got to make this happen for you. I'm delivering stuff that's going to blow your mind. Do you understand what's about to happen here today? This is truly crazy stuff. First of all, if you're not hip to what's really happening, let me turn my ringer off. That's unprofessional too. He's literally dying on stage right now. He's dying. Now my dog's going to start barking. We have a visitor at the door. Well, you know, she'll tear you apart if you're not invited. So that's a word to the, oh, hi, girlie. Yeah, let's go to the wide shot here. We can see my dog roaming around. She's snuffing away because she thinks she hears something dangerous. Anyway, here we are. And at some point, I'm actually going to start this video instead of just rambling total nonsense and setting my cameras and stuff. Yes, I stole this shirt from Emery. It's embroidered down here. You can see that actually on the close-up shot here. I don't even know what that says. It says knowledge, wisdom, and truth. That's definitely Emery's shirt then, because I wouldn't have done that. That's only... All right. Enough rambling. Let's get into some really good stuff here. So, I have been doing my work on exposing the cabal and exposing the dark elite now since 2007 publicly with a website article that I wrote called The Revealing. What they don't want you to know and why their plans won't work. And in that, I revealed work that had been done from a whistleblower named, calling herself Savali, going back to 2000, March 2000, where she said that the world was being secretly run by a dark, sinister cabal of satanic pedophiles who, for lack of a better word, are intent to reduce population dramatically, and that the gateway to do that was through a Great Depression, or through a new Great Depression that would make the original one look like a Sunday school picnic. That's what they actually said. I showed you those quotes in previous shows, and we have discussed very compelling evidence, of which more is coming in all the time, suggesting that these deep state cabal players actually did create COVID-19 as a manufactured virus. Now, there's some very strange anomalies that we've already talked about with that. For example, it's 500% more likely to affect Asians. This is not speculation. This is a scientific fact that we quoted from a paper in previous shows. 500% more likely to go after and hurt Asian people, and now we're finding out that it actually goes after black people preferentially as well. These people in the deep state are highly racist. They are essentially Aryan supremacists. They do essentially want white people to be the dominant force on the planet, and they are more interested in seeing other people go than white people. That is something I've heard. It's not something I agree with at all. We're all going to have to deal very quickly with the fact that these people are real, that they were doing things that were very disgusting. They were doing things that we've learned from the Epstein saga and from Harvey Weinstein and John of God and Cardinal Pell, the second highest ranking member of the Vatican, with legendary crimes against children that he was convicted for in a court in Australia. And it goes on and on and on. There's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. I don't actually have all the information. That's good. There's something called operational security where you don't want to know everything. But what do I mean, something going on behind the scenes? If you have followed my work, you will know that I have been describing a very massive effort that has been made by members of the international community as well as the U.S. military and intelligence community to defeat this Illuminati. And I don't want to see anybody get killed or tortured. I think that fair trials are important, and I think that everybody has a right to a fair trial. And I also very strongly believe in the idea that even the highest level people should be granted amnesty if they are cooperative and if they participate in making sure that this whole thing works out the right way and give us actionable intelligence that we need and can use. So I am not a fan of capital punishment. I am not hoping to see a bunch of kangaroo court trials where everybody just gets shot in a firing squad. That's not what I'm looking for. What we do have, however, is apparently over 100,000, maybe more, of sealed indictments in which the grand conspirators of this plot to destroy life on Earth are going to be brought to a trial. And a lot of this is already happening. There's been a massive, massive number of people retiring from their posts in corporations, and this even included the two founders of Google back in December, Sergey Brin and Larry Page, both of whom are they're billionaires on such an epic level that it would take thousands of millennia for them to work through that in a lifetime that is a very opulent lifetime of riches. So when you have that kind of billions, it's just really ridiculous at that point. Way, way more than Donald Trump, by the way. And so nobody really ever talks about that too much. You know, some of these guys are just, the amount of wealth that they have is far beyond what it would take to have multiple gigantic mansions, super yachts, private jets, fully fueled, ready staffed, ready to go, fleets of Lamborghinis. I mean, that's you can't even begin to scratch the surface of the money that you have if you're at like $70 billion of wealth, if you have all those things. It doesn't even put a dent in it. So at that point, it's hoarding. It's really about control, and that money can be used to feed people. That money can be used to clothe people. Why were we never interested in this until everybody gets sick, or supposedly everybody gets sick? Why were we never interested in all the people who were dying? Because of greed and centralized corporate governance and the lack of morality and ethics in our systems, the patriarchal cancer that these male-dominated societies and cultures have inflicted upon the planet. And that's one of the things that my wife talks about a lot, is the idea of the resurgence of the divine feminine. I totally agree with her on that. We definitely need to have our awakening moment where we are getting back in alignment with feminine spirituality and realize that it is equal to masculine spirituality. The original Aramaic Bible is Father, Mother God, not Father. Okay, so that's another thing. This idea of God the Father and God the Son, and then the Holy Spirit is this sort of nebulous entity floating around, which some identify with Mother Mary, but it's not a common thing. An actually balanced spirituality would have both male and female components. And in the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas, which was redacted from the Bible due to it being heretical, supposedly, Jesus actually does say, if thou art to enter the kingdom of heaven and thou art male, thou must become female. And if thou art female, thou must become male. And what that means is balancing your gender polarities, learning how to incorporate whatever it is that the other side of the gender polarity can offer you. So if you are typically masculine person, getting more of those feminine qualities of sensitivity would be nice. And if you're female, getting more of the masculine qualities, which in the law of one is associated with action taking, projecting will out into the world. That's something that a lot of women are doing. I think men really are also having to learn a hard lesson about being more sensitive and compassionate. And we see this quite a bit going on where there is an archetypal drama with President Donald Trump, in the sense that Donald Trump does have a lot of traditionally masculine qualities. And those qualities are being greatly attacked and castigated. You know, Trump does have a macho, boisterous personality. He will talk back. He will be sassy. He will say kind of outrageous things. And everybody, at least on the left, everybody is trying to get him to have more of these feminine qualities in the way that he speaks. And that's all part of this archetypal drama, okay? Part of what I think is going on with Donald Trump right now from a cyclical perspective, the cycles of history, of course, I wrote a whole book on this, Synchronicity Key, sitting over there if I want to shamelessly promote it for you and hold it up to the camera. Maybe I'll do that. But the point is, Trump is not the enemy, but he is a traditionally masculine man. And traditional masculinity can get people really upset. And so we have some very interesting things going on in that archetypal department. And it goes back to cycles of time in which people are very upset with the king. They're very upset with the way that the things are running in society. And so the President of the United States is kind of awakening all of these dormant memories that we have from other cycles where, in some cases, people are unhappy with their leadership. And as I've said many times, this is not something in which the President of the United States is going to become a dictator. He was asked to run for office by this alliance that is trying to defeat the cabal, the deep state. Oh, I'm out of focus. There we go. Thank you. I wondered why my head was so tall. But maybe that's just my ego. Maybe I have too much masculinity. You know, who knows? I'll find out in the comments, I'm sure. Everybody's going to let me know exactly what they think in copious verbiage. That's how it works. So, let's keep talking about this stuff because I really do think that we are not at the end of the world. I really do think this is all going to work out. And I actually believe not only is it going to work out, it's going to be an incredible cornucopia, jubilee of wonderment and surprise. The first wave of ascension, actually, not at all a bad thing. So the Alliance was giving me briefings through Pete Peterson, who was getting them all the way back in 2009. That's when I really started to understand how big this was, that there were huge parts of the U.S. military and intelligence community that were working under extreme secrecy to make sure they didn't get caught planning for the downfall of this grotesque globalist elite. And apparently they did show the current President of the United States a 2-week-long set of briefings that were some very nefarious things. They said they needed somebody who could self-finance his campaign because they didn't actually have very much money. And if they had money come in that was not self-financed, it would have been from special interest groups that were cabal-based, that would have forced this person through blackmail and things like this to do what the cabal wants. So you needed somebody who was really, really wealthy and could finance his own campaign, and you needed somebody who was already, to some degree or another, an established celebrity with an established brand. So right there, you got to have basically a billionaire, and you got to have somebody who's already known to the public as a personality. That had a lot to do with where this came from, and apparently in the early stages of these briefings, he did not want to do it at all. And they basically told him, look, we don't have anybody else that can do this. We've had some comments come in, some very angry letters have come in. David, you're trying to make Donald Trump look like he's a savior. No, I'm saying he's cooperating in this greater effort, this much, much greater effort, okay, which actually is a really good thing. And it's been planned since the 1950s, as we've said in previous episodes. So the Alliance would never allow him to turn into some kind of weird dictator, okay? It's not going to happen. They are predominantly a right-wing group. So yeah, you're going to get the positives and the negatives of the right-wing perspective. Some of the things that have been done, I believe, in the fullness of time, we will find out that those steps were taken in order to preserve the economy so it didn't collapse. And those were some judgment calls that had to be made in order to make sure that we didn't lose everything, because we had to keep this train on the tracks as we got up to this pivotal event. So, as I've said in multiple other videos, and we're not going to go through this because I have a lot of material to cover today, and I don't want this to be 3 hours. We'll see, but it's so amazing, it's worth it if it is. I'll just put it out there right now. Anyway, what we have is all of these briefings coming in starting in 2009, and I've been releasing this to you guys over so many years about underground bases being wiped out, about mechanical failures, equipment failures. There was a huge number of these that happened in the year 2010, which I published in my series entitled China's October Surprise. If you've seen that, then you'll know what I'm talking about. I am going to loop back around to that stuff and come back to it, but we have multiple examples of huge underground facilities being wiped out where some kind of strange portal effect would take place before the explosion. There would be some kind of portal in the room, and all the people and the furniture actually would get pulled out. So the people, the personnel in these bases are getting taken out first to safety, and then the bases are being blown up. And this apparently has been happening to an overwhelmingly large degree, and even recently there's been some very heavy-duty underground base destruction that has taken place. So when we learn the truth about what's going on, it's going to absolutely blow our minds, because the covert infrastructure of the military-industrial complex is vastly greater than what we conventionally believe they would ever have had the right to do or the ability to do. And I've talked about how China has well over 200 giant ghost cities that nobody's living in, and they've built all the buildings, and they've built all the plumbing and all the electrical and the roads. They have everything ready for the population to go there when they need it. Okay, but nobody's there. And China's money is much less than the money available to the military-industrial complex. So they do literally have the money to be building huge underground cities, and from what we're getting from multiple insiders, including the man who gave me this shirt, I believe is where I got it from, Emery Smith, off-planet. Now, Emery didn't actually talk about off-planet, but he did talk about working at Kirtland Air Force Base for Sandia National Labs and going underground, in which he was doing all kinds of biological testing. And one of his most controversial testimonies was this idea that they were trying to make zombies, and they had perfected some kind of zombie virus where people were bleeding out of their fingernails and their eyes and their nose, their mouth and their ears, and if they scratch you, you die. You don't actually turn into a zombie, but it kills you. And apparently one of the plans was that they were going to release, they had over 100 million of these things for Europe and America each, and they were going to release these things. They were clones, apparently, but the ETs stopped that. They will never allow that to happen. So what we are seeing, however, is not really that scary. It's actually more scary that we have the shutdowns taking place of society. And so there's top immunologists who are saying, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. You know, the cure is much worse than the disease. And at the same time, it's all being led by the media. They're just like lemmings trying to lead us off the cliff. Well, the media is controlled by 6 mega corporations, which in turn are run by the cabal. So if you weren't paying attention in class before, if you were dozing off and you didn't understand how this all works, now is a good time to educate yourself. If you don't, I don't believe any of this Illuminati. Oh, David, what are you talking about? You know, we've got so much evidence, it's ridiculous. And really what it comes down to is a perceptual shift. Can you handle the truth? Can you handle the evidence? Can you look at it without feeling sick? Well, now is a pretty doggone good incentive, because a virus that you're about to see, 85% of people don't even know they have it if they get it. They literally have no symptoms. Okay? We don't need to shut society down for this. This is being done on purpose. This is being done in a nakedly flagrant attempt by the deep state to destroy the world. Why? Because they're losing control and they don't like it, and they'd rather break their toys so that the other kids can't play with them than let the other kids play with their toys, which are going to include all kinds of great stuff like spaceships and portals and time travel and underground bases and off-planet bases, okay? They don't want you to have those toys. They're angry. They're having a little toddler tantrum right now. So what did they do? They manufactured this thing that goes after Asian males and black people. They released it, and here we are. And now the media is getting to run the show, and they're creating all these fantasy stories, in my opinion. You know, we're talking to top immunologists who are saying, yeah, you know, once you get this thing and you work it through, you don't need to socially distance anymore. You're going to be fine talking to other people. You're going to be fine. You're not going to get it again, and you're not going to give it to anybody. Once you know you're clean, that's good. At the same time, I'm getting briefings from various military sources telling us that the actual shutdown of our society, the way it is right now, cannot sustain itself for very long. I don't think that these prognostications are necessarily correct, and I don't want to feed into any fear or paranoia, but I will say that the different sources that are leaning in with information right now seem to be pretty confident that if this thing isn't solved by some point in the middle of the summer, the society of the world in general is just going to go over the cliff. It's not going to be sustainable. They are anticipating, if this thing isn't fixed, that there will be riots and looting, and that would be the first phase of something that gets much, much worse. Now you have to understand, this is what the cabal wants. This is what they're trying to do. And it's very important that we boldly step out there and talk about what's really happening and the fact that this virus is really not that bad. There's major immunologists saying our kids should be in school because they'll all give it to each other and nobody's going to really, very few of them will ever get sick from it. It's sort of like chickenpox. You know, every now and then a kid dies from chickenpox, but for the most part they won't. And with kids, they're probably not even going to have any symptoms. Okay, for a quote you're going to see right here from Dr. Pietro Vernazza. We'll see that in a minute. Anyway, yeah, it's really bad if you're an older person, but it's not just going to keep going around and going around and going around. Even CNN today lowered the death estimate for America to well below 100,000 because this thing does, as I've said in previous episodes, it peaks and then it falls off, okay? So please, we need to be aware on a very conscious level that the scientific community, the people who we have entrusted to earn advanced graduate degrees and spend their whole lives studying and practicing and learning about medicine and learning about immunology and learning about epidemics. They're telling us this is not the end of the world, and we really don't need to shut the whole world off and get everybody screwed just to stop this thing, which is terrible. Now, I'm not saying it isn't. It's terrible. It's not a fun way to go. This is a nasty thing, and I am mad as hell that people have done this, okay? And I feel like I know who those people are, and we've explored that in previous episodes. So the Alliance, as we've talked about in previous episodes, they do apparently have a future viewing technology called Project Looking Glass that gave them the ability to see this happening. They didn't know, I don't believe they knew how it started or how exactly to stop it, but they saw this event taking place and they figured out how to work within it to get the results, which is the arrest of the top conspirators in the deep state or their surrender, okay? So that we get our planet back. They're trying to destroy it on the way out. That's not going to happen. QAnon is the voice of the Alliance since October 2017. As I said in previous episodes, just a few weeks after I brought out a whistleblower called MegaAnon, who actually had worked directly with the President of the United States, and apparently still was, as a contractor. And we had spoken to her, my wife and I spoke to her on the phone, okay, several times. And her mind was like a computer. She was very, very fast on her feet with the verbal delivery of very intensely complex political information. It was really stunning to try to keep up with her on the phone. So I liked it when she was in writing because I could understand it more, to be honest with you. Anyway, QAnon has been oddly quiet, but now all of a sudden they're starting to say some more things. So if you're not paying attention to this, there was some great new Q stuff that just came hot off the presses today. So let's take a look at that. Okay. First of all, we have post number 3913 on the right. And so this is in reverse order. It's right to left. 9:49 a.m. where it said, this is what the title was. It was given by qmap.pub. That's the website, qmap.pub. For those of you who've been asking if you don't know where to find this, COVID-19 mass hysteria is being pumped to help Democrats gain support for changing the voting methods. So then they link to a tweet, and you can go back and type it in and look at all this. Then they say, what is the primary benefit to keep the public in mass hysteria regarding COVID-19? Think voting. Are you awake yet? Oh, David, I can't handle, you're trying to say Trump is a good... All right, wait, hold on. Even if you really hate this guy and you're never going to stop, we've got to be ethical enough to not play this game of, well, I really want my team to win this sporting match, so I don't really care if my team is cheating because I just want that victory. We got to win, man, and sometimes we got to cheat to win. So yeah, maybe there's a little bit of grease on that ball, or maybe there's that metal inside the boxing glove, but our side, we got to make sure our side wins. Dude, that's not cool. That's not the way you run a government. So if this is being done deliberately, even if you can't stand the man, okay, it's not cool to be screwing around with elections. It's not cool to be saying that Russia is the reason why he won when it's not true, and then it was proven not to be true. And then all this impeachment stuff, like we've had nothing but negativity the entire time this man's been president, which we've never seen with any other political candidate before. And they are just relentlessly pounding on this guy. And as soon as they lose the impeachment thing and it doesn't work for the second time, what happens? Oh my God, it's COVID-19. Oh my God, we're all going to die, we're all going to die, we're all going to die. But yet what they're doing with their controlled media is the problem. Much more than if we had absorbed this. Now, I'm totally down for social distancing, and I don't believe this has anything to do with 5G. It doesn't, in my opinion. It is a virus, okay? It's a manufactured virus. It's a very specific virus, and it's a dangerous virus. So please obey social distancing, stay in your house, but also the peak has already happened. It's falling off just like it did in Italy and South Korea and other places. It's not going to last very long. We're not going to be stuck in this forever, okay? This is going to pass. And I guarantee that the good guys will not allow the media to keep the world shut down until everything is destroyed. It's not going to happen. And I talked about complexity theory in a previous episode and how the systems will reboot in a new way. It's called complex adaptive systems. The economy is a group of agents with free will that are interacting in what they call a complex adaptive system. Those systems cannot be destroyed. They only, if they get disorganized, if they get threatened, they only restructure into a higher level of order, which most importantly cannot be predicted in advance. You cannot predict in advance where the system is going to go, how it will turn out. And the other thing I really love is that a single agent within the system can transform the whole system in terms of how it comes out. You may be that person. There may be something that you're going to do that the whole world crystallizes around as we go through this transitional process, and that's fine. You know, and I actually heard that Alex Jones has finally mentioned my name after 25 years. You know, that I've been out there. He's finally acknowledged my existence, but he's hating on me. Alex, I've defended you, and you know what? When they took you down and deplatformed you, I fought for you, and so it really doesn't bother me if you're angry at me. You know, everybody has a different perspective on this, and I'm sure that yours is very interesting as well. If you're mad at me about the 5G thing, I'm sorry. You know, there's some weird stuff about it. I acknowledge that. It might actually be really bad. But I just haven't heard any specific briefings saying that this thing was caused by 5G, and the rationale for that, to me, doesn't hold up. So anyway, Alex, I love you, buddy, and sorry that you went through all that. We've all taken our hits here, but you know, I'm not going to say anything bad about you, and I never have. So I'm sorry if that's how you feel about me, but hey, thanks for the publicity, because all PR is good PR, right? So I appreciate that. Anyway, let's go back to our slide now, and then the next thing you'll understand here, check this out. Post 39:14, armor of God, and then they're literally taking a quote from the Bible, finally be strong in the Lord and in the strength of his might, put on the full armor of God so that you'll be able to stand firm against the schemes of the devil. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the powers, against the world forces of this darkness, against the spiritual forces of wickedness in the heavenly places. Okay, and then it says, the text that they put in is, the world will soon understand. So this is clearly talking about the idea that we are dealing with biblical satanic evil in the world, that this is what they tried to do, and they said the world will soon understand, and they're saying that this has to do with throwing off the voting for the next election. Are you awake yet? So they're being very precise about indicating that they believe this is going to work out in the alliance's favor. They keep saying, nothing can stop what is coming, nothing. And they keep saying, trust the plan. And then they also were always talking about the storm, right? There's this movie called White Squall that has a whole sequence in it where Jeff Bridges is the captain of a naval vessel, and they get into a horrible, horrible ocean disaster called a white squall, where this gigantic storm comes in and some people die, and they end up on trial afterwards. Jeff Bridges, as the captain, ends up on trial, and they're trying to blame him for all the disaster that happened while he was piloting the ship. And the point was, look, I didn't make this storm. I did my best to keep everybody alive through it and to come out intact, and I saved most of my crew. So this implies that the cabal is going to create a storm, that there would be some kind of very intense thrashing at the end when the cabal is being defeated, which we're now seeing. And that the alliance knew that once it was over, that a lot of people would want to blame them, and there would be a lot of fear and hysteria and uncertainty and distrust. And nonetheless, I think once we get the truth and we find out what these people have been up to and that they have been stopped and arrested, I think very quickly people are going to have a different viewpoint on this, because it literally was life and death for planet Earth now. That's what we're looking at. This is a life and death struggle for planet Earth. And when they say God wins, they're talking about the overall idea of the good side in the universe. They're not saying that Trump is God, and they're not saying, come on. I mean, I've seen those comments, and it's not what they're saying, okay? We're all in this together. We're all doing our parts to try to bring this thing out. I absolutely believe, in fact, I know that Q is real, because I'm speaking to people who are in a position to know a lot about this, okay? And we've talked about the idea that the final stage is going to be 3 days where you don't have telephone and you don't have internet. And during those 3 days, you could call 911, and you might be able to get online a little bit if it's very slow, but basically you're not going to be functioning online and you're not going to have phone calls. That part is really going to freak people out. Do we know when it's going to be? No. It would probably have been ideal if they could have done it like really soon, because if they could get the 3 days done before Easter, then it's got this biblical significance, but it doesn't appear that that is happening. It does appear that a lot of military has been tied up in emergency work, and so that has slowed this process, but that also could be disinformation. We really don't know what's going on, and I don't want to know. To be honest with you, we're probably so close to this thing happening, relatively speaking, in terms of linear time. Who cares at this point if we have briefings? If we got the briefings that told us the truth, that would jeopardize the plan, because you cannot underestimate how dangerous these people are, the cabal, how vast their resources are, that any leaks of intel could help them, and I am not going to be that guy. I am not going to be that guy that's going to help them out so that they don't get defeated. So we're not going to go into more detail about what we know, although I do have some amazing stuff here that you're going to see suggesting what might happen, okay? Now, Q had another thing to say, so let's go into this one. This is the very next post after the previous one. I'm showing you the whole thing as a unit, and then we're going to break it up into 2 pieces here. Okay, here we go. Pelosi delivered impeachment articles on the same day as the first U.S. COVID-19 case. Isn't that interesting? Because they knew they were going to lose, right? So why was it fast-tracked in H? And I'm not sure what they mean by H. We'd have to go back and read the tweet. There's a lot of stuff I prepared for today. I didn't really have time to go through this. It's brand new. Why did Pelosi hold until January 15th? Well, that's when it was just starting. What was the release marker? Okay, that's interesting. Public time to negotiate Senate witnesses and processes. What if the impeachment was meant to fail? What if the impeachment was meant to distract from overseas developments, perhaps like the idea of Prince Andrew and the whole, Harry and Meghan leaving the royal family, okay? What did all U.S. media focus on during the quote-unquote impeachment process? Only one thing. How do you term POTUS rallies? Terminate. That's what term means, terminate. How do you terminate rallies for the president? How do you terminate the economic gains the president got? How do you terminate the unemployment gains he got? How do you terminate the trade negotiations with China? How do you terminate any debate with Biden? How do you terminate any public appearance with Biden? And how do you terminate any live interviews with Biden? How do you terminate any Ukraine and China mainstream media coverage? So now we go to the next part. How do you change the narrative? Well, that's what they're doing. Who benefits the most? That should be obvious. How do you alter the President and Biden presidential debate structure? Well, that's pretty obvious. How do you hold hostage public aid in exchange for national ballot harvesting law being adopted? Well, that's another thing that they've talked about, is this idea that they don't want to give the world, they don't want to give America at least, let's just be more parochial, they don't want to give America what America needs unless we are held over the barrel, and they put in these voting laws that make it so that they could totally steal the election by having people mail in their ballots, and then all the mail can be screwed with, and you never really know who won, except it's definitely going to be Biden. That much we would know. Okay, and if Biden wins, by the way, we're screwed. That's definitely the case, because you look at what's going on here, you look at who these people are, and Biden is part of that deep state. So I'm not even sure how guys like Buttigieg and Sanders got washed away by Biden, and we talked about that in previous episodes, the Iowa and New Hampshire and the really weird stuff that was going on where Iowa did not have a vote. They didn't have a result. It was all 0, 0, 0, 0, and then New Hampshire got all weird. And then they kind of slipped Biden under the table, which means that all the people on the left, that's the last person in the world they want. So now they've really got a dark night of the soul, because it's literally one or the other. Now it's got to come down to, well, okay, what do you think is going to be worse? You think it's going to be worse to have the current president, or you think it's going to be worse to have Biden? And so for people on the left, they're having a really hard time, because it's not going to look very good either way, okay? Now let's go back to our slide here. How do you hold hostage public aid in exchange for national ballot harvesting law being adopted? Well, that's a very evil thing. How do you appease the radical left knowing that Sanders' dropout is coming? In other words, they're trying to get everybody that was going to vote for Bernie to vote for Biden. Do you hold hostage public aid in exchange for a Green New Deal? Yes. The truth will shock the world. To regain power by any means necessary. That is what this deep state is trying to do. They will literally try to kill the whole planet so that Trump loses the election. I know it sounds stupid. I'm sorry. I'm sorry it sounds so crazy if you don't have the ability to understand, or you don't want to understand this, or you think, oh my God, David, you're an idiot. All right, I'm an idiot, okay? But this is what it's actually saying, and as I've said before, there's over 500 proofs that Q is coming from the presidential administration, and the media has never, ever, ever, sorry, I touched my microphone, never, ever, ever talked about that at all. But it's so obvious. I mean, I could do days and days of these shows online for you on YouTube Live, just going through the Q proofs, just going through all the different ways that the president would make a tweet at the same time that something comes out on Q, or that his tweet would have something in it that was in Q, or they'd leave these codes and these ciphers, or he would make leading statements about the number 17, which is the letter Q in the alphabet, 17th letter from A in the alphabet, okay? The truth will shock the world. They keep saying there's going to be a world televised sit down. They're saying trust the plan. They're saying prepare for the storm. The storm is coming. This is the storm, okay? It's obvious now. And now, okay, yeah, it sounds pretty hard to believe that somebody would be that crazy that they wouldn't want to lose a presidential election and they'd ruin the whole planet to try not to lose. But you have to understand what's at stake. From the cabal's perspective, this is life and death. From the cabal's perspective, they're going to lose everything, and they don't give a crap about us, and so they'd rather ruin the whole planet than go down. If you don't like that, I really do apologize, and I'm sorry if you don't feel like Trump is the right guy for you. But let's be grateful that somebody's doing it, okay? That somebody had the personality structure necessary to suffer through the most horrific mass media organized attack in human history, to become the most hated man on the planet, to become the most stalked man on the planet, every tiny, minute detail of your life meticulously pored over, looking for flaws and looking for things to attack. How in the world, I mean, just with what Elizabeth and I have been through, which is not even a fraction of 1% of what the president's gone through, and how much it screwed us up. And now we're finally getting some clarity and getting through this. But my goodness, I mean, the damage is just unbelievable. When you're out there as a public figure and a certain number of people dislike you, it's rough. Okay, you look at what happens to people on social media when they go viral, which is now a very odd term, and what happens to them? It's nasty, okay? People get suicidal, they lose faith in humanity, they lose faith in other people, they become paranoid, they don't want to leave the house, they shut down all their social media, they want to terminate everything. And, you know, there's so many examples of it, I don't even want to go through all of them, but look at like Anne Hathaway, classic example of somebody who's just so hated online that they actually created a name for it called Hathahate. And she actually was quoted as saying, never Google yourself if you're a public figure. So, yeah, I understand what that's like, and I want you guys to understand too that I do apologize for last year not really being that public, but the attacks got much, 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 much worse. They were making death threats, and we had to take some time off. So I was doing the best I could to finish my book. My book is, I believe, very amazing, and you're going to get to find that out too. We went into print. The first hardcover copies are now being printed right now. That happened earlier this week, and I was able to squeeze in one last prophecy at the very last minute, one page at the very end of the book, and they only gave me 400 words to show you the first of what are now a huge series of COVID-19 prophecies that were in my intuitive readings from 1996. We'll get into that in a minute. But before we do, I want to just go into this for a second. Now, this is a Christian-leaning website. It is a Christian website, Health Impact News, and it says right here, stop the fear-mongering. 12 medical scientists speak out on COVID-19 responses. Now, this whole article is great, and I really should be quoting from the whole thing. It's dated April 4th, 2020, and it says, comments by Brian My eyes aren't good enough to see that small. Shelby or something. Editor, Health Impact News. Sorry about that. You can pause it and read his name. Pull this up. Spread this around. This is a wonderful, wonderful article. I've never seen anything else like it so far. There's 12 immunologists they should all be quoted from. I only had time to make slides for 2 of them. The first one I'll say is Dr. Sucharat Bhakti. He is a very prominent immunologist, and this is what he had to say. The government's anti-COVID-19 measures are grotesque, absurd, and very dangerous. The life expectancy of millions of people because of the shutdown, not because of the virus, but because of the response, is being shortened. The horrifying impact on the world economy threatens the existence of countless people. So he has made a very clear statement here. Now, if that doesn't blow your mind, check out this guy, Dr. Pietro Vernazza, okay? And again, he is a very prominent immunologist. And here's the photograph of what he said in this article. And I'm not going to read it from here. I'm going to actually go through it in a slide here. Dr. Pietro Vernazza is a Swiss physician specializing in infectious diseases at the Cantonal Hospital St. Gallen, and he is also a professor of health policy. We have reliable figures from Italy and work by epidemiologists, which has been published in the renowned science journal Science, which examined the spread in China. So again, before we stop and before we go on, because I know I'm talking fast, I got a lot to get through and we're already at 50 minutes. Just focus on this. He's from Switzerland. He's a Swiss physician, and he specializes in infectious diseases. And he's a professor of health policy, so this is no slouch. He is a major, major player in this, and he has done the deep work of really rolling up his sleeves, washing his hands over and over again, and looking at this information, looking at the data, and publishing it in scientific journals, okay? So this is very clear. Now check this out. I wouldn't even believe this if you hadn't read it yourself, like I'm reading it right now. Dr. Vernazza makes it clear that around 85% of the people who tested positive for coronavirus in Italy, with all the tests they did, 85% of the infections occurred without anyone even noticing they had a problem. Let's just pause it for a second right there. Oh my God. I was guessing around because the 85% sounded too high. You remember last time I was saying, I think it was 75 or 80%. But wait a minute. You're saying 85% of the people who get this thing, which we've tested, we know this now, okay? You saw Dr. Vernazza's face. You know that he works in a prominent level, okay? And he's actually studied the data because a lot of these people are making futuristic prognostications without the actual information. So Vernazza is studying the data, and his conclusion is that 85% of the people who get this thing don't even know. And the only way I was able to tell was that I needed to sleep more, and I'm sure that I got it, and I'm sure that my wife got it. And we got through it, and we're fine. And remember the story about, they had to quickly sweep this one under the rug, the story about Tom Hanks, one of the first celebrities that they said had this thing. And what did they say about him? Well, you know, he had some body aches, and his wife had some chills, and then they got over it, and they were fine. Now what's the media going to do? They're going to focus on anyone who actually gets this below the age of 70 and make a huge story out of it. And it's very sad, but they'll have the, you know, the kid of the victim come on the camera and say, you know, we need to shut the world down forever, or at least long enough that this will never happen to anybody again. But wait a minute. These prominent scientists are telling us that the shutdown is worse, and 85% of people are not even going to get sick at all. Let's go on and see more of what Vernazza has to say. This is going to blow you away. 90% of the people who have died, meaning if you don't die, you're going to live, right? Think about that. You're going to live. 90% of the people who died are verifiably over the age of 70, and 50% of them are over the age of 80. Therefore, okay, check it out. 90% of the people who are threatened by this thing are over 70 years old. So yeah, if you are over 70 years old, and especially if you're Asian or black, I would say stay home, and stay home longer, because this thing's going to take a while. It's not, there's no magic button that's going to make this thing necessarily go away. We do need to do the social distancing. However, in the same article, there are other immunologists quoted who are saying that kids should be going back to school, they should be getting it from each other, and hardly anybody's going to get sick or die from this at that age range, and then they all develop immunity. And once you're immune, you don't have to socially distance. If you've tested for it and you don't have it, you can go out there and you're not going to get it and you're not going to spread it. So once it passes out of your system, it's gone. Then we have really, really great information showing that this chloroquine remedy, this 85-year-old or 65-year-old malaria drug, really does work very well. Plus, there's vitamin D and vitamin C treatments that have worked very well to reduce symptomology, but they're not talking about that either. They're acting like, oh, it could take a long time. And then, of course, there's a lot of people who are really worried about a forced vaccination agenda because the vaccine may be a lot worse than the airborne virus. In other words, the vaccine itself could carry the actual problem that they meaning the globalists, would want you to have to reduce population. So no way are we going to buy into some sort of draconian planetary shutdown followed by, oh, now everybody must have the vaccine, and if you don't have it, then you can't buy or eat. It's just like the mark of the beast thing in the Bible. That's not going to happen because there's way too much possibility the vaccine could be tampered with. And, it's anybody that's going to even produce a vaccine, that would have to be very, very thoroughly tested first to make sure that there were no live viruses in it, okay? Because apparently, one of the immunologists we've spoken to has said that vaccines do have live viruses in them and that you could actually get sick from them and that this is being done deliberately. So there's a lot more on this stuff. Now, we're not quite an hour in yet, and now I want to pivot to some very, very intriguing stuff that I think you're going to want to know. How do I set this up? This is a whole new thing, so let's have a new camera angle. What the hell? I got 4 of them. I might as well use them, right? But everybody says, oh, but David, we love to see your face up close. I understand. But, this way I can be a big idiot and move my hands around, right? I get all that extra real estate. And I like real estate, okay? I like having, especially if you got to stay inside. If I got to stay inside this box, if I'm socially distanced in this box, I want to have some room to move around. I don't want to be in a tiny little cramped apartment. Okay, so before 2007, when I first started to come out publicly against the cabal on my website, you know this, my website was called DivineCosmos.com. Divine Cosmos. Not the guy that's going to be talking about the Illuminati, not the guy that's going to get political at all. In fact, I would probably say none of my website was political before 2007. I didn't go into politics at all. I stayed away from this. I had learned about the Illuminati going back to, 1992, because I had a college class in it, as I've said before. It might have even been, no, it would have been 1992. Spring of 1992 is when I learned, as I've said before, and I'll bring them up again, Sorry to bore you if you've seen this before, but this is kind of important to reiterate. These 3 books, let's go back to the tight shot here. Trading with the Enemy by Charles Higham, which is about the Nazis collaborating with the U.S. During World War II. Then you got American Swastika, also by Charles Higham, which, let's see if I can avoid, yeah, there we go. And this again is another book that is thick, and let's read some of the back cover. It says, this evolves into one of the most shocking books of the year, New York Times. A lively expose of the links between the Nazis and the American industrialists during World War II, San Mateo Times. Charles Higham did his homework very well. The book is written in factual, well-documented dispassion, but no reader will be able to keep his cool. The Jewish News. This book is explosive, Village Voice. Charles Higham's revelations of corporate America's treason during World War II remain shocking. Moving through its pages, there first is a sense of fascination, then sadness, then anger, and finally a restless questioning. Has it always been this way? Will it always be this way with the world? Northwest Magazine. This is a disturbing book, but Higham has the credentials, academically, to support his charges, Seattle Times. A report that will be of interest to every student of modern history, Publishers Weekly. And then this book, The Wall Street and the Rise of Hitler, of course, another really big one, makes every previous book on World War II obsolete. The contribution made by American capitalism to German war preparations before 1940 can only be described as phenomenal. It was certainly crucial to German military capabilities. Not only was an influential sector of American business aware of the nature of Nazism, but for its own purposes aided Nazism wherever possible and profitable, with the full knowledge that the probable outcome would be a war involving Europe and the United States. There you have it, folks. That is not something I made up. I took a college class in this, and Anthony Sutton and Charles Higham were the two main sources that all these sociological professors were quoting from. So let's go back to my wide, let's have some room here. So when you know that stuff, okay, and I learned this in college in 1992, you know, as a sophomore. Actually, no, I was a freshman, believe it or not, freshman in college. And I'm getting graded on my ability to remember these things and to say, yeah, you know, the American industry is the only reason why Hitler existed. And then when Ford Motor Company's tank plants were blown up by the Allies in World War II, Henry Ford personally repaid Hitler to rebuild those tank plants, get those tanks back out there as quick as possible. Here's the money. Just make sure the war doesn't end. You know, wait a minute, what are you guys doing? And why in the world did they try to have a nuclear war? Well, they had underground cities and they planned to sit pretty underground and wait out the whole thing while all of us were in an apocalypse on the surface. That's not going to happen. There's been positive ETs that have stopped all that from happening. So my personal journey started with that really harsh awakening in 1992 in college, and then I began reading a lot more books on it because I said this is a huge story and I need to follow up. And so one of the most significant books, again, was New World Order, The Ancient Plan of Secret Societies by William T. Still. Blew me away. Another one was The Character, Claims, and Practical Workings of Freemasonry by Reverend C.G. Finney. Now, to that end, let's go to this one. 4. I want to talk about Freemasonry for a second. Now, I have an alliance guy who I've spoken to before, and for reasons we're not going to say why because it would give too much away, we called him the Ice Cream Man. It's nothing sick. He had a model of how the globalists financed themselves called the self-licking ice cream cone. That's why we called him Ice Cream Man. Anyway, he was a 33 in the Masonic order, and he told me, and we were totally being honest with each other. There was no reason for him to hide anything from me. He said that nothing that he encountered in Freemasonry up through the 33rd degree had any conflict with his Christian beliefs. And I've had another guy write me now, a 32nd degree Mason, who said exactly the same thing, and he's happy to talk to me on the phone about it. So I want to be clear that if you look at the leakage of Masonic documents from the early 1800s, because there was an anti-Masonic revolt in America, that's what Finney's book talks about, Reverend Finney. There was an anti-Masonic revolt in the late 1820s, and all of the first 32 degrees were published, and at that time, there was some really weird stuff in there, including a statement that was made that we must crush the head of the serpent of religion. What I think has happened is that Masonry, to a large degree, has turned into a benevolent fraternal organization, and they've taken a lot of flack and a lot of heat. But all of the weird stuff, all the dark stuff, apparently is now happening above and beyond the 33rd degree, if it's happening through there at all. But again, the people who I have spoken to personally have told me that they don't see anything like that, so I think it was modified. And we really have to be very, very careful, folks. We have to be very careful that we don't get into the torches and pitchforks, witch-burning, massive, chaotic, Spanish Inquisition, Salem witch trial nonsense, okay? We want to be worthy of this golden age, worthy of the new planet, and that means clemency, forgiveness, amnesty, as much as possible. If people are going to do the right thing, we need to support them as heroes, not castigate them as villains. And even though I've never been in any of these secret societies and I wouldn't want to be, that is not an excuse to go after somebody. It's simply not, because anybody who's up to 33 in Masonry now apparently does not have any of this kind of stuff going on. So I just wanted to make that clear, okay? And it's also very important to understand that these things do still exist. They may not exist in Freemasonry anymore, at least not within any of the degrees that most people would ever find out about, but it's out there. And in the past, the Freemasonry secrecy did allow for there to be a cover where people could plot things. And in fact, the American Revolution was a Masonic revolution as well. All of the guys that signed the Declaration of Independence, except for one, were Freemasons. The Boston Tea Party was not Indians. It was actually the Masons dressed up with face paint and feathers and stuff, and they were the ones that dumped the tea off the side of the boat in a protest against taxation without representation. I totally agree with Alex Jones when he said that the answer to 1984 is 1776. And that was a Masonic thing. They did that, okay? So and there's a lot of good books you can read on that. And William T. Still's book talks about that as well. So I don't want to bore you with analysis of stuff that we've talked about before. I want to get into stuff that's new. What's new for me, and what was my work up until 2007 from when I first debuted in 1999, I was a freakish spiritual guy, okay? I'm talking about the fact that there's angelic extraterrestrials out there who are apparently, at the same level as Buddha or any of these other great spiritual avatars, that there's a lot of these beings out there we're actually very well compensated for in terms of who's who in the zoo, and there's a whole bunch of really wonderful, benevolent, angelic beings out there helping us. And you don't have to give up your religion. The religions are basically all steering in the same direction. We get caught up in the semantics, which is sad. So the real secret is that these beings have never left and that they are still working to try to make our planet a better place. And in the past, they built giant stone monuments like pyramids and Stonehenge. And now we see UFOs in the sky. Some of them are built by the military-industrial complex, but some of them are genuinely people from other planets. And again, when you talk to the real insiders who know what's going on, we're not dealing with these octopi with a bunch of tentacles. We're not dealing with scary creatures. We're dealing with people that look like you and me. They might be taller, they might be shorter, they might have different colors of pigment in their skin, like a pastel blue, pastel pink, pastel yellow, pastel green. But more or less, they just look like people. They might have some subtle variation in the way their ears look, the way their noses look, their eyes, their eyebrows. It's not, the nose might be a little different sometimes, the teeth might be a little different sometimes, but it's not really as much as you would think. So they're not going to be that unsettling to meet. But when you meet these people, they are telepathic and they will communicate to you mind to mind. So when you read various, when you read various esoteric sources, such as the Law of One series, which was really my Magna Carta, the big dropping of the law. The Law of One came in this book called The Law of One, series of 5 books. And that really, for me, after all the years I'd been studying, when I found it in 1996, and I'd already read like 300 books on UFOs and ancient civilizations, and I found dozens and dozens of things in these books, the Law of One, that I had not seen anywhere else, that I thought were original discoveries, scientifically. And it went way, way beyond the way that I saw it and where I saw it. And so I'm finally, in the new book, Awakening the Dream, coming out on June 2nd, finally going through step by step how the Law of One integrated with all these other things I'd been doing research on, and I show you the quotes and I tie it all together. It's really, really amazing. Some of that stuff I am going to go through in the Great Awakening course, which is actually starting this Sunday. So I'm going to get a lot busier because between my wife and me, for about 5 or 6 weeks, we're going to be working twice a week. So if you sign up for the class, there's going to be a big download on a Sunday and a big download, I believe it's on a Wednesday or Thursday. I think it's a Thursday in our schedule. We're about to finalize the schedule. I'm waiting till the last minute to get all the schedule finalized because things are changing so rapidly and I want to make sure that it's pretty accurate of what I'm actually going to do. So all of this is a preface to the big discussion, which is how I personally got navigated into developing a direct intuitive contact with benevolent apparent extraterrestrial beings. And it did not happen easily, it did not happen quickly. From age 2, I had dreams of flying cylinders hovering over my backyard. Maybe they weren't dreams. That's one of the things I've since figured out pretty clearly. It probably was contact experiences that were blank slated or mind wiped out of my conscious mind. That sounds crazy if you're not new to UFOs, but when you start getting into this stuff, you find out a lot of people have had these kinds of experiences. And in the abduction research, we actually find out that contrary to these CIA-influenced disinformation campaigns that were put into ufology, that's the study of UFOs, in fact, the vast majority of ET contacts are positive. People are knowingly participating in a genetic sampling program. And in the book, I make a very strong case that those genetic samples were taken on purpose by positive sources to make sure that we have enough genetic material to be able to reboot humanity on another planet if we need to. Because with cloning, you get a lot of inbreeding and you have a lot of problems. So you can't really clone people. You have to have original DNA. So the book gets into a lot of information on that, including the fact that we might have totally misjudged some of the grays out there. I'm not saying that all grays are bad, and I'm not saying that all grays are good, but I'm saying that there are apparently different types of grays, and it really is just a human being that has grown up from a fetal state with the fetal proportions remaining the same. You have the larger head, the larger eyes, and the spindly body. But apparently those beings in some cases are being used for a genetic program that is intended to make sure that humanity will persist regardless of what planet we're on. And you need a lot of original DNA to make sure that happens. I go into a lot of detail on that in the new book, and it will blow you away. I'm going to do some of it in the class. I don't know how much because I have so much other stuff I need to cover. And you'll see actually where these grays appear to be in the Bible, believe it or not. And that's a fascinating and very contentious discussion, which, again, it takes a long time to talk about. We're not going to do that today. But suffice it to say that there are, if you will, angelic beings that appear in the Bible. There's multiple references to them. They look human, but they're definitely more than human. They can levitate. They give people prophecies. They tell you what's going to happen before it does. They speak to people in their dreams. And so ever since I was 2 years old, I had these dreams of a robed being speaking. We talk about this in the movie The Cosmic Secret, by the way, so I'd recommend that highly. And we just retaped all of my footage. The new version just came out like a week ago. You got to see it. If you have bought it already, you'll be able to see the new version now. So just go back and rewatch it. I think you'll like it more. The sound is better, and my performance, I think, is a little smoother in the new one. Anyway, these celestial beings, these avataric, angelic beings are very real, and they have been making sure that we're going to be okay. But they have a prime directive. They can't just show up. They have to guide us through a planetary awakening process. And they've been working to some degree, maybe to a large degree, with various groups here on Earth in the military and political arena, believe it or not. And so, yes, there are positive extraterrestrial forces that are collaborating with what we would call the Alliance, this international group, defeating the Illuminati, and it is literally a biblical scale thing going on where you have angelic beings making sure our planet's going to be okay. They can't control who's going to win the election, but they can try as best they can to make sure that our planet will be safe as we move through this global awakening that they have called ascension. And it does appear to me that we are going through the cosmic dark night of the soul process of that ascension right now, and that there are very amazing outcomes heading our way in the near future. So again, the man with the white robe, the old man, was talking to me ever since I was 2 years old in my dreams. And then when I was 5, I had an out-of-body experience, and I snapped back to my body, or I appeared to after a short time. And then afterwards, I felt very badly that I should have gotten another chance, and I didn't get one for 2 years until I was 7. I finally told my mother about this, and she took me under the cellar stairs and showed me a book called How to Make ESP Work For You that had exercises on developing your ESP. So I actually did practice ESP from age 7. And again, I've said this before, but it's worthy of repetition. The last book that I wrote, The Ascension Mysteries, does have that whole story in it. The whole story of my childhood, the man, all of the things I was doing right up until actually I got my first big UFO disclosure information when I was a college student. At the same time I was learning about the Cabal. My whole history of my life and all this weird, crazy stuff that was happening to me up until then is in this book. The new book picks up where that left off, because the part that I didn't get into is the most contentious part, which was after, in 1992, I got completely free of addiction to alcohol and marijuana. I had a very severe marijuana addiction. I was running it on a maintenance high level, meaning that I would basically be intoxicated every day from the time, a couple hours after I woke up for the rest of the day. You can't really function that way. I do support moderation. I don't support addiction, and I don't support getting your life all screwed up from it, okay? So 27 years and not a drop of alcohol. I have used cannabis tincture for dental pain. I had no choice. I had 10 out of 10. I didn't even know what that was before I had this veneer work done because I'd chewed off the enamel on my teeth. So my doctor would not prescribe any painkillers, and I needed to do something. So just to put that on the record publicly, okay? And I did actually find that that treatment does have really noticeable effects on identifying traumatic memories that would have been bound up in PTSD type of stuff. So it really actually is not as bad as people make it out to be. But again, please don't let it get away from you. You know, this is not a good time to become totally hooked on anything. But again, you know, it has had some value for me, so I do want to say that. With that being said, I'm obviously being very careful about everything that happens in my life, and I do have a therapist, and my therapist has been supervising me with the use of this for PTSD alleviation. So there you go. Confession, you have it. Okay. It's really not a big deal. It's legal and it was available, and I actually think that pharmaceutical stuff would have been a lot worse, in my opinion. So there you go. Now, getting back to what happened in my life. When I got sober, when I stopped using everything, okay, up until this dental stuff happened, it was 27 years of absolutely nothing at all. I wouldn't even go after coffee or any of that stuff. So during that time, after 3 years of being completely clean and sober, and 3 years of writing my dreams down every morning, you see, I started to write my dreams down at the same time that I got clean. And the dreams began to give me prophetic glimpses of my future. And I started to write them down every day. And in the new book, I go through all of that stuff. And I had actually gone back to these dream notebooks and read them for the first time since I wrote them down in 92, 93, 94, and 95. I have handwritten college notebooks where I'm writing my dreams down. I had never read them really since they came in. And then when I start to read them last year, there's these crazy time loops in which they are referring to things that were happening in my life at the time, the people that I knew, the places I was living, very, very precise. There was probably 90 or 100 of these kind of prophecies, and I only was able to maybe document about 30 of them or 40 of them in the book because there was just too many. But they were remarkably amazing. And this was one of the things that started to happen to me, dreams predicting the future. And it's not as crazy as it sounds. If you study remote viewing, you find out everybody has this ability. I am not saying that I'm special. I'm not saying that I'm different. Well, I guess I am saying I'm different because most people aren't doing this, but just like you could learn how to play piano as a concert pianist, you could also learn how to do this. And that's what I'm going to be focusing on in my new class, The Great Awakening, because I want you to replicate my effects. I want you to study this, and I want you to learn how to do this, okay, because now is the time. And we do protect it behind a paywall because I don't want this just going out there to everybody, because now everybody's going to say they're doing readings, okay? But if you really want to get the right results, you have to follow the protocol, and the protocols are very exacting, and I will be training you on how they work. But the most important one is to get your mind out of it. If you understand the words that are coming out of your mouth, you're doing it wrong. So there's a whole art to doing a meditation that is so deep that you don't actually track the words. And it's not as easy as it sounds. There's very precise practices, which I feel I perfected. And so from 1996 to 1999, I began getting these downloads of verbal information 3 years after my dreams came in. And the dreams themselves were the ones that were pushing me to do this. And I'm going to talk about that in the class, and it's in the book. The dreams pushed me to start listening to the still small voice that I could only hear when I was first waking up in the morning, and I had just captured a dream. And I hear, it's very difficult to hear it actually. It's sort of like listening to sounds in the other room and you can't quite make it out. And it does have positioning. You can hear where it is. There's a 360-degree halo around you, and you'll hear it coming from a direction, okay? Let's go to 4. So you'll hear it from a direction, like it might be behind you, and then you'll have fleeting visual images that come into your mind. It'll be of a person, or it'll be of a particular location or a scene, and those will come in very fast. It takes a lot of practice to slow it down, which is one of the things remote viewing teaches you. And all these protocols that I developed were based off of remote viewing, which I learned from books like Cosmic Voyage by Dr. Courtney Brown, and then his follow-up, Cosmic Explorers. They were very helpful. I modified those protocols. I modified remote viewing protocols to capture verbal information, only to find out later from Dr. Pete Peterson, who worked on the original remote viewing research, that in fact they deliberately modified remote viewing so that people didn't hear verbal information because these angelic beings were trying to talk to people and the military wanted to squash that. So now you can only go and look at things that are far away, which is remote viewing. You're looking at a landscape, you're getting precise information about what's there, and you bring it back and you write it down. Well, I found out that the same basic ideas could be used to capture verbal information. The first date that I did this was 11/10/96, or November 10th, 1996. And it was unbelievable because even from the very first day, it was loaded with all kinds of crazy stuff. There are 9/11 prophecies in there. We're going to go through those again. And now, no question whatsoever, these early readings from December 1996. Now finally he's getting to it at 1 hour and 20 minutes in, 5:20 p.m. Pacific time. I'm finally getting to it, okay? But this is all build-up to make this good for you. We got to make it juicy. Oh my God, as of this morning, I have found dozens of pandemic coronavirus prophecies in the December 1996 material. Obviously, it wasn't in the book, but I found the first one earlier this week, and I actually got 400 pages into the book the day before it went into print. On the last page, 400-page summary of one of these prophecies that I'm going to show you now. Since then, it really needs to have a whole chapter, but I'm doing it here because we can't get it into the book. I'm sorry. But it's amazing. And a lot of the things that I'm going to read you today are in the book. I just didn't know what they meant at the time. So I want to be clear that these readings that I was doing, I would have a stack of cassette tapes on my desk, okay? And I would start transcribing them sometimes a month or 2 months after I had originally dictated them. And over and over and over again, they would describe what was happening to me right before I sat down and transcribed the tapes. Now, I know that might sound crazy to you, and I get that. Nothing can really duplicate the feeling of actually having it happen to you directly. But again, if I teach you how to do this, you can try it. You could start getting readings, because especially now with the planetary energies changing, it'll be easier to get this to work than it was before. It'll be easier for you to get this to happen for yourself. And the guidance is pretty darn useful because we're all having to tap into our higher selves authentically now and get clear guidance, clear communication. That's one of the things I'm going to stress in this class. The clear communication on what you need to do, where you need to go, the choices you need to make. You got to guide yourself through this because there's a lot of things we don't know. And until the Alliance does the mass arrest and we get the global sit down, there's still a lot of uncertainty. And even afterwards, you know, there could be all kinds of information that would be nice for you to have about where this thing is going to go for us as a planet. So the very first day was November 10th, 1996. It absolutely blew me away. I have not been through the November readings yet. There's probably all kinds of pandemic stuff in there too, because what I'm going to show you here is pretty much the entirety of the first 2 weeks of December, which is heavily covered in my book already, and there's a whole lot of pandemic stuff in there. So before we go further, I just want to tailor this a little more. I want to be clear that there were 3 years of daily dreams that led up to this, where I was getting the dreams and I was having these experiences with cosmic beings ultimately telling me, we want to communicate with you, the people in the UFOs, David, we want to communicate with you. Well, why do you guys want me? Why not somebody else? They said, well, let's go back to 2. Well, we like you. We like your attitude, we like your vibration, we like your resonance, and we don't want to work with people unless we like them. So they say in the Law of One that they don't seek out necessarily, they don't seek out people who have any worldly power or influence. They go after the people who have the right vibrational frequency that they would appreciate working with and working for. And so my dreams were inviting me into learning a language of symbolism and metaphor. And what was so fascinating was, after 3 years of dedicated dream work, that these remote viewing style readings that I pulled in used that symbolic language. So before I start reading this to you, I want to be clear that I had not developed this all on my own. I was working with a guy who had a website called greatdreams.com. I met him in Richard C. Hoagland's online discussion forum in 1996. His name is Joe Mason, and he is mentioned in the book, and he was already doing this technique that he called the dream voice. And he trained me in it. And the technique is, when you first wake up in the morning, and you can still remember new details from your dream, don't move, lie there in bed quietly and listen to whatever background noise is in your head and get a sentence fragment, and you want it to sound weird. You don't want it to make sense. You don't want to try to understand it. The crazier it sounds, the better, actually. You don't want this thing to be easy to understand. It should be sounding like it's some weird encoded data. So I would just let my body, let my mouth speak, and I was listening first and writing it down. Then I went to dictating it on a tape recorder. That happened sometime in December, I think. But the first part was all things that I listened to and then wrote down by hand. I don't recommend that. It is ultimately better to speak it rather than write it, okay? But the real big key, and I'll get a lot more into this in the class, is getting into a very deep state of meditation when you're waking up, not moving, having your tape recorder right there. Well, now it's not a tape recorder. Now you could use your iPhone. You could literally use the recorder app in your iPhone and just hit that thing on, put it on your chest. I know you're going to get some x-rays or whatever, but put it on your chest or put a book over it. That's what I usually do to get some distance. And then you just speak right into it. And I actually did some new ones back a few months ago, and I got to go back and look at them now in light of what's happened. It's the first time I've done those readings in a long time. I was not prepared for the level of hatred that I was going to get when I went online and started telling people I was doing this. It was incredible. Despite the fact that there were very obviously elegant future prophecies, including a whole bunch of stuff on 9/11. I had this very interesting article that I wrote called Bouncing Back from Hack Attack, and the picture on that article actually is of a coronavirus with a little angry face, and he's got these spikes around, because coronavirus has been around a long time, and it was a flu at the time. And in that article I said that I had all these dreams about some major disaster, and this was right before Fukushima, and the details of the dreams included tsunamis, volcanic type of eruptions, fire, all kinds of horrible stuff. And sure enough, I put that publicly. I said, I'm getting these indications, and then Fukushima happened afterwards. Now, there's a lot of prophecies that my readings have had, and they're scattered throughout Synchronicity Key, they're scattered throughout Ascension Mysteries, and now they're also in the new book, Awakening in the Dream. I think it's only like $20 if you pre-order it, so it's really not a big deal. And if you pre-order it now, you can get it on June 2nd. They are printing it now. It is not going to be late, and I highly recommend it. So, I basically spent the whole book, Awakening the Dream, building up to the point where the readings got started, and I only had like 2 chapters left by the time I got there, chapters 24 and 25, to start going into some of the readings. So there's going to have to be another book where I unpack a lot more of these stories about having a stack of cassettes on my desk, transcribing something in the now, and then finding out that it's talking about what happened right before I sat down at the computer, even though I recorded this, and it's my voice talking. I remember one case where my girlfriend at the time, Sabrina, had just come back and told me that she met up with a guy at the Association for Research and Enlightenment in Virginia Beach, that's the Edgar Cayce Center, and that he was all excited showing her pictures of a building where the top floor of the building had a little UFO in it with porthole windows. Immediately after she tells me this story, I go back to my transcript tape, which I was transcribing from, I guess, a couple months ago. And the very next thing on the tape was a building where the top floor looks like a UFO with porthole windows. If you study remote viewing, it's an absolute fact that remote viewers see through time. They can see into the future. There is no disputing this. This is absolutely unequivocally proven. And a really great movie from the same studio that has done Above Majestic and Cosmic Secret that talks about this is Third Eye Spies. I highly recommend that you go and watch Third Eye Spies. It is a must-see. If you don't believe how powerful remote viewing really is and what they were accomplishing, take the bunny hill and go watch the movie. You don't have to read anything. It will blow you away. Direct interviews with Russell Targ, one of the main people who was responsible for this. A whole bunch of those guys came out and said how powerful this was. That is a must-see movie. Okay. There's a lot of pieces here, as you can see. I'm trying to put this all together for you, and I'm trying to not go too far in time. When I started to do the dream voice technique, it worked the same way that Joe Mason told me it would, which is really weird sentences that don't sound like you'd expect them to sound. The very first day, it told me that I should go visit Chichen Itza with my mind, which was basically speaking to my dream of having out-of-body experiences that I'd had since I was 5 to get another chance. And then immediately after, I finished writing all this up and reading it and realized it's telling me to do astral projection, which is the out-of-body experience thing. This guy from a UFO group, Pine Bush UFO group, calls me up and says, "Hey, David, I want to invite you to a seminar today on astral projection." Right after it had just come through. So the very first day I did this, November 10th, 1996, it frickin' blew me away. I became very aware very quickly I was not talking to aliens, I was talking to angelic robed beings because I was seeing them as these readings would come through. I'd see these people that looked sort of like the old man from my dreams as a kid, and same people that I was seeing described in Dr. Courtney Brown's books where he calls them the Midwayers, and several other books were talking about these kinds of people. They do exist. The government has a kind of a bland name for them called tall whites, but yet there are several types of tall whites. It's not just one phenotype, so you got to be clear on that. But these beings were not going to let me off the hook. They were very, very, very strict. They made sure that I had a very tight diet. At the time, I was doing a very intense vegan diet, and when I've brought animal proteins back in, I've done so on a very careful basis and only the most ethical way to do it, if possible. It does say in the Law of One to take animal proteins to the extent necessary for the health of the physical body. I got very unhealthy on the vegan diet. As I've said before, I literally looked like I staggered out of a concentration camp. So my stools weren't even holding together. I was eating millet and quinoa and avocados and udo's oil for breakfast, and it came out looking the same way it went in. And that was scary because I wasn't digesting anything. So it was a really tough time. But on the other hand, I was getting really great intuitive access. And I was pulling in these amazing readings that I transcribe them and then it comes true. And there are undeniable documented prophecies that I go into in the new book, Awakening the Dream, about the 2000 election crisis between Gore and Bush, where it said the vice president considers this his own authorship, but he does not realize that he is completely naked. The interim period will decide the next victor. The vice president considers this his own authorship. There was an election crisis in 2000. It extended for a number of days after the election was over because they couldn't figure out a winner, and ultimately the Supreme Court handed it to George W. Bush, even though when you actually counted all the votes, Gore won. Okay? The interim period will decide the next victor. That was the space in between. This was on my website. This prophecy was on my website in 1999 before the election. Okay? Nobody can dispute that. It talks about the vice president. It said he considers this, the election crisis, his own authorship, meaning he can steer it so he's going to win, while not realizing that he is completely naked. The interim period will decide the next victor. Not realizing he's completely naked, yes, because the Bush cartel faction had rigged the system to make it impossible for Gore to win. They had bought the Supreme Court, they're the globalists, they're the oil men, and they're going to make sure that their guy gets in there no matter what, and that's what happened. And we're seeing the same kind of weird election tampering going on right now. So, that's one example of prophecies. There's a number of 9/11 prophecies as well, and God, I hate the hands thing. I'm getting static behind my hands when I put my hands behind me. I'm sorry about that, folks. But it happens, you know, for whatever reason. So we'll try to avoid that. Sorry if you are having problems. We get some comments on that. All right. So enough dilly-dallying here. We will get back into some of the actual results. So the readings weren't coming in almost every day in the beginning, but then I started to get into a good rhythm in December. By this point, the source was already telling me I needed to stop worrying, I needed to improve my diet, I needed to not be so worried about all these things. And in the book, Awakening the Dream, I talk about how all of this was going to turn into prophecies that happened as I was writing the book last year. So all the people I knew, the place I lived, my wife, her name, having a center in Colorado, having a center in California, all that was in there. And I was living in New York State at the time this happened. So it's very, very bizarre and very, very interesting stuff. The source had clearly identified itself as some sort of angelic being. And anyway, the beings, have made it very clear through many years, and the dreams that I've continued to get this whole time, every morning I still get them, that they are going to make sure that we get through this thing with the global awakening, that this is not the end of the world. And they have a lot more that they can do than you might realize. They, for example, have stopped nuclear war. The Cabal tried to do nuclear war many times and were not able to succeed because these beings would stop them. The nukes would never be able to go off. And there's tons of great ufology on that. Well, if they could stop nuclear war, then why would they allow a virus to kill everybody on Earth? They're not going to. But what appears to have happened is that they needed us to have a global dark night of the soul. They needed the Cabal to make one last move. And then that last move would be what exposes them. And this thing is anger-inducing, right? If it's true that human beings made this virus deliberately and released it deliberately to try to stop them from losing control of the planet, okay? That's a big deal. That's a big problem, and that's going to make people really mad. So they were going for broke. The Cabal people were going for broke, and as we just said, 85% of the people that get this are not even going to notice they have it. 90% of them are over the age of 70. So it's not as bad as we're made to believe. People are going to learn this. We're going to get everything turned back on. We're going to get the 3 days without telephone or internet, and we're going to get the global televised sit-down. Is that going to change my life as a result of telling you this before it happened? Absolutely. But you know what? Being a celebrity in the era of social distancing is not going to be too bad because there's not going to be a bunch of crowds. So that's kind of a fringe benefit, I guess. Anyway, I'm talking a lot and I'm not getting to the point yet, but it's all very important foundational equipment to layer in. So let's now go into some of these remarkable prophetic statements, beginning with the Section 2, December section. Some of this stuff is going to sound crazy, but this is how the readings actually speak. It's very different than how we normally talk. So here we go. In your cap and gown, they're saying that I graduated, right? That I graduated into being able to get this intuitive contact. Think about what you are shopping for a moment. Aquamarine, the colors of the spectrum. So that right there is a statement about increasing my blue, like the throat chakra would be the aquamarine color. And then the indigo color is the pineal gland center. So in your cap and gown, meaning that I've graduated to activate these centers enough to be able to do this channeling, if you will. That's what some people call it. Think about what you're shopping for a moment. Aquamarine, the colors of the spectrum. And then, of course, because now COVID is woven through all of this stuff, as you're going to see, think about what you're shopping for. Well, that's another... When they start to stack up, you'll see what I'm talking about. Because now we can't shop for the things we want to shop for. So think about what you're shopping for has this other meaning. But then when they say the colors of the spectrum, they're also talking about all the chakras and awakening and getting the ascension process to work for you. Control your data flowing in through information. This is just telling me to meditate deeper and try to improve my contact. Slow down the matrix. Well, that's exactly one of the things that the Cabal has done, right? If you look at the world as if it's a matrix, right? If they're trying to plug everybody into a matrix and the world, they want to turn us into this AI stuff, right? Well, slow down the matrix, the idea being they've slowed down the whole world. Now everything is in slow motion. So that's an interesting possible connection. There will be some that are so unambiguous that you'll see how this all adds up over time. Your work has many serious overtones. In other words, they're already setting me up for a role that I had no idea I would have, because at the time I was a guy working for $5.77 an hour when this came in. Had no idea I was going to be a public figure. We build electronic sensors. You know what? Sierra is the boss. I talked to her on the phone last night. Do I know what this means? No, but I'm at this point not interested in withholding any of the information, because some of these prophecies might have meanings that I don't see yet, but it's also okay if they don't. You know, that's one of the things you got to do, is not try to control it. You just let the data come through and you let it go where it wants to go. And so if the data doesn't make sense, that's okay. Maybe later on you'll find out it's a prophecy. You come back, you're like, oh my gosh. So I think they're talking here about, you know, Sierra could be a representation of the earth because it's a big mountain. And the earth is the boss. The earth is kind of, you know, helping us out. So Sierra's the boss. I talked to her on the phone the other night. Receiving communications, I know I do have blue eyes. This is talking about the fact that it is a blue-eyed human that was speaking to me, just a higher level being. It's the nature of someone to snoop around, so it's always nice to have a good thought. And again, I just put that in there because that's what they said. I don't really know what this means, but again, it's always good to have positive thoughts. Now, it says, Marjorie, version 3.1, did you read that? Okay, let's stop right there. This clearly to me was a function of the fact that at the time I was doing this, I had Windows 3.1 running on my system, and my grandmother, both my grandmothers' names were Marjorie. Interestingly enough, both my grandmothers' names were Marjorie. So they're asking me, did you read that? Are you making sure that you saw that? So, and then version 3.1. Again, I'm not really sure what all this stuff means, but like, isn't it interesting that now we're saying that Bill Gates very likely paid for this virus and he created Windows 3.1, and all the other stuff that they're going to be talking about here is totally, obviously talking about the pandemic. So I think there's something there. And we'll have to spend a lot more time analyzing this. I literally just put this together this morning. Many people feel they are lost. It's quite appropriate in this society, though. How do you think I feel about it? I never say anything to cause this. They sent me a check for $100. That's all right. I wish that with Dr. Courtney Brown that will also come through. So, many people feel they're lost. It's quite appropriate in the society. They sent me a check. Well, that's actually happening now, right? They're sending people, the U.S. government is apparently going to wire transfer everybody who paid their taxes right into their bank account, $1,200. It's coming pretty imminently. A lot of people are joking about it, but it's one of the things we were told would happen, that there would be payments of restitution made as the cabal was exposed. That's already started. So the whole they sent me a check thing right after the Windows 3.1 reference could be one of the coordinates. And again, Dr. Courtney Brown's book is what taught me how to do this. All right, this is my speakerphone. This is something you can watch. It will be around for many years. We need some purchasing orders bad. Silence is your greatest ally. Now, when they say we need purchasing orders and this is my speakerphone, they're literally saying they want me to train other people in how to do this technique. And they don't want it to be free. It said they sent me a check and all this kind of stuff. And they have other references to that as well. It's not supposed to be free, but it is something that I can train people in, and they want me to do that. Now, this is really interesting. Check this out. That's Concadoro speech, the gravy train for Thanksgiving. There is more to be translated in 1975. Okay, now that's very, very strange. Why? Because yesterday was my brother's birthday. And my brother had a birthday yesterday, and I saw this morning. And I talked to my brother by text yesterday and wished him a happy birthday. He was born in 1975. And so to read this for the first time and really understand what it's saying the day after my brother's birthday, where he was born in 1975, was pretty freaking crazy. And then, okay, Concadoro speech, the gravy train for Thanksgiving, what in the world is that? Well, I went to Google and I typed in Concadoro because what the heck, let's try it. When I typed in Concadoro just this morning, the first thing that comes up, as you can see, out of 8,150,000 results, is Concadoro Restaurant bids a heartbroken goodbye in Orange County. It closes. And then it says February 22nd, 2019, the owners of Concadoro Italian Restaurant are packing up their pasta makers after opting not to renew a lease with a new building owner. And then you look on the right there and it says Concadoro Italian Restaurant permanently closed. Okay, so there you have it. That's what actually happened when I typed in Concadoro on Google. And let's go back and read that passage again. That's Concadoro speech, the gravy train for Thanksgiving. There is more to be translated in 1975. So, Concadoro appears to be a reference to all the restaurants that are going out of business because nobody can be there during the pandemic, which is kind of fascinating when you look at all the other references that you're going to see. They just keep coming and coming and coming. But then the idea of the gravy train for Thanksgiving is very interesting because it suggests that we're actually going to have a very positive outcome. And much like Thanksgiving, which is the holiday of plenty, the horn of plenty, right? We have the turkey, we have the stuffing, we have all that stuff, and people get together, they're not socially distancing. And it's a gravy train, right? That's a reference to, in the English language, the idea of really great prosperity. So it's actually a prophecy about how the restaurants closing, like Concadoro, which how did they know that back in 1996? Apparently they did. And then there's more to be translated in 1975, locking it into the exact time of my brother's birthday, because I know what that year is. This really blew me away. The gravy train for Thanksgiving, Concadoro speech. So let's keep on going here. And again, you might need to really go back and pause this and read this again. I'm just going to go through it all one at a time, but you might want to study this more than once. Extend many refinements and everybody lives a lot closer. Well, heck, this is a direct comment on social distancing. And again, there's so many of these that add up. It's going to be very obvious that they know about what's happening to us now. And in time, we'll understand that everybody can see the future and it's not a big deal. But I just happen to have done this in 96. So extend many refinements and everybody lives a lot closer. What are the odds of them saying everybody lives a lot closer immediately after making a reference to Concadoro, a restaurant that only now has gone out of business, the first thing you type in, and Thanksgiving and the gravy train, the idea that it comes back, and then the coordinate right after my brother's birthday, making it April 8th, which is when we're doing this. Everybody lives a lot closer. That's crazy. It says the batteries are just fine. This suggests that everything is going to work out metaphorically. I'm drawing up a space monitor. This is like the idea of the readings I was doing. And then as I was looking at the clock, I got a 2:22:22 on the concept that this passage indicated that I was developing a connection with one of the woman I was talking to in the angelic kingdom, one of her supervisors or the chief, to get me connected with various other ETs. This is an original note from when I first typed it up. I was just trying to understand what was going on because they had made references to a chief before, right here. The chief passes it in, and it comes back around again as a stepfather, though you know I don't like to use those kinds of words. Well, this is another really curious time-looped prophecy, and the reason for this is fascinating because Danny and Brinkley has spent some time here with us recently in the house. We did some amazing tapings with him that we're going to release later when I get my network up and running, and some really great new stuff that he said that will blow you away. And he has kind of become like a stepfather figure for us, though we wouldn't call him that. He kind of looks at Beth and me as almost like surrogate kids now, and we've had that conversation. And then he is coming out here to visit us soon. So it says it comes back around again. Well, the chief passes it in, it comes back around again as a stepfather, though you know I don't like to use those kind of words. Well, that to me jumps out as a reference to Daniel's imminent arrival. And again, the baffling nature of everything that's going on in my life right now, holographically being encoded into this reading is stunning to me. We're really proud of you. We're really proud of you. You're doing so well. Just time it. Greasy foods give a person a feeling of belonging. That's the sole occupation of the 11th planet. Now, again, that's one of those weird things. It seems to just be telling me not to have a bad diet. And, you know, the 11th planet, of course, is a Zecharia Sitchin reference about the idea of Nibiru. And so the idea that Nibiru is the Anunnaki, it's the evil, bad ETs, like the Enlil faction, or whichever faction you think is bad, depending on which side of this you side on. The 11th planet, like the dark archons, the evil extraterrestrial satanic gods of the Illuminati, right? They're trying to poison us with greasy food. So there you go. That's one of the references they made. Milk is an endangering mechanism. So they're talking about the weaponization of dairy. That's why I never ever eat dairy at all. That's my personal thing. There's a lot of reasons for that. Hormones, antibiotics, all kinds of weird stuff. And then this is a kind of a strange thing. Consider the condom as a sheath around which one must be done for protection. So this is the idea of protecting yourself against infection, an infectious disease. Once again, disease, pathogen, pandemic, right? Condom, so there's another reference to that. Who wants to decide when they will choke to death? But when you choke to death, that's when you will buy more things. So right there, the people who are having this COVID virus are, in a sense, choking to death because their lungs don't work. So there's this statement made about the condom, about shielding yourself from disease, and it immediately goes into choking to death. Okay? So again, they layered in so much of this stuff. The more you see it and you watch this more than once, oh my gosh, wow. Just check off all the list. It's crazy. And they're also saying that, we're going to buy more things because right now everybody's buying a lot of groceries. So then it says, by Saturday you will ask more questions since these things are so deep in your heart. Well, given the way these time loops work, it literally could mean, that by Saturday I'm going to have found a lot more of these readings than I have right now. And if so, I'll work them into the class. Okay. We have always tried to give you direction without pushing or forcing. The receipt of a female into the life processes could be most extraordinary. They already knew I was going to be with Elizabeth when they wrote this. And they're talking about the wonderful effect that she and I would have on each other and for the planet when we get together. So that was in there. Now this is where it gets really crazy. The patriarch is winding down, landing with such a force in each stanza. So here we have Elizabeth, my wife. Her main thing is, the divine feminine, the resurgence of the divine feminine. And they talk about the receipt of a female in the life process could be most extraordinary. The very next thing they do is they bash the patriarchy. Isn't that something? The patriarch is winding down, landing with such a force in each stanza, like the stanzas of a poem. More and more, the barriers are toppling. Those who have faith in the one capitalizing on the shopping are misguided. We all know by now that this is a malevolent force that will soon disintegrate. Now let's just leave this on the screen for a minute as I annotate it. So once again, it's talking about capitalizing on the shopping. In this case, that people cannot shop. And the deep state is capitalizing on that with all these bailouts. But this is part of the patriarch winding down, that the patriarchy is ending, and this is a malevolent force that will soon disintegrate because these higher beings are steering us through this. And again, please remember that the majority of all these words are still available on my website in archive.org snapshots going back to the year 2000, and I have tons of those links in the new book. We can prove in many, many ways that this stuff had to have come through back then. I have not changed anything, and I have all these different ways to prove that. So if I had to do this in a court of law, that's fine. We can legally prove that these things came in when they did. This is not fake. So the patriarch is winding down. It's a malevolent force that will soon disintegrate, and it's capitalizing on the shopping or the lack thereof. Again, very tight reference. Then it's talking about the nature of the patriarchy, that there's some sexual crimes that are happening. So Elizabeth just handed me a note, and she's totally right. In fact, you want to say something on that real quick? Because what the hell, you look good, so...
Well, thank you.
Let's go on this side so you don't block the microphone's cord.
Hey,
this is totally live improv, what the hell, let's do it. Get her to work.
Because when we talk about the patriarchy, I like to say that I'm not against the patriarchy at all, because I was, trained by masters and grandmasters for many, many years, so I deeply honor the benevolent patriarchy. And whenever I talk about it, I like to make that distinction that it's just about any of the energies that are toxic and controlling and, raping and pillaging, that aspect, which we call the dark patriarchy. So I just wanted to comment that, because also when I talk about the divine feminine, I'm not meaning that all feminine is divine. We're all created from the divine, but there's clearly toxic feminine as well.
There can be some vicious harpies out there, as we've talked about.
There's some vicious harpies out there. So we're talking about aligning with the higher level energies in all of us, and moving to that next dimension of ascension just in our own lives, and hoping to elevate the planet to that as well.
All
so
right.
I just wanted to say
Thank
that.
you. Yeah, that's good. All right, so then going back to the slide here, it said I was remembering a portion of the dream I'd had the night before, where a former boss, this did not actually happen in real life, thank goodness, but in the dream it did. It was very upsetting. Made homosexual advances towards me, and I had to stave them off while trying to be polite. I was very uncomfortable. This is talking about the patriarchal, dark patriarchy, and all the weird, creepy sex stuff that they get into, which includes, of course, the child stuff. And it said, he's done that to me too. Now in this case, when it says me, it's talking about, I believe, the collective voice of humanity and what we've all had to go through. And then it says, just analyze the diagrams in the Bible. So it's clearly saying the Bible is telling us some degree of prophecy, however metaphorical it might appear to be, but there's truth in there about this battle of Armageddon, about the idea of light versus darkness, that the beast thing, everybody's like, a lot of Christians think that they still haven't found the beast of Revelation. They're expecting it to be this one person. The Casey readings spoke decisively on that. They said the Antichrist occurs in individuals, it occurs in groups, it can even occur in nations. And it is simply that force that resists the idea that we're all one and we should all treat each other kindly and preserve each other's lives. There's people that are now having their final stand on earth. The patriarch, the dark patriarchy, is winding down with each stanza. This is a malevolent force that will soon disintegrate. Just analyze the diagrams in the Bible. There you go. Let's keep going. Now they talk more about the dark patriarchy. Murder is still being sung in the hearts of foul men. Save thyself up on the river and know that the decades of tyranny are over. Accept that circumstances have changed. There is a new understanding now that is being brought out into the light. Well, that's very exciting. Now think about this. It's a very resolute prophecy. The decades of tyranny are over. This hasn't happened yet, but the beings are extremely confident that it will, and they always have been. I've never had intuitive guidance telling me the planet was going to be destroyed. I've always had intuitive guidance telling me this dark patriarchy would be exposed and toppled, and they seem to have known exactly when that was going to happen, how that was going to happen back in 1996. It's really fascinating. People will not be the same. This is ascension. With the speed of thought, they will fly and travel. Well, apparently the forbidden technology that's going to be released by the Alliance includes, eventually, maybe not right away, but UFO type of craft in which you think about where you want to go and it will take you there. So with the speed of thought, people will fly and travel. So this is part of the forbidden technology that we get after this thing happens. The reason we are telling you, David, all this is for you to provide a cloaking mechanism when all goes platinum. Well, that's very interesting because I talk about this in the new book. The reference to all going platinum appears to be a reference to the solar flash because the idea is it's this bright platinum, like a huge bright white light. And the cloaking mechanism, I believe, is like the light body, the idea that when this happens, that you're not affected by it in a negative way. That the white light goes through you and that you stay with the earth. And again, what we've seen now with the Law of One quotes about the single, fine, strong moment of inspiration tells us that it is possible that we could get through this thing without any earth changes, and that's the optimum timeline that I actually think we're on. If enough of us figure out that the reason why earth changes happen is because we are being negative. So we have to up-level our own vibration, we have to be nice to each other, and that's really all it takes, is we don't harbor evil, manipulative, controlling thoughts. We're not primarily interested in dominating and having power over others. Once we get there, if enough of us get there, if there's a critical mass, we don't need it to get worse than this, what we're in right now. We could go into a positive ascension timeline where everybody on Earth gets to go through this, in which case, if the solar flash happens, we're not going to be affected by it in any negative way. Everybody goes through it just fine, okay? That's the cloaking mechanism they're talking about. So let's keep going. Then it says, it will divide the Mormon records as those of the church as usual. This is very, very interesting. Because obviously when this kind of thing happens, you know, a big function of the Mormon faith is the idea that Jesus came to America at some point. There's some very interesting connections with caves that have been found with giant skeletons in them, and the plates, the Nephi plates that they talk about in the Book of Mormon. And I've had enough briefings to feel that there is something about the Book of Mormon that is accurate. I know that might sound crazy to you if you're not a Latter-day Saint person, but there's something going on with these burial mounds and the giants that were found in them, and the plates that they dug up in a burial mound in New York State, and Joseph Smith and his people. There's some really weird stuff going on there. So everybody's going to be very divided about this, and especially in religious sense, when we find out, okay, everybody, there's been these benevolent humans from the future that have been guiding us through this thing, and they really are angels, and they've been here the whole time, and they have UFOs, and now we get to join them. So yeah, that's definitely going to divide the church records. When you are lying in bed trying to sleep, that is a good way for you to meditate. This is better than more wasteful lessons involving space and time. So this is just talking about basic protocols of meditation. And let me, while I'm doing some of this reading, I am going to sit in a chair. That way I can sustain longer for you guys and not get bodily aches, which is good. You have listened to your instincts and they have served you well, and now it is time to go on from there. In fact, we can do, we'll do that camera angle, and let's see, I'll get up here so we can be in focus. Am I framed up close enough? Okay. You have listened to your instincts and they have served you well, and now it is time to go on from there. Since someday it will be lost, it is good that you keep it on this information sheet or tape recorder. So basically here they're just talking about keep documenting this stuff in the tape recorder. They wanted me to transcribe it. So anyway, and this is ironic because I was so ignorant as I was doing this. I didn't know that I was already talking to, if you will, benevolent angelic extraterrestrials. I said, will I be able to tune into extraterrestrials soon? And then the extraterrestrial angelic human says, I'll figure something out. Give me some time. They're being nice. They're not really insulting me. A special object is being geared up for you, so you must run the obstacles through. And that appears to be this whole career that I now have, and I had no idea what this was going to turn into back then. Then I start hearing music from the play Cabaret about pineapples. And remember, this is another potential COVID thing because Cabaret is about Nazi Germany, occupied countries, and the idea that you could not get a pineapple. It was so expensive and it was almost impossible to get one. But look at what's happening right now. Food is scarce. So that's another, they talk about the obstacles we're going to run through. And then there's this reference to food scarcity. So there's another possible reference. And again, there's so many of these. Once you add it all up, it's overwhelming. The probability, the odds are billions to one or trillions to one that all of these pandemic references could be mistaken. Okay, just want to make that clear. They knew all along this was going to happen. Time to go. I think you will be surprised at the breadth of the material. That is definitely true in hindsight. A friend of David's calls right after he finished transcribing the whole thing. So that was interesting because it was immediate after I got done transcribing. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love, my friend. They would say this over and over again. Now we're going to the very next day, December the 3rd. All is as it should be, meaning my connection is clear. They're happy with the results. Regular topics will be announced here soon. The content is for you to decide. But right now, they're giving me things they really want to make sure get out. As for you, slowing down the matrix, which means slowing down all the chatter in my mind so I could have them communicate more clearly, we've been that way before. It's such a mess when you're dividing, a loose stain on the side of the road. Go inside and look around, look at yourself and see what you might find. Okay, so when they talk about the stain on the side of the road, it's such a mess when you're dividing. They're talking about dividing up as if there's different people. And the big problem that I had at the time that I talk about in the book was that I was speeding, and they kept warning me about this in the readings, that I had to slow down. There's a lot of readings that I didn't talk about that have this in there. You'll see that when you get the book. And the stain on the side of the road is actually talking about a blood stain in case I died in a car crash. So go inside and look around, look at yourself and see what you might find. So they ended up giving me a car crash, which they had predicted was going to happen in these readings, and we'll get into that a little later. And they did this to let me know that karma is real and you have to respect it. And that whole thing is a big part of the book at the end. So it's such a mess when you're dividing. A loose stain on the side of the road, that's a blood stain. They want me to slow down, right? They say in the previous sentence, slow down. So they don't want me to drive too fast. And go inside, look at yourself, see what you might find. Now this is really strange. Those who have employed the sexagesimal system that was used for counting, you have studied with them. Now, the sexagesimal system was referred to by Zecharia Sitchin as the system that was used by the Mayans to count, because it's based on 20, and it's also based on other aspects like the number 6. So if you read Zecharia Sitchin's books, he clearly talks about sexagesimal counting systems in the Mayans, and now they're saying here that I have studied with them. Well, this obviously implies past lives. I didn't know if I'd had past lives or not at the time this came through, but it's interesting. It's hard to get to your bar, so I'm not going to force it just yet. So this is basically talking about the idea that I was driving like a drunk. It's predicting the car crash. Saturn will be opening itself up to you shortly. So Saturn is the planet of trial, tribulation, hardship, anger, stress. So it's basically telling me that some stressful thing is about to happen. And it's hard to get to your bar. I'm not going to force it just yet, but they were going to force it with the car crash. And then they would give me this car crash, they'd predict it in advance, and let me know what was going to happen, so that I would learn to respect my karma and that they are the authors of karma. They're the lords of karma, if you will. Just knock on my door. My stepfather's name is Haji Tyrone, and I don't know what that means. I'm just leaving it in here. Maybe other people will see things I don't see. The stepfather does appear to be a reference to Danny and Brinkley, but I don't know what the Haji Tyrone thing is. You Can Call Me Bitch's Brew. Now that, of course, is a Miles Davis album that is a very foundational album in jazz because it was the first jazz fusion record. A lot of the people that played on that record went on to make the big jazz fusion bands. And it's also interesting to point out that on the cover of Bitch's Brew, you have some very disturbing imagery of a black woman who on the back side of the album, her skin is white and she's sweating blood. And it's a very trippy, nasty, sick-looking picture, like there's something wrong with her. So it's got that kind of viral aspect to it. So Bitch's Brew, again, could be a reference to the pandemic because of the way that she looks on the album. But again, there's many, many other layers to this. So any one of them, if you think, oh, I can debunk that, well, there's tons. And so it's very unlikely that these are all not the case. You Can Call Me Bitch's Brew. That's why I came to that table. Sometimes you said something else that doesn't make sense to me. So, okay. Right there, they're implying that I might have been kind of getting out of alignment, that I wasn't really in tune, and that I said things that didn't really make sense. That's okay. You want to do that when you're practicing this. You embrace weird, cryptic stuff. You don't want it to all sound good. And if you're trying to understand it as it's coming through, you're doing it wrong. And we're going to go all into how that works in the Great Awakening class. These sensory tools are to be used for your awakening. You do this every day with being pushed into things, and a lot of times they don't have meaning. In unison, the voice of the Creator sings out, but who shall decode the signal? So right here, they're saying we should use your sensory tools for your awakening, but who shall decode the signal? How do we get people to listen to us? How do we get people to start doing good readings? Well, I'm in a position now where I can start to awaken a lot of people about how to do this in this class we're doing. Continued assumptions prove incorrect. It is our pledge to be of assistance despite the circumstances. We are very near the heart. Some of us are Greek, some are Spanish. And I think I know what that means regarding the alliance, but I'll leave it at that. We have discovered a new way for doing those things that you have had such problems with. And it's our pledge to be of assistance despite the circumstances. So, based on various things, leave it on the text here. I'm going to go through this as you look at the text. I believe this is talking about the mass arrests, that the beings are going to help out despite the circumstances. They will be of assistance. Assumptions proven correct. People don't understand what's going to happen. They don't understand the cabal is going to be arrested. And they've discovered a new way to do the things that you've had problems with, meaning how do we get these arrests done? How do we actually stop the deep state from killing everybody on planet Earth? Well, there's a way where they can combine their forces with people from various countries and get this done. Ice cream, I don't know. I had a similar thing happen in church. Well, this is interesting because I just talked to you about the fact that one of the top Alliance people that I know or knew, we called him the Ice Cream Man. So, again, that's an Alliance reference, actually, if you understand what has happened to me. And then it said I had a similar thing happen in church. So again, look at this. Those who learn the truth of religion will find themselves in an inverse position to the dictates of society. Now, we're about to get some really amazing pandemic prophecy stuff, so this is an important point to just point that out. That, yes, part of it is the truth of religion puts you in an inverse position to the dictates of society, meaning if you really understand that we're all one and that there's a bunch of beings that are all trying to help us here, you're not like stuck in this idea that we're all doomed and that there's only one right way to worship the one infinite creator. There's lots of ways that are valid, and there's lots of beings that are around us now and they want to communicate with you and they want to get this message across. So that puts you in an inverse position to the dictates of society. Now wait, although that is one layer of the meaning of this, there's another layer which is about the pandemic and the idea that this needing to shut down the whole planet to solve this problem, and that, it's going to have to be all year. Well, we're not going to make it all year. We'd go over the cliff well before the end of the year if everything stays like this. It would not last. So the cabal is actually trying to shut the planet down. They're trying to destroy life on Earth. This is their last-ditch effort. So they've created a religion that we have to shut everything down, but then when you learn the truth of this religion, you are now in an inverse position to the wording being the dictates of society. Let's look at this again. Those who learn the truth of religion will find themselves in an inverse position to the dictates of society. So pay attention to this, because what's coming next is going to make a lot more sense in just a minute here. Our sensors indicate that you now have a companion, young and idle. You will meet her. Okay, now that obviously is talking about my wife Elizabeth, because they name her elsewhere in these readings. And she does have that archetypal energy, the archetypal female energy. So Jungian, right? And then look at this. It is about to be centralized again. I am sorry. In light of the other pandemic stuff that we see right after this, this clearly seems to be talking about the centralization of society and the fact that we're all going to get stuck in our houses, and it says, I am sorry. It knows this is going to happen. Discussions are reminiscent of our talk so long ago. The memories come quickly, like fleeting ghosts. Now, this seems to be talking about another lifetime that I had where I was doing this before, our talk so long ago. In fact, lifetimes apparently where I've done this before. We get into all that in the new book. But the real key here is it is about to be centralized again. I am sorry, and they know that I'm going to be living with my future wife as this happens. You will meet her, it says. It's about to be centralized again. Now look at this. This doesn't appear to be anything that great at first. I am bringing in a large Italian sub with tomatoes. That is what you should have for lunch today. Now that second line there probably doesn't actually, it's probably brain garbage that I just tossed in because I was listening to it too much and I should have gotten my mind away from the words. But the important point is Italian and food, right? Because now everybody's stuck at home and you can get things delivered, but you could have them delivered for lunch to your house. and everybody's ordering the takeout now. And Italy, of course, is the main country other than China that got hit the hardest by COVID. We will orchestrate this image as time progresses, and then look at this whopper. By 2010, germs will have rid the earth of many problems. Overpopulation is nothing to scoff at. Wow. Okay, now, don't cut back to me. Let's keep on the text here for a minute. Notice the reference to the Italian sub, the idea of getting food delivered at the house, and then we will orchestrate this image as time progresses, meaning these readings, and then they have this crazy thing, which I tossed this out. It is on the website. You can go back and look at it in the original transcripts that I posted that you can, archive.org will show you. They're back from 2000 is the first year this was up there. Now, by 2010, germs will have rid the earth of many problems. Overpopulation is nothing to scoff at. Now, there's a lot that we could talk about with this. This is the one that I put on the last page of the book, okay, because I don't actually believe in retrospect that they're saying anything bad. They do not believe we have an overpopulation problem, the beings that did this. They do not believe that people should be killed, okay? Let's be very clear on that. And, of course, all the know-it-alls and all the haters are going to say, oh, 2010 came and went, nothing happened. If the beings showed that they knew that I would still be around in the year 2020, I wouldn't have gotten lured in by 2012. And the 2012 prophecies are what forced me to go into overdrive, where in my book Source Field Investigations, I wrote up essentially what amounts to 5 books worth of information in one, because I didn't think I'd have time to write another book. And in fact, I really did believe that 2012 was going to be when we would be seeing events like the ones we're seeing now, where there would be a great deal of chaos on the planet that would usher in some kind of ascension event. And so that date and the synchronicity, the beautiful lockup with the Mayan calendar end date of December 21st, 2012, all that stuff really was exciting to me. Those prophecies are definitely still going to come true, but the date was wrong. But think about the fact that 2010 is only 1 year away from 2020 by numerical counting. Let's look at this, right? If you take 2010 and you add 10, you get 2020, and in harmonic math, you can drop a 0. So basically, if you add a 1 to the number 2010, if you take the number 1 and you change it to a 2, you get 2020. And so that's only a 1-digit adjustment. You take the number 1, you plug it in, you add 1 to the 1 in 10, and you get 20. And as I just said, if they said the year 2020, it would ruin my incentive to work so hard to get ready for the year 2012. And even more importantly, it might also tip off the cabal, because if this prophecy was that good, the cabal might have figured out that the divine beings were essentially manipulating them into trying to do only this one thing, where a basically non-globally catastrophic virus would be allowed by these higher beings. They would allow these globalists to do this because this would keep everybody at home, which is meditative. It's not going to kill most of the people on Earth. It's not even 1%. And it gives us all this global initiation that we can go through to understand what's really going on here. So again, going back to the slide, you can drop the zeros in harmonic mathematics, in which case, if you drop the 0 in 10, you add a 1, you get 202 or 2020. And of course, if you take the 0 off of 2010, you get 201. So if you take 20 and you go 20 minus 1, you get 19. So let's just pause there for a second. This thing is called COVID-19, so the date 2010 also has an encoding in it of 19, because you can drop the 0 and then you minus the 1 from the 20, because we just saw that you can go plus 1 to get the year 2020 where the overpopulation germ thing happens. Okay, so this is actually a potentially encoded reference to COVID-19, but it gets better. Check this out. So first of all, let's go back to the main quote. By 2010, germs will have rid the earth of many problems. Now, what I believe they're actually saying is the problems that it's going to rid the earth of is the cabal. And the cabal is the one who is trying to fight overpopulation with germs. How in the world did this show up in a reading in 1996? And yet there it is. And now we see 2010 is only one digit away from 2020. So the year is very closely the same. It's got 2 zeros in it. The only other year like that after 2010 is 2020. They are clearly, these globalists are trying to fight overpopulation, and they want to reduce population. But notice the wording is very dodgy. It doesn't say germs will rid the earth of many people. It says many problems. In other words, this is the setup that defeats the cabal. But there's even more encoded information in this passage, which I'm going to show you now. So just keep looking at it and think about all the different ways that things could be encoded in here, because there's some unique languaging in this. So here's the first one that I noticed. Overpopulation is nothing to scoff at. Well, that sounds an awful lot like nothing to cough at. And coronavirus, one of the hallmarks that it has is that it gives people a dry cough. So overpopulation is nothing to cough at. Well, the cabal is trying to fight overpopulation by giving us nothing to cough at, by giving us this virus that makes it so you have a dry cough and there's nothing that's productive. You're not getting any phlegm or sputum or anything coming out. Okay, now let's look at the exact wording of this prophecy. We're going to isolate the most unique and strange uses of words in the passage. So the first one is germs will have rid. Okay, because it didn't use correct English. It didn't say have ridden the earth of many problems, which is what it should have said. It said have rid, and then it also says overpopulation is nothing to scoff at. So those are the most unique pieces of language in this passage. So just look at them again. Scoff at and have rid. Well, if you take scoff, have rid, and you put that together and then you start knocking off some letters, you actually get COVID in order. C-O-V-I-D. Have rid, COVID, scoff, co. So there it is. The COVID is in there. It's encoded in the passageway. And then when you have the 20 minus 1 trick, you get COVID-19. So this to me is a stunning prophecy. And once again, right before that, it said, I'm bringing in a large Italian sub with tomatoes, implying, food delivery and the prophecy about it happening in Italy. So this is what I only had 400 words to put in at the end of the book, but there's a lot more. So let's go back now and take it from the top, because this is a lot to process. By 2010, germs will have rid the earth of many problems. Overpopulation is nothing to scoff at. So there again, have rid and scoff, and 2010, COVID-19. It's all encoded. It's like when you have this much as opposed to this much, and then I see the image of a person weighing things in their hands like the scales of justice, and it probably was a woman. So once again, they're giving us the image of justice. The image of justice correlated with this idea of some prophecy about germs and overpopulation, and that the problems that will be rid from Earth, which is not people, it's just the deep state control. So then they're saying that we're going to get justice, okay? The frequency of your data is consistent. So as we keep reading now, it's basically telling me, yeah, you're actually getting good, accurate data. Your data is great, and we're happy about what you're getting. So this is an accurate prophecy. Learn to accept new paradigms as we enter them into your mind-body-spirit complex. They're using language from the Law of One. Then it says, it's cold in here. Where are my shoes? I can't do physical exercise without my shoes. They are there in potential form. They just haven't manifested yet. Well, this is ironic, because as I was writing this up, and I was frantically trying to get this into the slideshow for you so I'd be ready for our launch time of Wednesday, I actually was cold and I didn't have my shoes on. My feet were freezing and I needed to walk the dog. And so once again, there's this time loop where it's like they actually seem to have known when I was going to be doing this reading. And ironically, I can hear that our dog just got let back into the house after her walk, which is exactly what we're just talking about is she needs to get her walk twice a day or she's going to be very upset. So that just happened. I just heard Elizabeth come back in the house. And then look at this. Here they are talking about germs and overpopulation and the scales of justice and Italy. And then it clearly refers to infections and all this stuff about don't touch your face, right? Don't let anybody pick or fall into your nose. So they do it humorously, but once again, they clearly seem to show they know about the present moment. And then it says, time for you to fly. Go on, Rugby. Now, this is another very interesting one because it had just said I was cold, my shoes need to be put on. Rugby was the name of the dog of my boss at the job I was working at the time, and I notated that in the original transcript. I did not have a dog at the time this was written, but the force actually knew that I would be reading this as I had to walk my dog, and the dog literally just came back in from her walk right now, so that's another crazy synchronicity. And then it says, once you hit that girlfriend thing, then you're really going to notice a difference. And of course, my wife, who was originally my girlfriend, just walked the dog. So it's talking about how positive it will be. Remember, it said the receipt of a female into the life processes will be most extraordinary. The patriarch is winding down, landing with such a force in each stanza. We all know this is a malevolent force that will soon disintegrate. Murder is being sung in the hearts of foul men. The decades of tyranny are over. And it's all going to happen through this thing that's happening to us right now. So honestly, this is so amazing, these prophecies, and we could spend a long time analyzing this. I don't necessarily expect you're going to fully get this on the first pass. So I apologize if it sounds like I'm just making mountains out of molehills or this is all stupid. But I assure you, if you go back through it in writing at some point, we'll do this in writing, look at it all, look at all the references. There's so many that are clearly talking about coronavirus. To me, there's billions or trillions to one odds that this could be anything else. Okay, so at this point I ask, what should I do with Joe Mason? He's the guy that taught me the dream voice technique. And specifically, the thing that he taught me to do that I'm now practicing. Should I lean towards the idea of a book or a web page or both? And of course, I've now written that book, and I just finished it, the book about all this stuff, the first time that ever happened that I wrote my own book on this with any detail. And it says, it's a real nice book. I have already seen it. So from this perspective, I've already finished the book in the time window that the prophecy is talking about. Isn't that ironic? You should make copies for anybody who knows how to read. Well, guess what? The book's going to come out in multiple languages. So that's what happens when you have a publishing deal. It's a great feature. And then look at this. It says, the internet is too limited. Now that suggests the possibility of the 3 days of darkness, the idea of, that the internet could go down as we go through this process. Maybe it won't have happened yet by the time the book comes out on June the 2nd. Maybe you'll really want to have that book in hardcover form so you can read it during the 3 days, depending on how this thing is timed. I don't know when it's going to happen. It could be before then or after then. I really don't know. And I wouldn't want to know. Honestly, if the Alliance could tell me, it would screw it up. You could do it at your own pace, or you could do both. Wouldn't that be a good idea? Meaning the website or the book. And yes, of course, that's what I ended up doing. I guarantee you'll like it. Just be careful. You should go now. They're trying to tell me to stop because my reception is starting to weaken, but I did push it a little bit more. A roar of approaching cataracts, that's something that goes over your eyes. That's what makes it hard to see. So this is like something that's happening to the planet. The pandemic is like a cataract over our ability to see a positive future. I will open it for you. I will let you see the truth. Your motivational program will take on a new dimension, and who is to question your sanity? There are many copycats, but that is why this book will be original. And then they sign off, peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. So there again, it's talking about going to a whole new dimension. Very cool stuff. And then that same evening, we get another passage at around 7:30 that comes in. And this is very beautiful. And it does, again, have some coronavirus-sounding stuff in it. A new thought is enveloping you, but this is very much focused on the ascension part. A new thought is enveloping you, obscured by the obstructions in your mind, yet rapidly coming into focus. A Christmas tree, its parlances to behold. Now let's stop right there. Parlance actually refers to speaking. So the Christmas tree, speaking the words of the Christ consciousness, speaking the words of the higher self. The Christmas tree references the Christ consciousness, which I argue in the new book that the galactic mind, or what they call the Logos in the Law of One, is the Christ mind, that this is basically the same thing. So it embodied in Jesus, it's embodied in others as well. It's not only happening that one time. but Jesus was the embodiment of the galactic mind, or logos, and therefore we all are part of this mind, and we all have to become nice to get what we're really here for in this galaxy to learn, or any part of the universe. And so the parlances from the Christmas tree is the idea of learning how to get your inner Christ to speak on its own. But again, they word things in a very strange, cryptic way that I would never normally do. And then it says, I have a feeling you're not alone in this. The children will understand the new standard, meaning people who are growing up now will very easily be able to accept this idea of benevolent ETs and positive contact coming in through verbal messages. Let's go on. Obscure light refractions are diffusing into the population. This is the increase in the light body. The mirror is kept gleaming brightly. In the forest of thought, the storm is dissipating. Well, this is another corona prophecy because the storm is what Q calls the actual process we're going through right now. And clearly, whatever is happening now is what they called the storm, the final defeat of the cabal and how this was going to go down. So they're saying the storm is dissipating, which is a very good thing. They know about this. As a free expression of thought comes to the mind, flowing and dancing freely like a magical sprite. Very poetic languaging. The cloaks that have enveloped us will be cast away, for there is a new shade under the sun. And again, it's possible that the cloaks that enveloped us could refer to the mask. You know, that people are wearing these masks. They're cloaking their faces. They're enveloping their face with a mask. The cloaks are going to be cast away. There's a new shade under the sun. Those with wings shall soar above. This is talking about the light body, the ascension. Abstract thoughts and notions are brought with serendipity, synchronicity, into the arena of believing. In other words, these coincidences are not really coincidences. They teach you how to go into the arena of believing when you learn the truth. The vines in the musty forest provide anchorage to higher levels. Now, this is another weird time-encoded prophecy because I ended up moving in with the people who did the Law of One for 2 years, and they lived in Anchorage, Kentucky. So that's another, there's my dog in the background. That's another strange prophecy, okay? So, let's see, I try to sit up straight, which isn't really straight, but it is on camera. Above the tree line, one sees a most beautiful splendor. He who is pure in heart, he or she who is pure in heart will have no difficulty attaining this, for it is one body, one mind, one soul, and the abstract thoughts and notions of the past will be shed away like an old skin. That's the ascension. Swiftly come the messengers of destiny, bringing with them the notions of a new age. It is but for you to perceive it that it may become reality. In other words, our perception creates the ascension. When we perceive the new age, it happens. The dimension of thought runs deep. In other words, our thoughts create this new reality. Its length and breadth cannot be measured by your three-dimensional instruments. Its scope is historic in ways you cannot even comprehend. The abysmal failures and longings of the past will no longer hold sway over you. Now, this is another corona prophecy. Confused in a box, many will open themselves to new surprises. That's social distancing. Because you're stuck in your little box. You can't leave home. You're confused in your box, and you're opening up to new surprises. And there's so many of these corona things. I mean, after a while, I'm sorry, it's just, you can't say this is all coincidence. There's just too many of them. Thought patterns are divided among the many from the one. Those abuses of intellect will fall away. So the abuses of intellect are what were used to make us think that we all are going to die from a virus, where we're confused in a box. And, you know, the overpopulation is nothing to scoff at, nothing to cough, a dry cough. And the have rid and cough, scoff, have rid, COVID, right? And then the 2010, by 2010, germs will have rid the earth of many problems. That's 2020. And 20 minus 1 is 19, COVID-19. We talked about all this already. Now this is funny. Your shirt, your underwear, a jacket. How fitted for a king. Slow down the matrix to receive puppy dog tales. Now this is a funny one because they're talking about you becoming a king or a queen. They're talking about you reaching this ascended state, and that you know, your clothes, your shirt, your underwear, a jacket, your clothes, this is the garment of light. They talk about it in the Bible a lot. the ascension is associated with a robe or a garment of light. So they make a clothing reference here. And then it says, slow down the matrix to receive puppy dog tails. Now that's a curious reference because, again, the concept of slowing down the matrix is the idea of meditating. Puppy dog tails refers to this old poem. In America, it's called Slugs and Snails and Puppy Dogs' Tails. This is what boys are made of. Sugar and spice and everything nice. This is what girls are made of, right? In the UK, it's snips and snails and puppy dog tails, but it's basically the same thing. So anyway, again, it's talking about the idea, slugs and snails and puppy dogs' tails, this is what boys are made of. That's talking about the dark patriarchy. It's a polite, funny little reference, whereas the feminine is sugar and spice and everything nice. So once again, they're talking about the dark patriarchy, the fall of the dark patriarchy. Slow down the matrix to receive puppy dog tails to understand the fall of the dark patriarchy. Jim Morrison's poetry is exemplary of this. Now, Jim Morrison talked extensively about the Cabal in his poetry, which came into a lot of Doors songs, including this idea of, the killer awoke before dawn. He put his boots on. He took a face from the ancient gallery and he walked on down the hall. He went to the room where his sister lived, and then he paid a visit to his brother, and then he walked on down the hall. And, and it goes on and on. It gets really creepy, but it's the idea of a serial killer. There's a killer on the road. His brain is squirming like a toad. And it's basically talking about the idea of how we cope with this murderous force that's sending everybody to Vietnam. Jim Morrison really tapped into some great subconscious languaging about that. And then really people really resonated with the Doors. So again, this is talking about the dark patriarchy. The abstract notion that one can survive without words is not a myth, but reality, meaning we will become telepathic as we go through these energetic changes. The technological abuses of Earth's history will fall away. So that clearly is a prophecy saying all of the stuff that's been going on up until now will stop. And in fact, it's already started because the Earth is doing a lot better without everybody creating greenhouse gas and without all the oil and all that stuff being burned. It's already starting to happen. And with the clean, free energy stuff we're going to get, it's going to be a lot better. I'm so forgetful, I grabbed the bottle of shaving cream when I wanted to reveal something else. And then it says, your purple head will glisten. What you choose to believe is for you to decide. So it's actually talking about the idea of shaving your head, which is something that Buddhist monks do when they become a monk, right? And some of these ETs that we see are bald, not all of them. Well, some of them are, but they still look very human. But then they say your purple head will glisten. The glistening is a light ray, and so the purple is the highest color in the chakra system. It's the activation of the soul. Your purple head will glisten, but they say what you choose to believe is for you to decide. Whether you believe there will be a light body activation or not, that's okay. But they make this curious reference to us becoming like monks and shaving our heads. And actually that was one of the things that my wife Elizabeth did when she got her Peruvian, was it Peru?
It was in Peru.
It was in Peru, yeah, where she actually did shave her head to take ayahuasca and get these spiritual downloads that come from that. So, not normally what you have to do, but she got influenced into it. The choice is around you and you may drink of it, so that could also be a reference to ayahuasca for all we know, because they just mentioned shaving your head and they knew that she was going to be my wife. No one survives in the pathways of the dead, so you have to awaken. If you believe there is only one mind, how can there be two different people? I love this line. And it says, this communication grows thin. Duty stands before you and you must embrace it. Fear not, for God is with you in the light and love of infinite creation. So at the end of the thing, they say the communication is getting weak. That's a signal that you should really stop. There's some very beautiful stuff here, very poetic stuff. This comes from a very inspired place. Now the next day, December 4th, is when I got the first of two very classic original 9/11 prophecies, and I was getting ready to have my karmic car crash. So it says, have some tea, some you name it, some shrimp. And the tea, of course, is what the people were drinking outside when I had my car crash to stay warm. It was in the winter, it was very cold, and I had to stand outside the car for a long time after the crash as the officers wrote up the ticket and everything else. So have some tea, some you name it, some shrimp. And then it says vaguely Doric columns, and I'm still not really sure why that's in there, except once again, we have some of the letters of COVID, like CO is in there twice, and I, so maybe that's part of it. I don't really know. I'm just giving you all the data, okay? Then this is a really big one. My gift to the world will be a 3.5 by 11 sheet of paper. Expect it on Friday. And we'll talk about in just a second what that was. This runs counter to earlier systems of thought. We can work on visual sights. Counter to earlier systems of thought. They didn't think they would have to do this to me. They didn't think they'd have to crash my car, but then they realized they would need to. And then they said 90 minutes until 10 o'clock. So I actually did have a car crash that happened on Friday at 8:30 a.m. Now let's go back for just a minute now that I've said that, and we'll read this again. So it was 8:30 a.m. on a Friday that this happened, that I had the car crash. My gift to the world will be a 3.5 by 11 sheet of paper. Expect it on Friday. The officer wrote me a ticket on a 3.5 by 11 sheet of paper. Yeah, actually we could turn the close shot down maybe. That might be cool. Then I can keep going and not have to stand up. You got to push that one little button forward towards the wall that we project onto there. Yeah, take that lever and push it forward towards where we project the screen onto, and then you'll be able to move it down. That lever, no, the one below it. Yep, there you go. That one, no, the other one. The one that you were on before, that one. Push it forward towards the wall. There you go, boom. Awesome. That's awesome. Thank you, Elizabeth. Okay, so it says, my gift to the world will be a 3.5 by 11 sheet of paper. Expect it on Friday. Now we can go to that close shot that we just fixed. So that was totally amazing. You have to understand, again, you know, haters are one thing, and I didn't know I was ever going to have a career doing this, or I didn't know anybody was going to read this stuff. It was so amazing to discover. Here I'd gotten this ticket from the deputy, and it's written for 8:30 a.m. on a 3.5 by 11 sheet of paper, and it was on a Friday that I crashed on my way down to Poughkeepsie to get training for my job taking care of developmentally disabled people for med certification, where I'm able to give them medications and, you know, all that kind of stuff. So it says everything you'd expect it to say. This runs counter to earlier systems of thought. They didn't realize they were going to have to do this with me, but then they figured out they had to. 90 minutes until 10 o'clock. So it's all there. The paper, the size of the paper, the day, and the exact time. And then believe me, when I got this predicted car crash on Friday at 8:30 a.m., I remembered immediately what these prophecies were that I had gotten, and I was very, very, very freaked out. Because this was something that was prophesied, and now it's come true. And it's like, oh my gosh, what do I do with this? Well, I better start listening to these beings and not screwing around and not getting myself in trouble. So once again, I'm going to keep reading from you where this was. My gift to the world. This runs counter to earlier systems of thought. 90 minutes until 10 o'clock. Now, what I discovered later on, after this had happened, was a fascinating thing in which my own karmic path of discovering that karma exists and discovering it through, in this case, a car crash, that karmic path would be duplicated by the world through 9/11, okay? That 9/11, actually that one's in focus just fine, but the red, you can see the red on my, yeah, this one might be a little bit out of focus. We're just working together to make sure it looks as good as we can, but right now all the parts of my shirt are in red, which means it's in focus, so that's fine, yeah. I don't know if that lens will zoom. We could, there's another 50 to 100 there if you really want to go crazy. Okay, thank you. We're working together here. Thanks everybody. Thanks Elizabeth. Everybody give her a big round of applause, a cyber round of applause. for helping us get the best shots we can and making it the best show we can. All right, so I want you to look carefully at this again. Let's go back to the slide. Notice the strange way that this was worded, okay? It didn't say 8:30 a.m. It said 90 minutes until 10 o'clock. And the way that it described the piece of paper was it said 3.5 by 11. Well, if you take out the 1 and the slash in 3.5, you could end up with 3 squared. And 3 squared, 3 times 3 is 9. 9/11, okay? And then it also says 90 minutes until 10 o'clock. Look at that. 90 and 1, 10. And then there's an 11 in there. So 90 minutes until 10 o'clock, 3.5 by 11, 3 squared is 9. You got the 9. That's a 9/11 reference. And I didn't realize how significant this was until other stuff came out afterwards. But it's actually talking about the fact that my personal car crash, the one that I had, is emblematic of the car crash that would happen to the whole planet in 9/11. And it was the same lesson. The beings had to authorize 9/11 because we as a planet had gotten out of alignment, just like I did with driving too fast and trying to pass people when it was not safe. And so my car crash, remember they said, my gift to the world will be a 3.5 by 11 sheet of paper. Why would they say it was a gift? Well, because it's educating me on how to be more loving and more kind and peaceful on the road. And 9/11 made us more loving and kind and peaceful. It brought us together. And it was a karmic adjustment the beings had to allow. They had to let the negative side do this. So that was a very fascinating one, and they're going to get a lot more specific on 9/11 in a minute here. So I had had a dream about seeing architecture that was submerged underwater, a clear reference to Atlantis. And I said, can you tell me why you gave me this dream? And it said, nothing is forever. The reason why you have such difficulty with that is that you were passed up. It's time for another cycle to go around. Come with me and I will show you the way to the light. The path is slippery, so one must run carefully. This was another reference to the coming car crash on a slippery road. And then they talk about this idea that I was passed up. Well, at the time, I didn't realize this, but when you get into what I talk about in the book, there's this idea that I apparently had a past life where I could have ascended, but I didn't, and I got passed up, and now the cycle comes around again. So I'm not going to go into all that crazy stuff in this episode, but we'll do that one later. But again, the book explains it all. I got this only because my grandmother, Christina, sent me one. Okay, well, I got this. We don't really know what this is, but the grandmother Christina thing is clearly a reference to the Christ female consciousness, and they used that one a bunch of times. They would call me Christina sometimes because Christina has Christ in it, and grandmother was the name of the main female angel that was helping me and giving me these readings. So now look at this. Do you need a bracelet? In context of all the other stuff that's going on here, and again, this by itself isn't very strong, but with all the other corona prophecies, the bracelet is the hospital bracelet. The bracelet is the bracelet that people are wearing when they're in the hospital with coronavirus. And then it says here, it is important that you stick to a schedule, right? That's one of the references. Go back to the slide again. It's important that you stick to a schedule. Is referring to this idea that even though you're homebound and you kind of have your sick bracelet on right now, you got to stick to a schedule, do things the same way. We're a little out of range time-wise. Eventually, this means, you know, I'm not getting the best data anymore. They want me to stop. Eventually, there will be more for you. They're going to give me more prophecies. The new technicians are arriving shortly. The day after Christmas, you can expect something absolutely sexual. Now, it says, we are on today, of course. I'll check again to make sure your seatbelt is buckled in. So that again was another prophecy about the coming car crash that I was about to have. The day after Christmas, you can expect something absolutely sexual. Now, they're not mincing words here, okay? But the sexual in this case, I think, is a reference to something very positive and something enjoyable. This fusion of masculine and feminine. In the Bible, they talk about the coming of the bride and the bridegroom, and that when the two fuse together, you get the wedding ring. Now, Joe Mason, who I had just studied with before these readings happened, believed that the symbol of the solar eclipse was the symbol of the bride and the bridegroom, the alignment that creates ascension. And what do you get when you have a solar eclipse? You get something called a corona. The wedding ring is the corona. So the corona prophecy even goes back to the Bible, that somehow this would spring-load our ascension. This corona prophecy, the bride and the bridegroom, the wedding ring is the corona, the solar eclipse. And then it says the day after Christmas, the day after this rebirth of Christ, which is not happening on Christmas, right? It's the idea of the global awakening, the Great Awakening, as Q has called it, the same thing I'm calling my class, the day after Christmas. You can expect something absolutely sexual, meaning like this fusion, this corona, this positive ascension vortex, the wedding ring, okay? And then they make another reference to the coming car crash I'm going to have. Trust your instincts above all else, for they will not fail you. It's terrible. It's so far away. They know that this is going to be rough, but they want you to trust your instincts and trust in the higher forces. You have karaoke in your hand, meaning that I'm actually able to do these readings and get real singing voices of the Creator coming through. In working on advancements, sometimes it is necessary to fall asleep. That's what's happening to us as a planet. We all had to be asleep before we wake up, the global awakening. The supervisor will see you again. Cloudy glasses, you're fine. It's similar to what happened before. This was the cloudy glass on my windshield when I had the crash. Actually, the car crash that was about to happen. That's the supervisor coming to see me again. But seriously, you have to start thinking of the world. You don't have to, but it has suffered long enough. So this is inspiring me and you to get out there and start to be more of a leader for the world, because we all need it. Saturn wishes you to be happy. Saturn is the planet of trial, tribulation, hardship. So we're going to go through a Saturnian period right now, okay? And that's what's happening. Oh well, I'm satisfied. Saturnalia, that's me. My name is so confused, you would love it. So what does Saturnalia actually mean? Well, I went and looked it up. Saturnalia is an ancient Roman festival in December from the 17th to the 23rd that was the predecessor of Christmas. So let's just back up again. What did they say? Saturn wishes you to be happy. We want you to be happy as you go through this trial. I'm satisfied. Saturnalia, that's me. This is again saying this is the voice of the Christ consciousness. And my name is so confused, you would love it, meaning the Christ has so many different names, it would be interesting to find out. So Saturnalia, again, is a direct reference to Christmas time. And they were just making other Christmas references. I didn't even know that. I had to go and look up what Saturnalia was. In our assumptions, the ground turns out to be the bubble. Now this is cool because there's a number of different ways you could read this one. The ground could refer to the bottom that we're hitting as a planet. And we're hitting the ground. We hit the ground. We're having this crash. All this stuff about the crash I'm about to have. It's an economic crash, okay? The ground turns out to be the bubble. It's a stock market bubble. But it's not saying it's the end of the world. Even though it appears that the economy is going down, hitting the ground, it's only a bubble and we're going to be fine. So that's how I read this, but you could read it another way. This is just my interpretation. You almost go to the door for singing praises no matter who you are. The whole residence is on strike. Wait a minute. The residence is on strike. Well, yeah, because everybody is stuck in their house. They're stuck in their residence. And when you're on strike, what do? You don't go to work. Another coronavirus prophecy, my friends. The ground turns out to be the bubble. We think we're hitting bottom, but it's only a bubble. And you almost go to the door for singing praises, no matter who you are. Going to the door, I believe, is the door of ascension, the door of heaven. If you sing praises to the Creator, if you sing praises to others, no matter who you are, you're going to be able to ascend. You just have to be a good person. And then it talks about what's happening right now. The whole residence is on strike. Everybody is stuck at home on strike from work. You can't go to work because of this pandemic thing. And then it says, you've got it named. Well, they've already put in direct prophecies of COVID with, by the year 2010, Germs will have rid the earth of many problems. Overpopulation is nothing to scoff at. Scoff, have rid, COVID has all the letters in there. 2010 is 1 away from 2020, and 20 minus 1 is 19, COVID-19. So they say the whole residence is on strike, you've got it named. They encoded the name of the thing into the prophecy. Isn't that fascinating? You have me. I am peaceful and PhD. Now at the time, I was all upset about the fact that I had not gotten a doctorate in psychology like I'd wanted to, and they were telling me, don't worry about it. We are the equivalent of your PhD. This is good enough. I didn't listen for a while, but then they go on and make another reference to that. Your cap and gown can be pretty exciting as long as you clean it every once in a while. Well, look at that. What is the cap and gown in this case? It's what the hospital people wear, right? They wear the cap, they wear the mask, and they wear the gown. As long as you clean it every once in a while. This is a direct reference to coronavirus because what's the big problem that we're having? Nobody has enough masks. But they're saying it's okay as long as you clean the mask once in a while. That's what's having to happen. Medical personnel who would always want to use sterile equipment and change it out every time, they can't change it now because they have to put it on and leave it on as they go from patient to patient because there's such a lack of masks and respirators. As long as you, so this is another blatant reference, and again, you got to look at it in writing, take some time away from this video or watch it more than once. There's so many specific references, and it goes on. We're only on December 4th. This goes all the way up to December 14th, and lots of this kind of stuff. So they're talking about the cleaning of the masks and that you can get by with using the same mask as long as you clean them. Your work shows promise. New thoughts and information will be arriving to you soon. It's time to do some shopping. Shopping for lunch specials. Holy crap. The whole point is that we can't go shopping, right? You can't leave the house. The only thing you can buy right now is food. And so the only thing you can really spend your money on, other than online classes like Great Awakening, or my book, or whatever else you can find, which I support lots of things. You know, let's just support the truth tellers right now. Please, you know, buy your online classes. Have fun, you know, because we're stuck at home. And it says it's time to do some shopping for lunch specials. Exactly right, you know, use some of your money, get some takeout, get it delivered to the house. It's safe, you know. As long as you clean it every once in a while, the people are doing their best to not communicate this virus to you. Obviously, you're over 70. You probably don't want to order takeout. You're going to be all bug paranoid. I get that. But I can assure you that the people that are feeding you and giving you delivery food, they're going to do everything they can to make sure that that food is safe and it's not going to get you infected. Okay, so this is another really, very fascinating one. Let's go back to the slide. And it says, shopping for lunch specials. Which one do you want, Christina? This is talking to you as the awakening Christ. And it's actually saying, which one do you want? Now, I gave you the exoteric level. Now I'm going to give you the esoteric level because lunch is one of the things that the readings use all the time. It refers to spiritual nourishment. It refers to feeding the spirit, such as the metaphor of the bread of life, which Jesus used repetitively in the Bible. You can make a sandwich out of bread. So when they talk about the Italian sub, that's another example, and that was also a reference to coronavirus happening in Italy, okay? So shopping for lunch specials, right? It's fascinating. Which one do you want, Christina, the awakening Christ? Which order do you want to take? So there's so much just on this screen alone, you know, the masks needing to be reused, and then we're stuck at home. They said that previously, shopping for lunch specials. Flashing on a Friday night, a private subordination joke. It all went haywire from the top down. I'm not really sure exactly what this is talking about, but it probably has to do with the cabal and the alliance. It must have been hot chocolate. I don't want to go out there. So once again, it's talking about being stuck at home and drinking hot chocolate and other things you might have lying around the house. It all went haywire from the top down. This plan could not be stopped. It was the top of the cabal that made the planet go haywire. And this is definitely insubordination. So a private subordination joke. This whole thing is a joke. It's not real. They're trying to shut the planet down when we'd be better off not shutting it down beyond a few weeks, really. I believe that will come out in time to be true when people look at this thing. But I still encourage social distancing for now. We got to follow what we're told to do. Then it says, we just found oysters in the microwave. If you could try them, you might like them, for I've been here for a long time and I know you pretty well by now. So, once again, what are they doing? They're talking about finding food that is in your house that you can eat, like smoked oysters in a can, right? If you could try them, you might like them. They talk about hot chocolate. So that's another thing probably everybody has in their house is hot chocolate. So it's basically talking about prepper food, and it's talking about using your prepper food. So again, the sheer volume of all these prophecies about the pandemic, it's unbelievable, and it goes on and on and on. Don't forget that there are starving kids, African. They're talking about Africa and the hunger. This is a karmic blast that we get. It's basically a series about the hopes and doubts of living and growing up in America. Well, guess what? Now Americans are potentially starving, which awakens us to the plight of people around the world, so we're never going to be complacent and happy that our society is okay, but other people are not happy. We get a whiff of death, we get a whiff of starvation. That's not what this is going to turn into on a mass level. I don't believe that at all. But it awakens us to the plight of others. And then check this out. It says, look to the end of the book for some insights on that one. Well, I literally just finished writing the book 2 days before China went into quarantine. And they're referring to the book, which I hadn't even written at this point. I would write it, 24 years later. But they knew this already. Look to the end of the book. Well, we're at the end of the book. The book is also talking about the whole story. Remember, it said the patriarch is winding down, landing with such a force in each stanza. That's like a written book, okay? And we're talking about starving kids growing up in America. So this is all very relevant. Phil Collins, I need to talk to him about drumming. Now, Phil Collins was my favorite drummer growing up. I also loved his jazz band called Brand X. I got to meet John Goodsall and Percy Jones at a concert of Brand X recently. I was very excited to meet them. They're two of my big heroes. Phil Collins is a hero of mine, and his drumming is why I went into music. But the drumming reference is a reference to my channeling ability, and so they were basically telling me, to do more of this kind of musical work. Then they have another reference to prepper food, where they say cold soup, put it in the toaster. Now again, you might have a can of soup in your house. You can open it up, and if you have certain types of toaster ovens, you could actually, even if you didn't have all of the things working, if your propane doesn't work, you could still heat up soup in the toaster oven, with one of those ones where you put the bowl in and then you let it heat up in the toaster oven. So that's another interesting reference to being at home and eating prepper food. And then look at the very next thing it says. Being sick situates heat because he sits in a men's room all day. Wow. He sits in a men's room all day. Some people are going to be alone. You might be one of them. You might be a man who's alone. You might be stuck in the house by yourself. You're feeling very lonely. And then they're saying being sick, right? So you're home sick, and they talk about cold soup. So this again is very clearly talking about this weird, buggy ascension that we're going through, which I did not see coming, but now it's unlocked. All these passages from December 96 that I never really understood before. Then it says, I'm late, Dave. Now, they get to call me Dave. I don't like most people calling me Dave. I go by David now, but hey, that's a colloquial form of it that they get to use. I'm supposed to be sitting right next to my supervisor at this point, and the voice was of a grandmotherly woman. And I've wondered, who's the supervisor? It does appear that the supervisor is something having to do with the Logos, the mind of the planet, the mind of our galaxy, and that there is this direct Christ involvement with everything that's going on here. But again, look at all these coronavirus prophecies, and it goes on and on. Then she says, did you assume that I was male this year? Wrong again. The birth of stars, you must check your messages. Pretty loose if you retain them. You need to go to the bathroom now and get changed for work. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. So this is where the reception is starting to fade. But again, they reference that loose stain on the side of the road. The birth of stars, this is talking about me. They knew I was going to become a public figure. I didn't know, okay? and it's talking about the female spirit that was speaking through me. Did you assume I was male? That's wrong. Then the same night, at 7:30 p.m., I got another one of these evening readings, very beautiful reading, and it says, Memorial Day weekend. Well, okay, they've been giving us all this coronavirus stuff. It's very obvious. If you have any ability to see this, you'll see how obvious this is, okay? Well, I looked it up, and it's May 25th, 2020. I'll show you that. So that's not too far from now. That's at the end of next month. So that could possibly be a prophecy of when things are going to come to fruition. Memorial Day is also honoring fallen military. Who knows, okay? I'm just looking at the possibilities that they're feeding us a date of what might be happening in the future, okay? We might have to wait that long. I don't know. It's possible. Then it says 8 days a week. Now that's interesting because that's a reference to the days kind of blending together. The Beatles made that song after Ringo said he's been working 8 days a week, and then they made a song out of it. So it refers to like the days blending together, you're kind of delirious. And of course this is talking about what's happening right now, social distancing. I believe that's what it is with all the context. And then it says, Memorial Day weekend, the meek shall inherit the earth. Well, there again, the meek shall inherit the earth. This is the final gateway to the cabal being defeated. It might happen around Monday, May 25th. Who knows? Memorial Day, that's one possibility that they're giving us in this reading. It says, your ability to concentrate has increased. It's time to do another one of those things, those astral projections. You've got to be fully inside your body before you can get out of it. Channeling is only the beginning. And of course, in my Great Awakening class, I'm also going to go through all of the processes you need to understand to be able to do out-of-body traveling and lucid dreaming. So that's a big part of what we're going to be teaching as well. And that's a very, very exciting thing. When you go into an ascended reality and you live it consciously, it's fascinating. Then on the next day, December the 5th, 1996, very next day, they still talk about coronavirus. Letting go of something important, like your job, like your freedom, like your life, being able to go outside and hang out with people. Why don't you stay in the shop room? Well, hey, wait a minute. Isn't that talking about social distancing? You got to stay in the shop room? Well, yeah. A lot of people have a shop room in their house where they can use tools and they can build things. And it's telling you, hey, you know what? If you're stuck at home, go into the shop room, work with your tools, build something fun, do something fun. And then look at this. This is only being scheduled in some ways so you can understand procrastination. So now they're saying, letting go of something important, letting go of your freedom, being stuck at home, having to work in the shop room, is getting you to understand how much you were procrastinating, how much time you were wasting. You didn't realize how valuable it was to be free, to go to restaurants, to hang out with your friends, to have a job, to get a different job if you don't like the one you have. We're all stuck at home right now. So this is a mass lesson in procrastination, learning how to use our time more effectively as we go through this transitional process. And then it says, I do this to involve the notions of my peers in caring for you. In other words, the angelic beings, they want you to learn about procrastination and to awaken to your higher self while you're going through this process. Some things you have to wish for. An Indian recreation type activity for each year should be done. Oh, wait a minute. Don't go back to the slide. Let's just stay on this slide for a second. I want you to look at this, okay? Indian recreation type activity. I believe here they're talking about Native American, and they're talking about shamanic ceremony, like some kind of, sacred ceremony that you can do at home when you're staying in the room, the shop room, to understand procrastination, to get in touch with the angelic peers, to do some kind of sacred ceremony. Well, we're going to be guiding you through those every week in the class, at least once a week, if not twice a week. And they're saying, you should make the sacred a part of your life every year. This should be part of what you do. And then this is interesting. It goes on, and by the way, I haven't cut anything, except for once or twice I cut a few things, but there's so much in here, and I don't know what all of it means yet, so I want to make sure that nothing gets left out, okay? But we're deciphering this as we go. All right, let's keep going. Private dummies adorn your collection. Well, there's a lot of dummies that are associated with cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and of course crash dummies. I was about to have my car crash, and this is the global crash that we're going through right now. When the answer is so simple, it is also so terrible. The simple answer is that everybody's got to stay home, and this is how we defeat the cabal, but it is terrible because people are dying, it's very sad, and the economy is crashing, hence the crash dummy. Still, when I think about it, it would be nice if I had more than one hope. In other words, the beings looked at everything and they said, this is the only way we can really spring-load the ascension. It would be nice if we had more than one hope, but we have to put people through this. We have to allow the cabal to do this one thing to foster the global awakening, the Great Awakening. It would be nice if we had more than one hope to do it, but we don't. We got to do it this way. We got to let this happen. And then it says, dream. You must put a stop to this sleep deprivation. I think they're talking to everyone. And part of what's happening as you stay home is you're going to sleep more. I hope you're not only getting 4 or 5 hours a night, because that's not good for your immune system. They want you to sleep more. They want you to start having dreams. In the class, I'm going to talk all about dream analysis. We're going to have a whole big thing where you will learn that language and you'll learn how to run your dreams and get it to work for you. If you were to land a new job, you might calm down a little bit. To not stop looking might be good for you. If you talk to your friends about it, they could help you in Highland. It's all mixed up. Right now, I'd rather not talk about it. So there was a place in the area I lived in called Highland, but I think really what it's talking about here is that we're going to have new jobs, we're going to go back to work, and it's good not to stop looking. It's good even now to be thinking about how could you be working online, how could you make an income right now. And Highland, I believe, is a statement from, it's talking about heaven. It's a metaphor of heaven. And talking to your friends is like going into your dream state and asking for guidance in your dreams so you can get help. And it's all mixed up. The world is mixed up right now. They don't want to talk about it. The missing pieces fit together, and then again, sometimes they don't. Maybe that's why they astrologically missed the latitude and longitude of squares and circles. Think deeply about what you are planning on embarking on. Okay, so this, again, I just stuck it in there because that's what they said. And again, sometimes the pieces don't fit together. Sometimes we're going to give you cryptic statements like this that you won't understand. Latitude and longitude of squares and circles, that seems to be talking about the ancient monuments on Earth and the astrology, meaning that they go back 12,000 years, like the Giza alignment, right? With the alignment of the pyramids with the stars of Orion's belt, and that only happens based on precessional drift 12,000 years ago. Then it says, think deeply about what you are planning on embarking on. This is going to be a whole new life for everyone. It's going to change everything. Now look at this. They once again refer to a medical crisis when they say, many great rescue squads have come into being. This is what's happening to the planet. This is what's happening as we go through coronavirus. And it also talks about the car crash that I was about to go through in a couple days. Their illustrious voices sing high the praises of the Creator. This is an angelic rescue squad. To give you details at this point would be redundant. They've already predicted the coronavirus. You scared me this summer. I was working very diligently to find a table for you. Wow, right? Because it's going to be a scary summer, right? It might take that long, and they're working diligently to find a table. That's what happens when you're in a restaurant, right? You need to get seated. Well, nobody can go to a restaurant. Another prophetic reference to that. It's amazing how many there are. You needed little or no prompting in order to get through most things. That's why it was such a tragedy. And then I looked at the clock. They inspired me to look at the clock as I was doing this, and it said 3:11 as I was transcribing. One must see that you cannot live only on hummus. Jeopardizing your health had severe consequences. So they're talking about a tragedy that is going to jeopardize our health. This is again talking about the coronavirus. And in my case, I was a vegan at the time. I was predominantly eating hummus, and they tell me that was very dangerous. You lied to me about certain things, and that was hard to compensate for. So I was lying to my higher self, and this is one thing you can't do. They know you, and they will administer your karma, so there's nothing you can do about it. And the truth is, some of it goes way back to the mind essence of what I was saying before. Truly, the highest order is to know one's self, and everyone has a similar weakness. This is just very poetic stuff. To know oneself is the highest order, and we all have these weaknesses. Communion only takes 6 glasses, and it is not age appropriate. Honest to gosh, I don't know what the hell that means. But I figure, you know what? They've been hitting it so much here, I better leave it in and just let you look at that. And you tell me what you think the 6 glasses of communion is about. Communion, normally you only drink one thing. You're drinking what is a wine, which is supposed to be, it's supposed to be the blood of Christ, right? That's the typical Christian communion. They're talking about 6 glasses, right? So there could be 6 days of creation. On the 7th day, creation is finished. So it could be the development of this whole thing of the 6 days of the creation of this new world as we go through this dark night of the soul. And it's not age appropriate. This is not something you want to look at with your eyes. It's not age appropriate. It's scary for the kids. I think that's what they're talking about. It is aesthetically pleasing for me to see you growing, and I know that one day we will integrate in views together as one. I know that you are going to finish with accolades and high honors. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. This is basically just saying, if you do the work, you're going to ascend, everything's going to be fine, you'll have high honors, high accolades, and that's a really great thing. Now the next day, very next day, December the 6th, this is when I actually had the car crash right after these words came in, and they totally talk about 9/11. And they seem to be talking about the coronavirus. Both 9/11 coronavirus got blended together in my readings, because these are the 2 big things almost 20 years apart that happened that really contributed to our global awakening and to global trauma. So check this out. Under the aegis of friendly planetary transformation, the talk show host has got a new one. They're all special effects designed to ride the lightning bolts. Now, I talk about this in the book. The lightning bolts appear to be a reference to something called blue lightning, or what was also called 5th gen nukes. These nukes could only be the size of the tip of your thumb, but they create a very fast ball of fire that is there in a split second. It looks like a bolt of lightning, so they called it blue lightning. Supposedly, that was one of the things they used in 9/11 to bring the towers down. They used these mini nukes, or the code name Blue Lightning, and in the book I actually get the quote from Sherman Skolnick and his insiders, where we talk about the person who invented Blue Lightning and invented this nuclear weapon actually that was used in 9/11. So this is also talking about the talk show host, right? So whatever 9/11 would be, it's going to give the talk show host something to talk about. And don't forget, they already said 90 minutes until 10 o'clock, 3.5 by 11. So 9/11 was already mentioned. That's one way of losing their cookies, is to get real syndicated. Well, losing your cookies is a term about vomiting. And so again, it talks about sickness and the idea of the virus. So I think it's blending both together. Therefore, the virus could also be a special effect, meaning it's not actually what we think it is. And it definitely gives the talk show host something to talk about. It's doctor recommended. Who is going to ask the pediatrician? Wow, right? Because losing your cookies, doctor recommended, this is a health crisis. Who's going to ask the pediatrician? Well, the pediatricians in that article I just showed you were saying that this is going to be something that kids should go back to school because it's very unlikely they're going to get sick, and then they all develop immunity and they'll be fine. So in time, there will probably still be some people who have to stay inside because of their age and their susceptibility, but the kids, it's very unlikely kids are going to get this thing. And so who's going to ask the pediatrician? It's a direct prophecy, again, of coronavirus. Who is going to look at the self with tangible results? Self-awareness is the key to building a foundation. If you're on the floor, you might have to postpone things. So building a foundation is what you do when you're building a house. If you're on the floor, you might have to postpone things. Well, I know for a fact that this floor that's right behind me here, Elizabeth and I have been spending hours on the floor, rolling around on the floor. Not doing what you think, we're stretching. We're not doing that. If we were going to do that, we'd do it in the bed, not on the floor. We're not going to talk about that. Anyway, if you're on the floor, you might have to postpone things, right? Because you can't leave the house. Leaving the house has been postponed. You're stuck on the floor, and you're building a foundation. So self-awareness is the key to building the foundation. This is fascinating. I mean, look at all this stuff just on this one screen. Doctor recommended, stuck in the house, on the floor, and postponing things, postponing leaving the house. These vital matters have been recorded in stone. This is the pyramid prophecies, I believe, and I go into great detail about that in the book, and I will do it in the class as well. Fear not, the breath of the infinite is about to be born again. It's no problem when you know what you're doing. Now, again, stay on the slide real quick. The breath of the infinite is literally talking about, this divine consciousness. Spirit is a word that means breathing, right? But it also is talking about the fact that this disease is conveyed by breathing. And they say it's no problem when you know what you're doing. In other words, it's really not a problem. This thing is not as dangerous as they make it out to be. If you know what you're doing, if you know real information, not just the media fear porn, but the real stuff, there's a pretty strong likelihood. In fact, it's a scientific fact, 85% of the people that get this thing are not going to have any symptoms. 90% of the people dying from it are over the age of 70. It's no problem when you know what you're doing. The breath of the infinite will be born again. The planet will be born again. So this is like 9/11. It's the next 9/11. These two prophecies are blended together. The oddest part about this is its connection to the church. Discoveries in the caves will be changing all of that so soon. Well, what I see here is the cave is probably a metaphor of Jesus, which is in turn a metaphor of the 3 days of darkness, where he was dead inside the cave. So this again could be talking about the biblical thing, the 3 days of darkness, the ascension, and the actual turning off of the phones and the internet as we go through this process. So again, I didn't have to change any of this stuff. I didn't write any of this. This is all, I just copied it over from my original notes from 1996 as this came in. It's very fascinating. Now look at this. After all this corona stuff, what's the very next thing they say? If a person is sick, they need constant attention. Well, hello. That's what everybody's dealing with right now. If a person is real sick, they need to collapse. And this is talking about the deep state, the cabal, the dark patriarchy. In a smaller church, prayer is a very strong system. Well, the smaller church is your house because you're stuck in it alone, as they've been saying before. Prayer is a very strong system. They're reminding you of the power of prayer to turn this thing around, that you can pray and get the results that you want to have to get through your sickness. You can heal yourself with prayer. Why not? You got nothing else to do, right? Okay. And then it says, I'm aware of myself choosing attractive names, which is not good. In other words, you don't want to say, oh, now I'm doing these readings, now I've got these dream prophecies, which I'm going to be teaching you how to do in my class. It doesn't mean you're the Messiah. You're one of them, okay? But the Messianic initiative is happening on a planetary level, and we all have roles to fulfill. So we don't want to give ourselves attractive names. We just want to do our part, do the prayers, get the guidance, and help the planet go through this process of evolution. But all these references to sickness now make a heck of a lot more sense than they did before. You know it's Christmas. They reference Christmas once again. And again, at the time this was coming in, it was near Christmas. You know it's Christmas when Joshua presents himself to you. Sometimes a habit must be dropped cold turkey in order to leave it. Well, this is another direct reference to smoking and lung problems. Typically, when you say cold turkey, that refers to people quitting smoking, and people really have an incentive to not smoke right now, because if you smoke, you can greatly increase the chances of having a problem with this. All pleasantries have been exhausted, and again, exhaust is like air pollution. There is no other way for the energy to flow. The patriarch must be denominated. Wow. So now you got all these corona references, right? You've got the habit being dropped cold turkey. You've got exhaust. And then the patriarch must be denominated. Well, first of all, a denomination would be like giving a name for something, right? A particular denomination. But denominated is a play on words that refers to these Illuminati bad actors no longer getting nominated to run for office. The patriarch must be denominated. You don't want these people running the planet anymore. So that's beautiful. I love this line, but I never understood how it tied in with Corona until now. And a lot of this stuff did make it into the book. I just didn't have the key to decipher all of it back then when I wrote the book, which was only a couple months ago. Now this is talking about 9/11 and very likely talking about this Corona thing and how the media is distorting it. It's the greatest science fiction story ever told. because this is not true. 9/11 was not Arabs with box cutters, and it was not the result of the buildings burning and falling into their own footprint just because of the strength of a JP8 jet fuel fire, which burns at the same temperature as kerosene. Every kerosene lamp on Earth would have melted if this actually could have happened by that means. Look at that. Holy good gosh. The greatest science fiction story ever told, 9/11, 9/11. They actually said the term 9/11 in the reading from December 6, 1996, and they're calling 9/11 a science fiction story, but now you see how it's also woven in with this strange coronavirus prophecy. 9/11, you can't get any more blatant than that, folks. That is a prophecy. And then they make a joke. CBS and ABC give it, tongue planted firmly in cheek, adequate coverage. That's all you could see on television was 9/11 after it happened. And then they said a cast iron fence is wrought around the victim's body. He likes to do that. This is the patriarch. However, an impenetrable wall needs only be potentiated by positive energy. Okay, let's leave it on this slide for a second. I want you to look at this a little more. So they say 9/11, they say it's a science fiction story, and of course they also have woven in coronavirus, because that's also not exactly true. What they're telling us is not all true. It's not as lethal as they're trying to make it sound. Focus in now on the cast iron fence. What could that actually be? What impenetrable wall are they really talking about? Well, the impenetrable wall is the cabal's domination of the planet, the seemingly impossible thing we're never going to get out of, and yet they're saying positive energy will penetrate that wall. Now, the cast iron fence wrought around the victim's body, 9/11, they said just before that. Well, on 9/11, when the buildings fell, there was a cast iron fence wall that was left standing. Right here you can see the traffic lights. That is what I believe they were talking about, another direct prophecy of 9/11, the cast iron fence. Then they say, don't grab too much all at once. Dude, that's the panic buying that happened during the corona scare. Don't grab too much all at once. Don't go in there and take everything out of the supermarket. Let the groceries be there for everybody. They blended these two disasters together. 9/11, corona, just stuck the two together. All this stuff about sickness, don't grab too much, talking about not panic buying. And then another really funny joke. They said this could really grab up a lot of your time. Check this out. There it is in the slide. Yeah, it could, because you're stuck at home. So that's a really funny joke. This could really grab up a lot of your time. Get a price list before you go on. Once again, that's talking about grocery shopping, getting a price list. Isn't that interesting? And it could grab up a lot of your time. The essential concept will be felt so strongly that it cannot be ignored. The concept of ascension, the concept of we need to get rid of these bad actors on the planet. And that is happening. In the context of the rest of the people, the material you present, they're talking to me now, is truly a magical gift. And it will be that way for everyone as more and more people learn how to do these techniques. So that's December 6th. And once again, all this stuff very directly related, tying in 9/11 and Corona. Then the very next day, December the 7th, we had some additional interesting things. Why don't you just lay it out on the table? I think this is talking about assess your prepper food, because everything else they're saying is about Corona. So they clearly know where they are, and they're talking about this. So why don't you lay it out on the table? Why don't you figure out what you got in your house? Like they talked about before, that you might want to heat up some soup. You might want to go get the oysters, the smoked oysters that you have. You might want to look at the chocolate milk you might have sitting around. Why don't you just lay it out on the table once again? Your forehead situation is tolerable. In other words, you're not going to get sick. You're not going to get a fever. Most people will be fine. Your forehead situation is tolerable. Sent to meetings hypnotized. And again, hypnotized. So there was a band that had some of the Beatles in it, as well as Bob Dylan, called the Traveling Wilburys. It also had Roy Orbison. And they had that song, Handle Me With Care, and that was a song lyric from that song, Sent to Meetings Hypnotized. I think it's talking about the mass hypnosis that happened to us during 9/11 and coronavirus. And then they said the Sean Dixon Institute was a size too small. Now, as best I can figure, this is talking about Gene Dixon, and it's talking about something like the Betty Ford Clinic. That's kind of the feel that I get from it, the idea of rehab, and that we as a planet are going through a bottom, like a rehab experience where we've crashed and we have to, learn to get sober, really. We've been drunk as a planet. We've been drunk on materialism. We're not paying attention to the earth. We're not paying attention to people starving. We get a taste of that in America. Now we're going to start paying more attention. So the Sean Dixon Institute, I think, is like the Betty Ford Clinic. It's talking about, and it says it was a size too small. We hadn't really rehabilitated yet. We needed this event, but your forehead situation is tolerable. You're not going to actually be, most people are not going to be sick. Your own synchronicity will lead the way. So now they're telling you, listen to your guidance, watch the synchronicity. You will be led through this initiation. I don't know what to do. The answer is so simple, meaning most people are not going to die from this. 85% of people won't die from this. This has been a bad time for you in years past. Part of it was that you manifested the appropriate stress in order to maintain balance. You also needed to take a few more driving lessons. This is a joke, because by this point I'd had the crash and they were apologizing to me for it, and they said I needed to have a balancing event. This has been a bad time for me in years past. That was true, and I needed more driving lessons. So that was basically them referring to my crash. But you could also analogize this to the collective level. We as a planet need to learn how to drive the planet the way it needs to go and maintain balance. I'm sorry this had to happen. Compassion can be many things. Don't go out the door. Don't go outside. Stay inside for a while. I guess we're going to have to make this up as we go along. Holy crap. Let's stay on this slide. Don't go outside. Stay inside for a while. This is talking about social distancing. And they say, I'm sorry it had to happen. Compassion can be many things. They had to allow this to happen for our planet to go through ascension. But then they say, don't go outside. I guess we're going to have to make this up as we go along. We're going to have to figure out how we handle ourselves when we're locked inside the house. Come on. At this point, do you see what I'm saying? What is the chance that all these prophecies, which we already know the 9/11 one was true, right? It's very obvious. It says, rescue 9/11, greatest science fiction story ever told, the cast iron fence wrought around the body. Come on, there's too many for this to be, oh, David's just making things up and he's just taking these strange words and trying to concoct something out of it. No, these are very direct prophecies about how we would all get stuck in the house. You can see why I was so excited about doing this show, because I just found all this in the last couple days. I guess we're going to have to make this up as we go along. We people at being no one thing know that it is better to know oneself than to know themselves. In other words, when you're home and you're stuck at home in coronavirus, you know yourself because you don't know themselves. You're not talking to other people out there in the open, and you're not being any one thing. You're not in your job right now. So we people at being no one thing, that's talking about everybody, because nobody is being one thing right now. You're just stuck at home, and you can learn to know yourself rather than interacting with others. So that's a very direct prophecy. As the story ends, it begins again. This is talking about the end of the story of planet Earth up until now, and the beginning of a new chapter where the deep state are arrested. And then it says, I don't argue about these things because I try to keep them cohesive. And then with cohesive, once again, look at the letters that you have. You have the CO and the V and then the I, but it's backwards. COVID, cohesive COVID. So once again, that could be a tip of the hat that they are, just like the other one encoded COVID-19, when it said scoff have rid, and that becomes COVID. And then the 20 minus 1 is 19. So again, they definitely knew this was going to happen, and they're saying it's all going to work out. It's part of our ascension. Then they apologize. They say, I apologize for right now because it is so exciting and difficult. That's the times we're in. It's exciting and difficult. Really amazing how accurate this is. That's something that is mentioned in our book, She's Hammered. Well, you can't wish it on anybody. It was appropriate for both. I almost had a heart attack and my stomach was killing me. Don't touch it for a while. That's the best way. Okay, there again. Don't touch it for a while. That's the best way. Nobody can touch anything because of social distancing. You don't want to touch food. You don't want to touch your face. The beings are saying that this was a very upsetting thing for them. They apologize. It's so difficult. Getting hammered as a planet, this is us getting hammered with this virus. You can't wish it on anybody, but it was appropriate because we needed to go through this to get to a higher level. The higher beings are almost having a heart attack, but they say don't touch each other for a while. That's the best way, so we do have to practice social distancing. I mean, honestly, this is so amazing. I'm so stunned that all this prophecy was in there, and I only put these slides together this morning. So a lot of this stuff I've only had a few hours to think about right now, but I might even see more as it goes on. The bass player is done already. And this, the bass would be like the low, sinister notes. So the bad stuff is done. The minister in church this Saturday will come to know. That's interesting because it's not Sunday. And again, the ministers, everybody's going to find out how bad this really was. And then I got a visual image as I was doing the reading of someone cutting their finger with an axe or a blade and then stepping on a hoe and having it slam you in the face. And then they say, at this point, it's simple. Answer all your questions about West Side Story. So, once again, West Side Story was a play that I learned all the music for. I didn't end up doing it, but I learned all the music, all the drum parts. And it is talking about, I believe it's in New York City, and the gangs trying to get along with each other. Basically, it's the Latinos learning to get along with the whites. I don't think it's only talking about Latinos and whites in this case. It's talking about everybody. And that as a planet, we're going through the lessons of West Side Story. They do make other references to West Side Story lyrics in these readings as well. But again, West Side Story is about us dissolving our differences and coming together, learning not to fight each other anymore. And the minister is going to come to know this. The bass player is done already. The end of the bad stuff, the low rumbling notes are over. And you're not going to have to get cuts on your finger and things slamming in your face anymore. This is the end of all this bad karma for the planet, potentially, as long as we learn our lesson. Did I tell you what happened? Yesterday, I kept going outside and outside and outside and outside. Now that's weird. Why would they say the word outside 4 times in a row? Why would they say I kept going outside and outside and outside and outside? Maybe because nobody can go outside right now, and they knew that I'd be reading this prophecy. Remember, they talk about the stepfather. That's a reference to Daniel, who's supposedly going to get here pretty soon. They had my brother's birthday of 1975. The day that I saw this was the day after his birthday, just this morning. And then let's, hold on, I dropped my handy clicker. This is live television. There's no going back. You cannot make a mistake. That's not a mistake. So then it says, I kept going outside and outside and outside. Wow, that's clearly talking about the positive aspect. After social distancing, everybody's going to want to go outside a lot more. Did I tell you what happened? Yeah, that's what's going to happen. And then they say outside my shirt. Well, some people are wrapping shirts around their faces because they want to have a mask. So that could be what that's about. The broadcast was never completed. And there's a lot of different ways that we could look at what that means. Right now, television has been shut down. Hollywood is shut down. TV shows are shut down. So the broadcast, some of these shows that we're watching, they never got completed. Movies never got completed. And everything's going to change after this happens. Hollywood is saying they're not even going to go back to work. I think that's melodramatic, but anyway, it's very intense. So all this weird stuff about saying you're going to go outside 4 times in a row, clearly, again, coronavirus prophecy. Then it says, things happen in the car. Well, this is, I believe, talking about the car of the earth. It's a metaphor of the earth, and we're driving through this whole process. People choke to death. There are a lot of accidents. Well, dying from coronavirus is essentially like choking because of the way that your lungs stop working. Let me tell you the first accident I was in. This is now coming from an angelic being. I was behind some guy doing about 30. A truck came along and almost hit me, nearly ran me off the road. In order to survive, I had to go over the shoulder into a ditch. Okay, now, let's just try to think about this in terms of symbolism and metaphor. This one is a little bit weaker than some of the others, but bear with me, because if the car is talking about the planet, right? and behind some guy doing about 30. This is what I was doing. I was passing people, and they were telling me that it was dangerous, that I could have ended up having to go over the shoulder into a ditch. But it's also talking about the planet, and it's saying the truck coming along, I believe, is talking about the cabal, and that in order for the planet to survive, they had to drive us into the shoulder into a ditch. We're all stuck at home. We're trapped. The car can't go. We can't go outside to drive. We're stuck in slowness. We're only going about 30. And then also I noticed that shoulder and ditch, again, show, co, it's got the co part, and then ditch, di, is the vid. So there's kind of a COVID thing in there. And it said the car got messed up, but I was okay. This is talking about the fact that we are going to sustain some damage as a planet, obviously going through this to the economy, everything else, but we will be okay. Your antiquated highway system becomes extremely deadly with even the slightest change of conditions. You knew this was going to happen too. So this is actually, I believe, talking about that the planet itself is the antiquated highway system. The way we get food, the way that our industries work, it becomes extremely deadly with even the slightest change of conditions, and now we are all seeing that. So that again could be talking about the shutdown. You knew this was going to happen too. That's why you cursed when you saw the snow in the morning. You're not going anywhere for a while after this. Once again, you're stuck at home. You're not going anywhere for a while after this. We have a planetary car crash, and they had just referenced 9/11 as another example, economic crash, COVID economic crash, the biggest event on the timeline the beings could see back in 1996, because they had to let this happen for us to get kick-started into ascension. Then, at 3:04 p.m., as I was transcribing the words, I heard a voice say, "I knew I would find you," meaning they really knew that I was on the right track here and I was getting the right information. So then they say, "Come on, you know how tough it is. You're going to wear team clothing, right?" Well, team clothing in this case could be the masks that everybody's wearing, and they say, "We know it's going to be tough when you go outside, but you have to wear the team clothing." "Dressed in 4, I give you my warning. Better to be safe than sorry." So they're saying, go ahead and wear the mask, wear the team clothing. "Planet news is fine, but if it just splashes up in the air, what then?" Well, that's talking about germs splashing into your face, telling you why you need to wear the team clothing, why you should wear the mask. "I give you my warning, it's better to be safe than sorry." More pandemic stuff. Then it says, "He is crying." And this is probably a reference to the Christ consciousness, to Jesus. You know, that it's really sad that we have to go through this, that we have to go through this germy thing. We got to wear the team clothing, wear the face masks, and the planet itself, the Christ consciousness, is crying. Anyway, let's go on. It says, "He had a whole day of Krishnamurti." And then as it was coming through, as the voice was coming through, and I was hearing this in my ear, the voice sneezed. And then I actually said to the voice, as I was recording this, I said, "Bless you," because I heard the sound of sneezing. Well, this again is talking about coronavirus and people being sick. And then it said, "A whole day of Krishnamurti." Well, I realized that Krishna is the god of war. And then the obvious synchronicity of the timing of the two sneezes, because when I transcribed this, I sneezed again. So I had a sneeze when I was transcribing it that happened quite spontaneously right before I realized that the voice had sneezed during the reading. So again, the whole day of Krishnamurti means a day, of course, is symbolic in this case. I believe they're talking about more than a day. But the idea of the god of war, Krishna is the god of war, and there's this whole day of sneezing. And you got to wear the team clothing, you got to wear the masks, okay? "A copycat will never go far. If they had a plastic cup, they might be incarcerated." Well, think about it. If you put germs on a plastic cup and you have somebody drink it, and you know that it's got coronavirus on it, you could be incarcerated by deliberately infecting people. So, and then the copycats, right? If somebody, a copycat criminal is somebody who does crimes that other people are doing. So go back to the slide. A copycat will never go far. Copycat criminals, if you try to spread this thing, you might be incarcerated if you did it with like a plastic cup. It's up to the staff to deal with it responsibly. The staff, of course, in this case is the police and the medical people and the governments, of course. Sometimes the matrix of the matrix quarantines you. A direct reference to quarantine by the word. You think all this is a coincidence? No, I don't. Okay? I didn't put most of this in the book, but you'll see pieces of it in the book when you get the book on June 2nd. The matrix of the matrix quarantines you. And of course, the matrix is talking about the deep state. And here we are, the matrix of the matrix, the people who control the matrix have put the world under quarantine. So that even if you don't use a plastic cup right, you could go to jail. And then it says, when dirty water splashes up in your face, you can't snap your fingers like that anymore. Well, that again is talking about infectious pathogens. Using a man's shorts, she will never know. And again, I don't know what that means. You could read into that however you want. The engineer is running a little tired this afternoon. I have no shorts on. You could sneak up on someone else by asking them a normal question. So I think what's really going on here is this is talking about people being at home like women, wearing man's shorts, and nobody will ever know. I have no shorts on, and you could sneak up on somebody by asking a normal question. In other words, people are going to be hanging out in their underwear at home, and you could ask them, hey, are you wearing any pants? And they might say no, and then you could sneak up on them that way. So, and there's jokes online about people walking around at home in their underwear. So that's what I think that means. Then they do more of this driving symbolism. The Taconic State Parkway right next to 70, right on the line. Wouldn't that be a crisis? Okay, let's stop right there. Taconic State Parkway is the New Jersey Turnpike. And it says right next to 70, and I think there is a I-70 around there because I remember driving it. Well, everybody in New York is being stuck in New York. They're not allowed to leave New York City right now. So it actually mentions the highway that people would be going on to get out of New York. And then it says right on the line. If you're right on the line, you can't leave New York. Wouldn't that be a crisis? Well, yeah, we're talking about a global crisis. And you saw all the stuff it was saying about, the team clothing, wearing the mask, things splashing up in your face. You get incarcerated for just putting your germs on a cup, wearing underwear at home, all this kind of stuff. A special minute sponsored by a minute specialist. I'm not really sure what that means. You can speculate on that in the comments if you like. The special design of this particular house is for people to come in and enjoy. The food the families serve must be rich with apples. So once again, they're talking about being in a house, people coming in, enjoying themselves, and serving food. And apples, I think this is referring to the fact that apples are typically given to your teacher. If you want to give your teacher a gift, you might give them an apple. That's a common cliche. Then I think about my car accident, and outside I heard a gunshot go off at the same time. That actually did happen while I was doing the transmission. It's talking about the idea that this car accident is more than just a car accident. It's a global shootout, if you will, between the two factions, the Alliance and the Cabal. And they say, this is a sign. Mental tactics of evasion will not clue you in to what is happening over at the firehouse. And let's stop right there. The fire departments are very busy, and they're having to deal with helping people and making sure everybody's okay and dealing with a lot of sick people. So if you have mental tactics of evasion, if you're not thinking about how bad this really is and how bad the first responders and fire personnel and emergency and ambulance and all that, if you're not really thinking about it, you won't see how bad this is and how bad everybody is having to deal with this virus. In Hartford or Cleveland, some of them have learned many times over. Now, Hartford is Connecticut, Cleveland is Ohio. Connecticut is right near New York where it's really bad. And some of the people in these areas are learning these lessons about helping people many times over. Stay in focus. Your cappuccino is swooning or spooning. So they're asking me now to don't lose my trance. They want me to focus more. And they say, your chino is too. Does that sound the same to you? Now again, the virus originated in China. Chino seems to be like China. So once again, I think this is talking about the virus. And they're saying, does that sound the same to you? Well, it doesn't. Cappuccino could be a thing about wake up and smell the coffee. As a planet, we have to wake up and smell the coffee. A lot of things will sound the same until further inspection. Okay, let's get some rest. But then I push and I say, no, I want to keep going. And they say, okay, show me the sign again. Did you get it? And again, the sign is, I believe, the signs that we're seeing right now. And this was a prophecy. They're saying, did you get the prophecies? Did you get it all? Running around the house like a couple of wild kids. Well, that's what's happening. Everybody's got their kids at home and they're all running around the house. Another prophecy about the quarantine, which they mentioned by name. When my daughter saw him, she almost beat the S out of him. This is talking about the real problems with domestic violence and the things that we got to worry about when we're in the shut-in. What do you think about that? The keynote speaker tonight is you. May I suggest reading some Arcturians and then going to sleep? At the time, I was reading a book by Patricia Pereira called Songs of the Arcturians, but all of this stuff seems to be talking about the shut-in and the violence. So please try to be as nice as you can to the people you love when you're stuck at home with them. Don't create arguments unnecessarily. Be watchful of alcohol consumption. Alcohol-related incidents are way up. Alcohol consumption is way up right now, and that can cause problems. The very next day was December 8th, and we get even more of these things that look like they're talking about corona. Do you want me to open that for you? Take a look at that cast iron fence. Rock salt would be a good idea. So right there, it seems to be, do you want me to open that? It seems to be talking about the canned food that we're all having to open right now. The cast iron fence is this idea of something that we can break out of. We're not as trapped as we think. Rock salt is what you put down in order to stop sliding so that you don't have a crash. So rock salt would be a good idea. Seems to be talking about the idea that we need to start rebuilding society, get the rock salt on the roads, get everybody driving again, metaphorically speaking, of course. And then it says, listen to the ham radio. Well, this is specifically what the preppers say you need to do when you are in a social collapse, that ham radio will be the only way we can communicate. So again, this seems to be possibly talking about the times that we're in right now, and the ham radio again being alternative media in this case. I will give advice, not comedy or compliments. So this is not funny. What they're talking about is not funny. They are giving us advice. And you do make it special for us to do a CPR thing tonight. CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, is what happens if you've had, a heart attack, and it's also the resuscitator, the ventilator. One of the things that people are having to go through as they go through this horrible coronavirus hospitalization. So once again, all this stuff looks very relevant. It's there in potential form, it just hasn't manifested yet. The onset of ice cream, you're sometimes looking for it. Now again, ice cream seems to be referring to the Alliance, because one of the people I know we call Ice Cream Man, and now people see that there could be some kind of positive thing. It's in potential form, it hasn't manifested yet. The onset of ice cream, now we're looking for it. Now we want the ice cream, the sweet stuff, the good part, what the Ice Cream Man was telling us about, how this is all going to turn out. The dream voice is the first one. Ezekiel is the second. So that implies that first we get these kind of prophecies through the dream voice, and then we get the wheel within wheel biblical UFO thing, meaning some kind of UFO visitation to humanity could be coming out of this. And then they say, do you see how this one is the same size as this one? In other words, the dream voice prophecy, although this is something that passed through me, it's equally as amazing in its own way as if the UFOs really arrived, because how in the world did they know about all this stuff before it happened? They got 9/11, they got coronavirus, all these things. More work was done on the Sarsen stones in 1995, pushing creation to the limit. And this is, of course, Stonehenge is what they're referring to. It's a tedious process, but well worth the effort. David thinks about the car crash and the ambulance, and they say we must be careful about that. Like mind, think alike, so we want you to rest. So once again, it's talking about how creation is being pushed to the limit by this thing. We're all going through this tedious process, but it's worth the effort. It is like a global car crash, and that we have to be careful as we go through this. We're being pushed to the limit. It's a tedious process, and we want you to rest as you go through this tedious process. Again, very much related. How about money for Christmas? You've got to pay the mortgage. The mortgage doesn't move. Well, once again, everybody's got to pay the mortgage, and you're going to get money for Christmas, right? The Christmas is the gift of the mass arrest that's going to happen. While I'm up here, I'm glad I signed up this year. The insurance will be outrageous. I'm putting a hot water bottle here and here. So look at all that. The hot water bottle, again, is a reference to people being sick. And when you put the hot water bottle on to deal with body aches, the insurance is going to be outrageous. That's all the insurance coverage that people have had for their businesses collapsing and everything. It's going to be outrageous, and you still have to pay the mortgage. So they talk about money for Christmas. This thing's going to be like a Christmas gift for the whole planet when we go through this. Then they say it's more like direct quotes than sayings. Tyrannical indeed. And I believe this is talking about the powers that were, the deep state. The substitute teacher turned out to be right. And we could go in different... The substitute teacher, I think, is talking about a spiritual teacher substituting for the mass media, which is tyrannical. Substitute teacher is alternative media. The alternative media turned out to be right. Now let me try. Ken and Barbie. Street signs. I find fault in the system. So I think Ken and Barbie is a reference to traditional mainstream media, and now we are finding fault in that system, and the substitute teacher turned out to be right. A lot of this New Age-S coming through is bogus. It hurts the ideal so much that little remains. So this is talking about how there's a lot of misinformation even in our own spiritual communities as well. And that definitely is something I've seen. Everything is intertwined into one affair. Well, that seems to be talking about how all of the timelines that we're on have merged into this total focal point where everybody's at home, everybody's meditating, or trying to at least. Everything is intertwined in one affair. That's the nexus point where all the timelines come together. The cosmic bubbles, and again, these are like the bubbles of time. And then they said Ed Dague and Chris Kapistashi. Well, growing up in Scotia, New York, these were the two people who were on the local news. Then it says, the triangle allows the UFO flaps. I want you to squeeze it closed. In the Law of One, they talk about UFO flaps where a bunch of UFOs get in, and they say that's the negative beings coming into the planet because there's random windows where they can get in due to our collective negativity. Here it says the triangle allows the UFO flaps. The triangle, I think, refers to the cabal, the all-seeing eye, the Illuminati, the triangle, right? I want you to squeeze it closed. So they're saying in this process we can squeeze it closed, stop these negative entities from getting into the planet. Elizabeth and her sister have been coming to the Panda for many months now. Well, this is really, really interesting because first of all, the panda seems to be a reference to China. It is the national animal of China, right? I didn't know at the time that my wife was going to be Elizabeth, and I didn't know at the time that Elizabeth would get the name of the Anshar priestess's sister that Corey was talking to. Corey was talking to Corey Good, who I had the show Cosmic Disclosure with on Gaia for 3 years, was allegedly in contact with an extraterrestrial female calling herself Ka'ari, or Kari for short. And Corey had Kari's sister show up, and he was told about the sister, and he was told the name of the sister, okay? Elizabeth got the name exactly the same as Corey had heard it, and he was completely freaked out because Elizabeth got this in a visionary experience, and she told it to Corey, and he was so shocked because he was told you can never say this name to anyone, you can never speak this name to anyone, but now that it's come out that Elizabeth knew the name, Corey has leaked the name publicly, it was Karen. Now what is the likelihood that Elizabeth would come up with the name Karen and it was the same name that Corey had been told? Because he has leaked that publicly, it's not a secret anymore. So Elizabeth and her sister, I think the sister is Karen, and they have been coming to the Panda for many months now. Well, hold on. Elizabeth has 5 black belts in Chinese martial arts, Kung Fu. So many months. She did this solidly. That's all she did for 10 years. So this is very interesting. It says that Elizabeth's martial arts studies actually helped her tune in with these higher forces, including the sister of the Anshar, okay? Then it says, I want to buy that shirt or find a cheaper blanket. And again, we could speculate as to what that means. 5 minutes later, it will be Valis and the Demiurge. Okay, so Valis is talking about Philip K. Dick, vast, active, living, integrated system. It's basically a metaphor for the good guy, for God. The Demiurge is the idea of God is evil, that the Gnostics teach, that it's a half-God, demiurge. And this is one of the main things the Luciferians teach, is that God is a demiurge, and God that you think is God is actually bad, and Lucifer is good. Then it says, who's a faithless friend? Well, this is something that comes from another play I was watching. I think it's in Cabaret, where he yells out, who's a faithless friend? Again, I'm leaving these in there just because they might be relevant later on. I don't know, but I'm leaving them in. The Rock of Gibraltar looks at me sometimes. The rock is a clear reference to Jesus. How do you distinguish between bipedal, like humans, and other forms? It is that. That is the hardest thing to point out, meaning that there's humans all over the galaxy. That's what I think is going on. I'd like to thank you for pointing things out. We can't stand by and let someone else listen to the Walkman. So ultimately in the book, I talk about the cosmic galactic logos, the idea that there's this universal Christ that's in our galaxy, that all humans in the galaxy are part of this universal Christ. And they say that is the hardest thing to point out. I'd like to thank you for doing it. And then Kelsey Quilt, that's an old apron. There was this thing going on in the town I was in at the time where there was a fundraiser for abducted children who had been lost. And Kelsey was the name of the girl that this was based on, and everybody made a quilt for her. Kelsey Quilt, that's an old apron. Well, the old apron could be a reference to the aprons of the high-level Illuminati Freemasons, which is above 33. I'm not blaming most Masons at all. But Kelsey Quilt is about kids disappearing and then doing a tribute for them. That's part of what we're going to learn. I like the design. I like this idea of kids being, saved. If it works for you, don't abandon it. Other patterns are forming. The breath of the divine will make people say the S word. So they didn't, they weren't worried about curse words here. Hearing some really loud cheering outside, but it sounds like they're happy, so we won't get too worried about that. It's not a riot. It's just a lot of good yelling, I guess. The breath of the divine will make people say some curse words. Well, the breath of the divine is again talking about these changes that are happening now, and people are really going to freak out, and other patterns are forming. You don't want to hurt yourself in whatever manner it might be. Again, thinking of the car crash, try going back to sleep. 65 degrees, it's memorized in writing. That's for you to find out. Now, one of the things I heard about is that the virus actually thrives in cold areas, and 65 degrees could be like the coldness of the lung tissue. If you're in a cold room, if you're breathing cold air, you're more apt to get sick from this. So again, they're saying make sure that you avoid staying cold. You got to stay warm, and you don't want to hurt yourself in whatever manner that might be. Just ask the person next to you. He's not stupid. Do you want a turkey sub? It's up on that chair. Your bracelet is on your arm too. You don't need a change of clothes to sing the praises of the Creator. So once again, here we go. We got the hospital bracelet, which is about being sick. You got the turkey sub, the delivered food, and you've got the change of clothes, which is again talking about the masks and all the other stuff. And asking the person next to you, we're all stuck at home together. So this again looks very, very suspiciously similar to what's going on now. It says we've got Jesus on the other line. He's sad because of the registerings of this picture. Well, that's obviously happening now. This guy called him last night, a black guy. He looked at us before he called in. He just wanted to find information related to college and serendipity. And again, there could be multiple layers to this that I'm not seeing right now. In a dream, a black person, if you're white, is representative of a higher being. I talk about that in the book. And I think it's talking about how the higher aspect of ourselves is now going to start looking for information related to college and serendipity. We're going to want to learn more about our spirit. And we're going to learn about synchronicity. And Jesus is sad. He wants to help us right now. A gaudy yellow shirt. Are you the father and the mother? The yellow clothes, again, gaudy clothes. It could be a reference to protective gear, who knows? You could put all this on your website or feel free to keep it confidential. It reads a little difficult if you try to put too much information in. Well, I'm obviously going through everything, and it is a little difficult. There's a lot here, but I wanted to get it all in case I missed something. Do you plan to drive? Look at this. Arsonists line the streets. Beware. The world will shake when you make these revelations. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? They paved paradise and put in a parking lot, right? So this is talking about the fearful apocalyptic timeline that now everybody's thinking about, which they've said is not going to actually happen. But the idea, well, you can't go outside, you can't plan to drive because there could be people that would burn your car, arsonists lining the streets. And then this idea, you don't know what you've got till it's gone. The planet itself, we were spoiled thinking, oh, it's no big deal to be able to go outside and be free, but now you're stuck at home. So once again, the music is a synchronicity talking about the prophecy of what's happening to us, that we're all learning to appreciate more of what we had. Then I got a phone call as I was, in the morning as I was doing the reading. The phone call rang and the person said, "May I please speak with Paul?" And I felt that this was related to an earlier synchronicity I had where I was talking about someone whose friend was named Saul. And then a man came up to me directly and asked me, was my name Paul? So this is one of these weird things, right? I'm talking to somebody about the name Saul, and then a guy comes up to me and says, "Hey, are you Paul?" And then the phone rings while I'm doing this reading, and it says, "May I please speak with Paul?" That freaked me out. Well, Saul to Paul is a metaphor in the Bible about the wicked man Saul, who then evolves into the character Paul, who is Paul the Apostle. So it's talking about us getting touched by the spirit of the Christ consciousness, which is truly universal, and how we become awakened out of the Saul level to the Paul level. That's what I think is going on, why that was put in right there. When giants roamed the earth on herds of dumbbells, that was a myth. It never happened. The only giants were the people themselves. You ought to know by now. And then the song Moving Out by Billy Joel. So we'll get to this in just a second, but let's stay on the slide. I believe here that what it's talking about is the giants refer to the Cabal because they are apparently the descendants of giant humans. That's one of their secret teachings, that they treat us as herds of sheep. They think we're dumb. So they think that they are, roaming on us, that they are walking on us, they're walking over us. Well, they say this is a myth that never happened, and the only giants were the people themselves. They had giant egos. And then You Ought to Know By Now is a quote from the song Moving Out by Billy Joel. You ought to know by now, right? And the whole song is about him moving out and going somewhere else. So I believe this is a symbol that the Cabal's time is over, and they have to move out of power. They can no longer contain the power of the planet. So then we go through this again. This is live. I accidentally duplicated this slide. I apologize, but hey. Then we're almost done now. We're almost through this. 2 days later, on December the 10th, it says, "Bull shot." Now that sounds like just a weird joke, like a kind of a humorous thing to say that doesn't really have any deeper impact. However, what is it called when there's a positive market, when the stocks are going up? It's a bull market. Bull shot means the bull market has been shot. The bull has been shot. Market crash. All these things are talking about what's going to happen during this process. The bull has been shot. The bull market is over. The channeling takes precedence. You solved the point. And that's talking about me doing this work. I notice there's no one on the sofa. You have a mess here, meaning they need to get people on the sofa at home, and that has caused a mess that people are not at home meditating, which is now what's happening. You're still a scribe, and another thing, I saw you guys watching TV. It totally changes your head around. You know what I mean? What's that? Oh yeah, we have a mess on our couch, actually. So it's actually literally prophetic because our couch does have a mess on it right now. Thank you, Elizabeth. That's a good point. And they're saying the TV changes your head around. The media has totally indoctrinated people into thinking this is a lot worse than it really is. But the bull has been shot. The bull market is gone. DNA samples, it is an outrage, right? This is the whole part about the COVID-19 being in the vials of DNA samples smuggled through the airport. I'm convinced that's what it's talking about. Then it says, in too far to grasp for a reason, open the door, behold reality. In other words, this is a quote from my friend Jude Goldman's poetry in high school. But in too far to grasp for a reason, these cabal people, they're in too far. They're so into their religion, they just cannot understand. They can't open the door and behold reality. Look, you guys, you don't need to kill the planet. It's going to be fine. We're going to try to get you guys amnesty anyway, so just relax. Next time, I'll put in 2 doors, so it'll be much easier to open the door and behold reality. We'll create a little space here. I know you saw it coming, and that's why I said, come back, come to the light. So again, it seems to be saying, we saw this coming, we saw the defeat of the cabal, and that this would lead to us coming to the light, that we would, learn our lessons. And then they immediately say, the rescue squad comes again talking about the medical crisis. It's fed unto me by my sister, my brother, my other cousins and nephews. This is clearly talking about the angelic kingdoms of the rescue squad. I think I'll sit down and buy myself a drink. Speaking of the ego, this includes things that I myself am not willing to file away. That's the achievement. Afterwards, it starts to change. So, they're talking about that we're going to face the ego, we're going to face things that you can't file away anymore. You have to sit down, you have to stay home, the rescue squad is coming, and this is the achievement, getting us into this point of being rescued on a planetary level, looking at the ego, the things that have to be filed away, and afterwards it starts to change. Elizabeth, would you mind relieving her for a minute just on the switcher so she can get to the room if she needs to? I think that might be a good idea because we're just to go hit the bathroom if you want to.
I'm actually okay.
Okay, okay, good enough. Well, she's just like me. We're almost done. If you go outside, there will be a lot more for you. Get to know somebody out there. This is your house too. I don't have to sell it. Get yourself out there. Well, my goodness, this is very much talking about social distancing once again. And then it says, put yourself on the steps to the 7th dimension. So again, so many prophecies, so many things about the aftermath of this and getting yourself out there, going out of your house and going through the 7th dimension, going through ascension. It gets brighter and brighter as you get to the source 7th dimension. There is more and more rough sand, especially quarter after a 7, 30 seconds, image of someone breaking off, something breaking off of a refrigerator. My dog ran over it on the inside. He had a bulletproof vest on. So I think this is just talking about emergency workers wearing bulletproof vests, and I don't really know what all this is, but I just wanted to leave it in there in case it means something. The amphibious creatures will sustain. Nature will accept some new people. Amphibious creatures, I think, is talking about people who live in the spirit. Amphibious meaning they live in water. The amphibious creatures will sustain. Nature will accept some new people. This is talking about us opening up to our galactic family, meeting these other extraterrestrial beings that we're going to become in contact with. You don't understand anymore as a people. This stage that we're going through now is very complicated. AA, Alcoholics Anonymous. We are hitting bottom as a planet. Avoid a catastrophe and see how it looks. That's what we're doing right now. We're going to get through this. It's a subspace grid, right, Rosie? Well, this is interesting because, of course, Rosie O'Donnell, Trump made some very unpleasant comments about her during the election. A lot of people got upset about that, so I think that might be a reference to that. Oh boy, I guess I'm going to find out later. You're very well developed spiritually. That's your coffee. That's what it's saying to me, I believe. My Megastar program. Yes, he talks to me. Yes, this is Stone Age Stonehenge. What I heard, they're coming down here. Sword fights, mine enemy. So I think this is talking about the, extraterrestrial villains and cabal people and the sword fights that are happening right now. And it all goes back to Stonehenge and the Stone Age and all that stuff. Now look at this. The patriarchy will be dismantled. Let's see when the big happening occurs. June 3rd, July 10th. By that season, people will be sick of it. scissors on the ground, stuff like that. I just don't want to see people beginning to hurt themselves. This will be a very crazy time for most. Let's leave this on the screen as I talk about it. They're actually giving us dates, folks. The patriarchy will be dismantled. Let's see when the big happening occurs, June 3rd, July 10th. So they're saying it might take that long. Remember, another date they gave us was Memorial Day, which was May 25th. So maybe something's going to happen around these dates. By that season, people will be sick of it, right? They'll be sick of the coronavirus shutdown. Scissors on the ground, crap like that. I think that's talking about people having to cut their own masks, and then you leave the scissors on the ground, and you could get hurt if you step on the scissors. So it's kind of like a metaphor about the masks. I just don't want to see people beginning to hurt themselves. This will be a very crazy time for most people. But look at the beginning again. The patriarchy will be dismantled, and the big happening will be somewhere around June 3rd or July 10th. By that season, people will be sick of it. I mean, hello. We may have just gotten a prophecy of when this is actually going to happen, and if that's true, then we're going to have to wait a while. We're going to have to go through April and May, maybe into June, maybe even into July, before we're actually going to see the patriarchy get dismantled. But in the interim period, the beings are saying, please don't hurt yourself. It is going to be a crazy time for most people. I mean, there's so much data about this virus. It's amazing. Third stone from the sun, time to do some puddle jumping. That is referring to us getting the space program and being able to leave Earth, the third stone from the sun. In my opinion, it might be very good for you to be familiar with the feelings that I am going to have during this time of prophetic future that they're telling us about in 1996. I want you to be familiar with the feelings I am going to have. Several of these include encasements, dealing with infective tissue and infected waste. Unbelievable. This is more hits than the Italian Mafia, my friends. I mean, hello. I want you to know the feelings I'm going to have dealing with infective tissue, infected waste. Now, I always remembered this prophecy, and I wondered, man, I really hope we don't have some kind of germy pandemic thing that's going to happen. But now that we're in it, I go back and I look at this and it's like, okay, yeah, they did say, I want you to be familiar. I'm going to be dealing with infective tissue and infected waste. And, it might be very good for you to be familiar with the feelings that I am going to have. These are talking about the angelic beings helping us all through this infective tissue, infected waste thing. This is one of the biggest ones right here, but they're all in context, right? Everything makes sense. I can deal with it as long as I can handle it. That's the most infective and horrible problem of people not going to Blight right now. Like I said, it will be no problem. You will be able to see something now. Whoa, 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 whoa. Throw the brakes on, David. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's the most infective and horrible problem, that people didn't go to Blight right now? That sounds pretty dark and scary. Wait, hold on, hold on. They're not being negative. They're actually making a point. The planet going into Blight, because it's not real, right? It's not, most people are never going to die from this thing. Less than 1% of the planet's population, most likely. But the fact that this happened now has actually restored the biosphere, because we're not creating all these emissions, and now we can come out with free energy in time, soon enough, hopefully. It'll take a while to get there, but we can heal the planet. In the meantime, the most infective and horrible problem was that the planet was continuing the way that it was, and it was killing the planet. And so this pandemic is actually awakening us to the fact that the planet can't sustain the way that we are now. We have to do things differently. We have to clean up our garbage. We have to use free energy. We have to use anti-gravity. And it said, like I said, it will be no problem, meaning this thing is not the end of the world. They make that clear once again. So that's what I see going on, is not that a bunch of people are going to die, but that this pandemic thing is not going to be a problem. And it actually is showing us how we need to do less damage to the earth. Now he kind of takes some credit. He says, I do not have a physical body, and yet I write this all. I write a hell of a lot, so check it out. Or it could be she. I don't know which gender it was at this point. I think you were half asleep before I stepped in. This is talking about us as a planet, and now we're awakening. You were sleeping, Steve was sleeping, and Drew was sleeping. We had the 3 sleeping staff. Well, this is interesting because Elizabeth and I have been watching Drew Carey's Whose Line Is It Anyway, like over and over again. And I'm not really sure who Steve is at this point, but This is another interesting passage because we've been watching Drew Carey all the time, and it said Drew was sleeping. And in fact, Drew Carey actually just had a horrible thing happen right before the pandemic started. The former love of his life died in a horrible accident, and so he's obviously going through a really hard time now, and we send Drew Carey our prayers as well. We're forwarding it to you, and then they use a newscaster's voice. And now, this is an example of well, let me do it with a newscaster's voice. And now, this is an example of the historical genesis of mankind. The pathways of linear time are open. So they're talking about, hold on. Let's just stay on the slide for a minute. I got something on my teeth. I don't want you to see me scratching at it. Can you get that?
You're fine.
Okay. And it says, and now this is an example of the historical genesis of mankind. The pathways of linear time are open. And then a female voice says, if you listen to me, I may not be as smart. I may have some difficulty. The hard part is getting the check coming in. Once again, they're talking about these checks that everybody's going to get, the $1,200 checks and the economic collapse in general. I think that the female that I was speaking with is not as advanced in the dimensional frequency level as some of the other sources that were working through me at this point. They didn't give names, but you could probably guess. So anyway, the hard part is the check coming in, and this is the genesis of humankind. The pathways of linear time are open. We have new timelines forming. There are jobs in your area that will be good for you. And then it says, image of dirty clothes stacked in a metal pan with a water bottle in a doctor's office. Somebody's got to take it out and wash it. Well, look at that. They're actually saying that one of the greatest ways you could be of service would be to jump in and help these medical staff. Dirty clothes in a doctor's office, somebody's got to take out the dirty clothes and wash them. So that's talking about service to others. That would be a big, big thing to do right now. There's a lot of medical people, and they're doing great work, and so we salute them and we thank them for their efforts. And then it says, all right, let's not dilly-dally this morning. They want me to get up and go to work. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. A couple more here. A little bit from December 11th, not too much. It said 5:55 because I woke up and it was 5:55 a.m. on the clock. It says that's my log-on time. The two crystals you are having today are a glycerating change. And again, they showed me how crystals help the reception. It's actually there. It's actually Jackie. It's not even happy. I was working at a job where my boss's name was Jackie, and I was definitely not happy. They give us some sort of promo, some sort of college degree. This is like telling me to promote myself, use my degree of doing these readings, and get out of this horrible job I had. Why didn't you wear shorts today? I'd love to sit there and put my boxers on before school. Once again, they're talking about being around naked in the house, which some people are probably doing. Now, this is controversial, but, I was trying not to masturbate at the time, and they told me that was a bad idea, that I should remain free of that activity. So I said, was this a wrong thing for me to do? And they said, accept the consequences. It hurts, and they're talking about the connection. Last night he was in there, now he's not. This is the higher force I could contact. The streets are rude, I know. The chalice or showers of gray elastic smarts, the veil has survived. So basically these are coded messages saying you want to try to remain celibate if you can. Of course, if you do have a partner, that is not a problem. But, the self-sexuality stuff, it will hurt you if you're trying to do this kind of work. I'm talking, but you're not listening. A lot of work has to be done. Everything is replicable in one form or another. Believe that the cockroaches will be suppressed before the code. So that's another funny pun, because everybody says, oh, well, after a nuclear war, the only thing that will be left is the cockroaches. Well, they're saying, no, the code of the divine force will always supersede everything, including the cockroaches, right? Okay, one more, and then one more day, and then we're done here. December 12th, the very next day. What else do you think there is with all this junk? Cello and brass instruments, fortune teller tricks. This is talking about music, the music of the spirit. And a lot of people, are not doing this technique properly. And then there's some music from The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway by Genesis, 7 ahead and number 11. What's done is done. We are half finished. You're not quite ready yet. And again, I'm just leaving this in because I don't know exactly what it might be saying. But they're saying what's done is done. We're going to get through this. We're half finished. We're not quite ready yet for the ascension. We still have more to do. If you think about it, there's many figurative parts in there in these writings, I'm sure. Don't let anything go wrong with the insurance company. That's very important. This seems to be talking about the crash again. It's tough this morning. There's a lot of noise, you knucklehead. They're knocking on me for, not being in the greatest reception. Every household needs to have guys like you to figure things out. This again could be talking about the shut-in and working together as a family. Whatever happened to your mom? For those who aren't watching these lessons, it's still very exciting. The gift of moving out can be a real blessing. Right there, I think they're actually talking about how the economic healing that will happen after this is done will lead to people leaving the house and moving out on their own. All the millennials who are living with their parents, when the new prosperity comes in, they'll be going out. They won't have to live with their mom anymore. They won't be self-pleasuring anymore. They'll get into a relationship, and the gift of moving out can be a real blessing. Then they say again, slow down the matrix, move that stuff out of the way. It's like separating something. They're talking about clearing your mind with meditation. If you listen to me for just a couple of minutes, I will have some words for you. Remember when you said you needed my help? This is talking about the Christ consciousness, I believe, and it's talking about humanity. Remember when you said you needed my help? Well, here I am. We have many things to discuss. There is no need for you to be so worried. Once again, a foolish request will not be honored, but food things are okay. Build yourself up with potatoes and salad. Anyone needs that kind of help, and you can give it to them. So once again, I think they're talking about that food is going to become a basic need as we all go through this, and you can help people make sure that they get the food they need. And they talk about go outside, go outside. So if you know somebody who needs food, please help them, and that's one of the messages they're giving here. They said it wasn't sunny. This is talking about the gloominess of Earth right now. But obviously it is going to be sunny very soon once we get through this. You need to have 2 markers, one under each ear. I'm not sure what that means, but I left it in. Can you go to sleep at night without staying up so late? That's part of the problem we're having right now. And I think this is talking to you in general watching this. Make sure you keep going to bed at night, get good sleep. Work quickly so as not to lose face and faith. Your meditation practice should be geared towards the Star Trek qualities. Don't you love just sitting there reading to them? Is there some other disease? There we go, another reference to disease. And don't you love just sitting there reading them? It's talking about being home with your kids and reading to your kids. Is there some other disease? Sit in the other chair if you're afraid of it. Well, yeah, stay at home if you're afraid of this. Social distancing once again. Now you see, if you masturbate, you take all of our energy away to do this. So they're talking about doing readings. That's an important practice. The still small voice requires great concentration. It's sometimes not easy when you're not listening. Similar things on subsequent days cause me a great deal of distress. If you repeat the same mistakes, the beings don't like that. How are you? You sound psychologically better. They're talking to all of us now. I will have to ask permission to make my point. Well, that's like the ascension or something really wonderful. They're going to have to ask permission to make the point that things are better. That's the best idea you've had all morning. These new energy systems are no joke. I think they're talking about free energy, releasing that technology. You really have to stop asking questions about it and just start learning it. And I think they're talking about all of this stuff with the new technology. Make out a postcard and send it to me. You'll get a reply in about 3 weeks. Come on, David, let's turn this around. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. That's the end of the reading. Now, at the time we're doing this reading, perhaps there will be some big news within 3 weeks. Who knows? But that's one of the prophecies that's in there. So there's some time windows being given here. Next day, December 13th, is the second to last one in the whole collection. We would like to send you a check just the way you like. It's not going to be easy this time either. I'd like to change it if I could. Again, this is talking about the stimulus check, the $1,200 that people are going to get if you make less than $75,000 a year and you paid your taxes. It's big and expensive. She's been hospitalized. I'm sorry. All of this stuff, and there's a bunch of things on December 13th that I omitted, by the way. Then we got December 14th, the last day, and then we're going to do our meditation. So you can bring out the bowls if you want, set them up, because we're just about there. Next day, December 14th, 1996. They seem to be dragging up a lot of time. I have to put it down. Around the equinox, I'll be ready for it. So they seem to be dragging up a lot of time. I have to put it down. In this case, I think the they is actually talking about the deep state / cabal. They seem to be dragging up a lot of time. I have to put it down, meaning that higher beings authorized this thing to happen. They could have prevented this, but they had to let it happen, just sort of like Winston Churchill had to let Hitler bomb London in order to, defeat Hitler in World War II. If Hitler knew that Winston Churchill had cracked his code, they couldn't have won the war. So they, the negative elite, seem to be dragging up a lot of time. I have to put it down. Around the equinox, I will be ready for it. When was the spring equinox? Thursday, March 19th. This is right around the time that the global quarantine started. So this is when they gave an exact prophecy, when the thing started, when they had to help us get through this planetary awakening event, shut the world down for a while, and we all learn about the cabal, and we get the global televised sit-down. So again, they seem to be dragging up a lot of time. I have to put it down around the equinox. I'll be ready for it. And then once again, let's put your vision inside a check. Here they're talking about everybody getting the check. Part of this whole process of the planetary awakening is that you get the restitution payments, and there's new wonderful prosperity once we get through this. Then it said, "You took my lips when I was reeling." I've always remembered that line, and it seems like it's talking about all of us on Earth, and that the Earth was reeling in confusion and drunkenness, and the Creator lost its lips. It lost the ability to speak to us clearly. We didn't hear the messages clearly. "Before this afternoon is over, I hope that you will find a breath of fresh air." Of course, air without coronavirus in it, right? Again, another direct reference, air, breathing. "Frustrated egotism will not continue." That's a prophecy about the end of the patriarchy. "Alchemy," I can see that from the first one. "A trail of serendipity leads right here. The demiurge will soon be back. All activity has to stop." This again is talking about the shutdown. And the demiurge is referencing the cabal. "It's getting to be a progressively worse situation than the last time." So the last time was 9/11, and now this has become progressively worse. The economy is worse. All activity has had to stop. And a trail of serendipity leading right here. This is actually all the synchronicities in these readings, I believe is what it's saying. "Our country," I think they're talking about America because I'm an American, "is burnished to death, sublayered only once by people who are dedicated to change it." Now burnishing actually means polishing by friction, making smooth and bright, flattening and enlarging. So burnishing is like polishing everything. Everything's got to be so polished. And the people who are dedicated to changing it are not very many. Then we have the image of a black guy standing outside my job. I ask him if he could watch the bus for me, and he says, "It's okay, the bus is coming." The bus is a reference to the Ascension Prophecies, actually. And we talk about that in the book as well. So that life insurance policy you're talking about, we could have used the dentist. So another reference to insurance, life insurance, that this is how they're going to get us through this by this collective awakening. "We cancel at 10 o'clock. We walked away from Magic Johnson." Wow. Image of a car crash and something splattering all over. Then the image of a guy from the Bloomington Fire Department saying, "We need someone to take care of it." Well, what just happened to Kobe Bryant? He had a horrible death in a helicopter crash right before this whole thing started on the day of the Grammys, and it was very suspicious looking, as I've said before. And now look, let's go back to it now that I've said that. We walked away from Magic Johnson, image of a car crash, and the splattering event. It's horrible. But here again, on January 27th, Kobe Bryant died, and some of these cabal cartoons, like Chamberlain Heights, seem to have predicted this in advance. Ooh, it's Kobe Bryant, and they're walking up to a helicopter crash. "Unglue all related manuscripts. There is a new immediate story. There is no room to fit the downstairs apartment before it's truly monumental." And I believe this is another prophecy talking about social distancing and the monumental scope of this global problem, the new immediate story. Because think about it, no room to fit the downstairs apartment. everybody is stuck at home, so you're not going to want to lend out your downstairs apartment to anybody else. It's going to become a monumental problem. Fear is your worst enemy. Something about the dollar will be increased, and the White House will also be increased. We are calm about it. It is just a matter of fact. They are not worried about the stimulus of the dollar and the increase in the power of the administration because they're going to be doing the right thing. They're going to be telling us the truth. Fear is your worst enemy. Images, pictures, and information. Now you're understanding. I will be quoted in your book. As has been stated now, you are the shepherd. This is you as I'm reading this to you. Living vicariously through other people's lives, it's time to turn your own life into an adventure. The price of the tomatoes are now out of reach. I am sorry. So once again, they're talking about food becoming unavailable, that it's too expensive. And in fact, that was one of the things that was happening is groceries were being price gouged. So once again, look at that. Look at all the prophecies that we got here. Something good is going to be accomplished soon, as of right now, that we're in now today. The pathway to contact. This is our own contact with higher level ETs. The Dead Sea Scrolls are coming in. Play it cool, boy, real cool. This is another line from one of the plays I was in. Remote viewing is just doing it with your mind and writing it down. So this contact is something you can do, learning how to do it with your mind. I'll give you $17. Isn't that interesting? Because what is the number 17? It's talking about the letter Q in the alphabet. Q is the 17th letter of the alphabet. And then it says $300 you need to get. Well, this tripped me out because that's $33 less than the price of our Great Awakening class. And it says $300 you need to get. So, okay, that's pretty cool. How did they know that? How did they know I was going to be doing this launch back in 1996? It sure looks pretty compelling. Ask them how much they need. There's a lot of people throwing out that money. If you can sell them on it, then you're all set. Okay, well, they're saying that a lot of people do have the money. We also do have a payment plan, so you can pay $111, and then you got to wait another month, and then another month for the next two. And if things really fell apart, which I don't think they will, then you might not even have a banking system, but you could get in for a third of the cost. Okay, so that's a good way to get in there. But they're kind of joking here. If you can sell them on it, then you're all set. But they knew about the launch. I mean, this is amazing, honestly. And the reference to Q17, unbelievable. You had an image of the phones, and now they're coming available because I'm going to be teaching people how to use the phones, how to dial into these higher forces. I'm proud of you, David. Many people who ride this train would not be able to get off at that stop. We admire your courtesy and casualty and courage. And we've discovered that odd-shaped hormones can be laid to rest. Well, okay, the odd-shaped hormones could refer to, obviously like sexual frustration, but the odd-shaped hormones could also be talking about odd-shaped viruses, coronavirus, and it will be laid to rest, okay? That's one of the ways you could look at that. There's so many of these things in here, and they're all calibrated to the present. You are considered to be the most spiritual being this earth has ever known, or not. Image of $7.77. The farther you go with us, the more of a role you will play. So what Elizabeth and I are going to be doing is teaching you in our class how we help you to get access to this higher force. And if that helps you, then great, because the farther you go with these higher forces, if you learn these techniques, if you practice them well, the more of a role you'll be able to play. Hope yours, meaning the people that you ultimately will end up teaching as you go forth as a spiritual teacher. I think that's our dharma here, all of us. I'm a teacher's teacher, if you will. Hope yours have become seers. Let me say that again. Hope yours have become new seers of your population. J.D. Power, it's changed in their mind. Well, we know that J.D. Rockefeller was the one who stopped Tesla from releasing free energy. So J.D. Power has changed in their minds. I think it's talking about the release of forbidden technology. The weapons are of your own choosing. And then look at this. Image of Lysol IC and its smell. Well, Lysol IC, which means intensive care, is what I used at my job in order to clean the floors because they said on there that it actually kills viruses like hepatitis C and AIDS, and we had hepatitis C carriers at my job. So look at this. They're actually saying, hope that yours will become new seers of your population, free energy, The weapons are of your own choosing, and then images of Lysol and its smell. Well, everybody's been using Lysol and sanitizer. It's another reference to the pandemic. That is a superior mass mailing, and this is very interesting because we have been mass mailing you. If you watch this video, that's probably you got it from a mass mailing, so they knew that. And then look at this, the last thing they say here. And also, the thing with cigarettes. But pretty soon I will have this under control. The people doing it will realize that smoking cigarettes is their doom. Don't you think that it's probably a pretty good idea to stop smoking cigarettes right now in light of the coronavirus and the possibility that it could keep coming back? And they talked about sometimes a habit must be dropped cold turkey, the patriarch must be denominated. Yeah, so the higher beings don't want you to be smoking commercial cigarettes. That is not tobacco in there. It is a paper that is caramel colored. They stain it with caramel color. It has 200 chemicals in it, and they spray it all out and make a paper, and they shred it up. It's not even tobacco. It's a horrible chemical cocktail, which is the purpose is, according to the insiders I had, to keep you working until age 55 and then to retire you from life as quickly as possible so you're not a burden on the healthcare system. That's literally how they designed it. And so, you know, it's really nasty. I don't recommend, if you have to smoke at all, please use natural tobacco. Don't ever smoke corporate cigarettes. They are extremely toxic and dangerous. So this is an evolving investigation, folks. And I just again want to alert you to the fact that right now, you can pre-order the book, Contact with the Divine, Awakening in the Dream. Actually, Contact with the Divine is the subheading. And, you know, it's kind of funny. I'm looking at this right now, and that whole area around his head does kind of look a little like the coronavirus with light coming off of it. I hadn't even thought of that. That's like another prophecy of how we dialed this thing in. We knew something was coming. We didn't know it consciously, but on some level we did, because that whole area around above his nose does kind of look like the coronavirus. And of course, Awakening the Dream now has some of these prophecies in them that I just read to you about this pandemic. I just didn't know what it was at the time. But now I've gone through the whole first half of December and given it to you in detail. So we are now at 8:40. We started at 4 o'clock. So that's 4 hours and 40 minutes. But I do not want to waste this opportunity to do a global meditation with you. So please, let's get that going. And we will go for the wide angle here. Did you say something?
Kelly, how many people do we have?
16,500.
Wow, we're still at 16,500 listening live. That's wonderful. That's perfect for a meditation. Actually, I can, let's see. I want to give you the best coverage. So now we got, let's see. Actually, you got 2 camera angles, and you could cut to her in the close shot there. So you actually have 3. All right. I'd like you to take both feet and put them flat on the floor. And take a nice deep breath. And just let it go. And then take another nice deep breath. Inhale clean, fresh, healthy air. And just let it go. And you may want to let yourself become more and more relaxed. As you keep breathing deeper and deeper, let yourself slide into a nice deep space of pure consciousness. Let yourself relax as you keep breathing. Every muscle in your body just melts into pure liquid light. finding the circuitry to connect you to the higher forces. This meditation lets you go deeper than you ever have before as you simply let go, because you are safe. The planet is going through the Great Awakening. And as you keep relaxing and breathing ever more deeply, feeling more and more relaxed in every part of your body, I invite you to consider that maybe, just maybe, the prophecies that you just were read over the last few hours are not misinterpretations. They're not grasping at straws. But as you become even more deeply relaxed, you may be ready to see that the prophecies were given to us to enhance trust and confidence in this Great Awakening, to provide a roadmap, including dates like May 25th, June 3rd, and July 10th, so that we understand what is going on, what obstacles we have to work through, what challenges are presented, and how all of this evolves into a higher level of order. Positive, loving, pulling together as a planet, breathing in faith and trust in this divine, scripted, guided process. You can feel it as you keep breathing. You can feel the relaxation. You can feel the love. You can feel the trust. You can feel the awakening of the planet. The first global event where everyone is doing the same thing at the same time, staying at home with their families, eating whatever food is in the house, maybe hot chocolate, maybe cold soup, maybe cans of smoked oysters. And we're all learning how to walk, how to put our shoes on, how to walk in the realms of the heavenly beings, how to stand shoulder to shoulder with those who have gone beyond the limitations of materialism and greed and selfishness and ignorance, jealousy, anger, fear, betrayal, sadness, depression. Trust and knowing ultimately become one and the same. The trust in the plan is the knowing of your divine protection, the absolute knowing that you are okay, you will be okay, and life will continue to be fruitful and positive as you move forward. So deeply relaxed. Building your trust in the divine plan, in the perfectitude of that which takes place here on earth today. Envisioning the future, envisioning the awakening, envisioning the global televised sit-down. Try to envision right now the love that you will feel, the awe, the inspiration when you know that we have been saved as a planet, that we got through it, that the perpetrators, the patriarchy, will be arrested, it will be dismantled, they will be denominated, that we are regaining control of our planet for the positive. Think about how that will feel. Think about the light, the inspiration, the breathlessness, the rapture of knowing that we are truly safe and this global nightmare has finally come to an end. We live with freedom, we live with peace, and we live with inspiration, respect for one another, respect for our elders, respect for our authorities, for our military, for our teachers, for our economists, for our healthcare workers, our food service workers, our police, our fire, ambulance. All those who are working so hard right now to keep us safe and to keep this planet running. Surround them with light and love. Embrace them for the brave work they are doing at this time.
Imagine a beautiful white light emanating from the divine, raining down upon you like a beautiful waterfall of white light with all the colors of the rainbow. And that beautiful waterfall rains down upon you, in you, and through you, washing away anything that needs to be washed away down into the earth. Taking a deep breath in, inhaling that light into every single cell of your being. And as you exhale, relax, let go, release anything you need to release. And again, inhale that light into every cell of your being. And exhale, offering up any burden that you may be carrying to the divine, to the earth. And if you choose, you can ask that light to right your body, mind, and affairs, and see everything as perfect. Seeing your body as perfect. Smiling to any place in your body that needs the light of compassion. Seeing it as perfect. And your mind, relaxing the mind, calming the mind, establishing peace, faith, and trust in a higher power. And if you will, ask that light to right your affairs, every affair in your sphere being aligned and harmonized with the highest and best good for all. Deep breath in and exhale, relax, letting go of anything that needs to be let go of. And now, if you will, asking that divine light and the light of the angels to bless any loved one, and seeing the light of the divine surrounding them and nourishing them and blessing them, protecting them, and empowering them with that beautiful, beautiful light. And now extending that blessing to all of the animals and the elements and all beings on this planet. Seeing the light of the divine pouring down into this planet, in through you and through all beings, connecting this planet in a grid of light, breathing in that light and breathing out, letting go of anything you need to let go of to be a clear and strong pillar of light on this planet. And seeing yourself wrapped in the armor of the divine. The light of the divine is my protection. The light of the divine is my protection. And seeing these beautiful raiments of golden angelic armor in your spirit body, shielding your physical body, your emotional body, and your physical body, your mental body. Seeing that shielding becoming more and more empowered with this divine light, literally breathing it in, and on the exhale, galvanizing, strengthening. And again, allowing anything that you need to let go of to be simply set down at this time. And at any time, you can always connect to this divine light that's ever present, ever available to you, and ask for it to bless you and to bless those around you and to bless this planet. Seeing this earth cradled in the arms of the angels, the ascended ones, and the divine, remembering that we have many spirit allies that are part of our family, that are here with us, and seeing our connection to them and to the inner earth beings, and remembering to be a blessing.
All right. Take a nice deep breath. Breathe yourself back into your physical body now. We've done great work here, and I thank you for participating in this with us. I had promised my stepfather, Danny and Brinkley, that I wouldn't do another 5 hours, but it's 8:57 p.m., so guess what, Danny? It's not quite 5 hours yet, so gotcha. And let's bring my beautiful wife out here so we both get to enjoy. Now, this is the side the antenna's on. We got a little bit of little static
Sorry
there.
about that.
Sorry about that. It's because we were hugging and it just kind of absorbed the radio frequencies. Again, here you want to cut to the slide real quick. The Awakening the Dream is the book. I think this is really, really going to blow you away. It's about like $20 to pre-order it right now. And all of the stuff that I gave you in the slideshow that you just watched is all like the fulfillment of what's in the book. The book builds up to that, but so many documented examples of prophecies in that book. And again, in the Great Awakening class, I want to talk to you a little bit about this before we go. This does give us critically needed funding right now. If you like what you saw here, if you think some of these prophecies might be real, and it sure as heck looks like it to me, I've never really wanted to teach people in this very much before because it seemed like it could be misused, but now is the time. I'm being given the go-ahead to give you these keys on how to do this right, how to activate this potential within yourself. You can do this. You can get these prophetic statements to come through you. You can learn how to use your dreams as guidance. So there's a whole vast amount of tutelage we're going to give on that. It's very exciting, and Elizabeth has a lot in store for you as well. You want to talk about what you're going to be doing real quick?
I will be sharing 3 bonuses, bonus classes, and one will be on connecting to your power animals. And then another one is going to be on sacred boundaries, and the other one's on protection ceremonies. So.
And they're going to be big downloads, and then I'm doing 5 Sundays like I did last time. They're probably going to run 4 hours. That's what I usually end up doing. You can see that. I haven't even been to the bathroom. It's a great way for you to jump in and help us, and it's a great way for you to be involved in this collective awakening that's now taking place. And I guarantee that we will make it worth your while. If you don't like it, you can cancel. We have a cancellation policy, but you know, if somebody really is unhappy, we're flexible. So the point is, we also have that payment plan. You can get in for 1/3 of the price right now and not have to do the next tranche until a month from now. So we're really excited about this, and I'm really excited about these prophecies. I mean, my God, you have to understand something. I mean, you haven't even heard about this because I just got this all put together this morning. Like, I realized that I had the one that had the COVID-19 in it when it said by 2010 germs will have rid the earth of many problems. Overpopulation is nothing to scoff at. And then I realized that scoff at sounds like nothing to cough at, and cough at COVID, and then have rid COVID, and then 2010, 20 minus 1, 19. Well, that was the thing I decoded for the book, and I got it in the day before they published it. But now, of course, look at all this stuff we just did. So for me, seeing these prophecies tells me, yeah, this was planned. The beings knew this was how it was going to go down. We had to do it this way to save the planet. Everybody's home, and it's not really that lethal. The worst thing is the shutdown, and everybody has time to study and learn about what's really going on. And this is part of the Great Awakening, and we're going to get the mass arrests. The beings made that very clear in these readings going back to 1996. It's truly amazing, and there's a lot more coming in the book and in the class. So I am just thrilled about these prophecies. This is something that I could spend weeks talking about. I could write a whole book about it. And you saw the raw data. There's so much reference to what's going on right now. It is literally mind-blowing. I mean, I don't know how a skeptic could try to debunk this. I'm sure they will. But if you're honest with yourself and if you're honest about what we saw, there's way too many references for this to be anything other than prophecy, in my opinion. Maybe you don't think that way, but you know, I think a lot of people will. So anyway, we got a great reception here. Thank you guys for hanging in there with me for so long. And this is our last broadcast before we do our launch. We are going to have a video with Elizabeth coming out soon, hopefully this weekend, and you should really enjoy that. It was her debut talk at Dimensions of Disclosure.
No, it was the second one.
Well, the debut talk at, well, it was your debut talk at Dimensions of Disclosure. You hadn't done a talk by yourself at that event. It was your second real talk with me in front of a big audience where you were by yourself.
It was the second year of Dimensions of Disclosure.
Oh, you had spoken at the previous one.
Right.
Right, okay, that's true.
Anyway, so that's what it is.
But we put some music in there during her meditation. We composed it here at the house. It's beautiful. It's very trippy. And we also made a nice little opening sequence. So I think you're really going to like that. And that's going to be free, and it should be out this weekend. And also you can sign up, put your email in. There's a link at the bottom below here on the video that will give you the further information about like the video that you can watch that's free just to sign up for the class. So anyway, that's all the time we have for. I was kind of amazed when I looked at the book cover and realized, like, my gosh, it kind of looks like the coronavirus on the top of his head there. And this is all part of, I think, part of the synchronicity, you know, because we actually modified Andrew Jones's original artwork for the book cover, and the original artwork looks less like the coronavirus than that does. You can kind of see it's this round mass and it's got spikes on it. It's like, wow, isn't that interesting? So there's some really crazy stuff going on here. But again, we're going to get to the point as a society where everybody has the ability to see the future. Everybody's telepathic, and this is not creepy or crazy anymore. And we will do our best to help you get there if you want to with our class. And we're going to continue to give you updates as needed as this global situation unfolds. And I'm very confident that in the near future we have some amazingly positive stuff heading your way. So let's pray for the Alliance, pray for them to get this job done quickly and effectively and safely. And we will see you in the great I Told You So party. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time.